race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Good morning from the heart of Hammertown at the 20th anniversary of the King of the Hammers in beautiful Johnson Valley, California. I am Miles Hasquist, and this is the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Battery. Today we are kicking off qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Whoa. And then this afternoon around 3 p.m. it's Power Hour, where the top drivers will be showcased. Who's going to rise to the top and have that clean air on race day. Now we're going to send it to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. I am Ian Johnson up on stage with Mr. UTV himself, John Crowley. We're out here having fun in Johnson Valley. Miles laid it out for you. Today it's all about the UTV qualifying race. Now we do have there's going to be first thing in the morning. We were expecting a lot more cars on the start line to qualify, but we're not seeing very many out there right now in this 8 o'clock hour, are we, John?
No, there's I think there's just a couple for the first hour, so we'll see.
And that's something that John and I were talking about before we came on air. We're just trying to see, because we've never really seen a lot of the sportsman stock UTV qualify in the past. We were wondering if we're going to see a bunch of them show up, but there's somebody in there that you were talking about, John. What's up with Twitch?
Well, I kind of expected him to qualify because he's in a new Razor XPS from Polaris. It's a new car, and he's kind of well-known guy. I thought he'd be out here qualifying. Actually, I thought he'd be in Power Hour.
That's right, but right now we're just waiting for racing to start. We got a lot of action today, tons of different classes. We have 5 different classes that are going to be out here qualifying on this course today. Now, the qualifying is a 2.3-mile loop. And this is the same course that we'll see everyone qualifying on for our next races that we see throughout the week. But it's looking like it's going to be a great day out here. John, you were saying we just saw a little bit of wind moving, which would be good for all these guys.
Come race day, we've had really, really nice weather, which in Hammertown means dust.
Yes.
And that's going to be really important on race day for your qualifying position, is to get up front so you can eliminate some of that dust.
Yeah, we saw it in the desert races earlier this week, and so I think qualifying is going to play a huge role. We always say that every year, though. The qualifying is going to play such a big role in this race, but the reality is these guys are going to be heading out into the desert on race day, and there will be dust in the desert. That's just part of it, but then they get into the rocks, and it's a completely different game. But today, as I said before, it is all about qualifying for the 26 UTV Can-Am race. And we're just kind of speculating what kind of numbers we're going to see. Do you got any idea, John? We're going to see a time for qualifying, or we got to wait to see someone come across the line and then figure it out?
We're going to have to see it because unfortunately I wasn't able to get out on the qualifying course and see exactly where it goes and how technical it is. I do know it's a fast qualifying course, so maybe that's going to favor some of the short course guys. We'll see. I don't think there's as many technical spots to show off your rock crawling abilities.
Yeah, we kind of danced around that over the past few years. It's always been a mix of qualifying. That's one nice thing about coming out here and racing in Johnson Valley is the race course changes every single year, and it's different every year. Well, the qualifying course also changes it up a little bit every year as well. And this year, we, as John said, with the qualifying course, 2.3 miles, and it's a fast course. So we're going to have 5 different classes out there today. We're going to have our Open UTV, Pro Mod UTV, Pro Stock Turbo UTV, Pro Stock NA UTV, and Sportsman Class UTV. Good mix of people out there qualifying for this race. I think it's going to be a great day. We got tons of. This is possibly one of the largest groups that come out here and race every year here in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, I heard 140 entries for the UTV race.
Great group of guys out here with their UTVs. It's probably one of the fastest growing classes just because the barrier to entry to get in. I mean, you could walk over to the Can-Am booth today, John, probably, throw a little down payment down and be racing on Thursday, right? I mean, think you could pull that off?
Well, they got the new XRC over there front and center. It's the new rock crawler, so you could do it.
So while we're waiting, John, let's talk a little bit about UTV, because as I said before, you are Mr. UTV. You've been doing this for, I don't want to date you, long time.
Long time.
But let's talk a little bit about what's changed with these UTVs. What's the big change that you see in the UTVs out there that basically has mixed up this race team, this race class?
Well, two things. One is the ability of the drivers. You've got a lot of guys coming in from different types of races coming into this. A lot of the short course guys moved over and figured out how to race in the rocks. It's no longer rock crawling, it's rock racing.
Yep.
Where back when I was racing it, it was all about survivability. And now it's how fast you can get through everything. So that's number one. The talent level of the racers has increased so much, but the cars have become so much more powerful, and suspension improvements is just phenomenal.
Now, we talked about that before with the suspension changes, because now we've got, some of these cars, obviously with, live valve shocks that are basically computer controlled and all that kind of stuff. What about the change in belt technology? Because that was always the one thing that we always talked about. Like, is that still an issue for these cars, or has that been solved?
Well, when you go to the Can-Am Maverick R, there is no belt. It's a DCT transmission, a full-on automotive, 7-speed transmission. On the Polaris side, the Pro R, it's a big belt. They've got it figured out. They really don't have to. 5 years ago, the guys were driving by belt temp in the desert.
Yeah,
how fast they could go. That's really not that big of an issue anymore.
Now that they've spent so much time out here, basically testing and tuning, we've come up with a way to fix that problem.
Yeah,
that's amazing to hear, and that's probably the coolest thing about this race in general is the change that we've seen in the overall general off-road space. All right, John, I'm seeing it looks like our first few qualifying cars are leaving through Hammertown right now, and they're headed out right there to get ready to do some qualifying.
Yeah, there is a nice little short course with some berms and everything. John Goodby and crew from NorCal Rock Racing out there moving dirt all week, getting it all ready.
Now we're going to have to see who we have on the line first, because as I said, we did have on our starting list a lot of Sportsman stock UTV, but John was saying that he didn't really think that a lot of them would be out qualifying. And
yeah, so typically in the past, Sportsman stock never qualified. You were basically at the starting at the end. I believe that is Mark Erlenbaugh, I think.
All right, so we are about to get underway here in Johnson Valley. This is qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. As you heard Miles say earlier, we have a full day of qualifying here. Lots of UTVs, 5 different classes, and then later today, we've got Power Hour breaking out. Yep, you're right, 4902. That's Mark Erlenbaugh. I'm gonna go with Erlenbaugh.
And some of these guys that are racing sportsman stock, they're doing the whole series. So in order to do the entire series for Ultra 4, you need to qualify here. So that was one of the reasons why these guys were out here qualifying.
There you go. So John just pulled back the curtains. We know why we see some of these guys that are qualifying that we haven't seen in the past. But this will be our first UTV taking on this 2.3-mile qualifying course. As John said before, it is a fast qualifying course. So we should see some amazing times today. I'm excited to see a few people out here today. To me, the coolest thing is the growth in the open class, where we're seeing purpose-built. I mean, a lot of these guys are purpose-built race cars, but these are basically purpose-built machines out there. They're absolutely amazing to see them.
And we're off.
All right, first car off the line, 4902, headed out. As John said, we're going to rip through this short course that we're going to see lots of action on all week. Heading into the first turn.
Great drone shot there.
All right, through that first section of the short course, out into the desert. This is the start of, as we said before, 2.3-mile loop in the desert.
And we'll end up with a couple cars on course at the same time. They'll get to a certain point and let the next person go.
Yeah, I did hear from race ops earlier that they're going to play that by ear to see how busy each hour of the race is, depending on whether or not they're going to send out 2 cars. We have a large group, as John said, 140 cars out here to qualify.
Whoa.
Oh, get a little excited up there. Good job, good save, come over the top.
That hill is steeper than it looks, and it looked pretty steep.
Yeah, it is, and these are the areas that you're going to see a lot of excitement at today. You'll see them come down that hill section and take those turns. Those turns are just going to get burned in and rutted out more and more as the day goes on.
So he's coming up to a spot here where there's 2 different ways to go. The fastest route is just shoot straight up here. The safer route is take a left, like he's doing right there.
Yeah, I think we've seen this in the past.
Yes.
A lot of the times, sometimes, especially when we get into the bigger cars in there, that can sort of like, you can have a plan to go in there, but it all ends up changing. And this course will change throughout the day as we have all of these cars out here, coming out here qualifying for the race later on this week.
Yeah, most of the guys are going to do this entire qualifying course in high range. You're not shifting to low for anything.
Yeah, no real, as John said, no real technical rock crawling. This is all sort of just downhill stuff. You just got to commit and sort of drive out through the bottom. But here we go. Mark's coming back through the backside. This is all, he's making very good time for a sportsman stock UTV. Back onto the short course. He's got a couple big turns to come through. But just because you're back in town doesn't mean that your job is done. We've seen people just basically lawn darted off some of these turns in the end by mistake, but it looks like he's keeping the head on his shoulders. He's coming back into town, and we'll finally have our first time that we'll see what we'll be looking at today during our Can-Am UTV qualifying.
Well, and as we've talked about in the past, we'll get a line that we don't think we're going to cross, and then somebody does it, and it's like, oh my gosh.
It usually happens later today in Power Hour. Yes, 3 o'clock. The biggest names in the sport will be out there. Probably all of our past winners will be mixed in there.
Yeah, one of the guys I've got eyes on here that should set a pretty good time, 10 o'clock hour, Bryden Deegan. He's racing a Can-Am Maverick R. He's pretty fast in the short course type stuff.
Yeah, lots of experience in that for sure. That is the 7007 of Peyton Dumford. So Peyton just left the line. As we said before, all of these UTVs are out here qualifying for the race later on this week, the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
A little bit smoother on that hill right at the top there. Yeah, that right-hand line's a little bit better.
Yeah, it looks like that right-hand line might be a little bit less aggressive. We saw previously that left-hand line got a little bouncy near the top. That is an incredibly steep climb. It does not look like on camera, but it is. When you're in a race car driving up that hill, all you're looking at is sky. So picking the right line can be very, very difficult in there. But as we said before, now he's lined up through this one section of rocks, as John said. Not a real technical section, but a couple options here. And it looks like our first time has been posted. It's a 2:49 qualifying time. That was set by Mark Erlenbaugh and his Can-Am. So right now he is currently sitting in position number 1, but we're going to see a lot of cars out here today on this qualifying course. I think we can safely say we're going to see a sub 2 minute, John.
I was just going to ask you that. Sub 2.
Well, you said, and I think you called it right. We always say that, oh, no one's going to get under 2 minutes, but I think we're going to see some sub 2 minute times for sure. All right, so as Peyton Dumford comes back into town, this will end his qualifying course. Her qualifying course. Sorry, I did not want to assume because of the pink car, but I should have.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Jeremy McGrath won that class last year in his Kawasaki KRX. I saw his car yesterday and rolling through tech. He'll be in our power hour, I believe. Jeremy McGrath, yes. Well, he's got that number 1 plate.
All right, took that far right line that we've now seen to be a lot cleaner up that climb. The left side is a big sort of like ledge, and if you hit it wrong, you get a little bit up on 2 wheels. This is a section I think that we're going to see a lot of action at all day.
Yeah,
I've said before, you come down those.
The guys coming really fast down that later on today. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll probably see some choices being made by the drivers when they come down that hill. We might see people jump out of that burned-in 2-track if those berms get a little too big. because you hit some of them hard and you end up, oh, it's our first one taking the right-hand side, John.
No, he's over on the left.
Oh, I apologize. It was just camera angle fooled me.
Ooh, he
that's
almost took out a rock.
That's a
Or
big,
the rock almost took him
yeah,
out.
I was going to say, I don't think he was going to take that rock out. I think that rock was going to win that race, yes. I think that's very telling right there. That rock is kind of strategically stuck right up in there. I don't think that's where you want to see that when you come up that hill. All right, coming down this downhill section. Jeff Goretti making quick work of that. Back into the desert. Little short stint into Hammertown.
So far, it looks like a pretty smooth run, carrying some good speed.
Very good run. Yeah, we'll see if he can basically steal that top of the box spot, or see if he can be faster than that. 2:39 is what's sitting there right now. Jeff's got to come around this last big turn. And then we'll see a time as he comes through the arch. All right, as we're waiting for Jeff's time to post up. Oh, look at that, 2:39.3.
Wow.
So Peyton held him off.
Couple tenths off.
Yep, couple tenths a second. And then we have, I think this is the last car that we have in this 8 o'clock hour, just based on how empty that short course section is. As we said before, we have, you don't have to qualify, but as John pointed out, if you're going to race the series, you have to qualify.
That almost looks like a Yamaha R-Max, which could be Austin Cantor.
That's why I like having you up here, John. You can just look at that and just
Well,
pick
it
it
just
out.
looks narrower, you know.
It does look very narrow compared to some of the other vehicles that we're going to see out there today. Well, as soon as we can, John, we'll get a number off of it to make sure we can see who that is.
It is Austin Cantor.
Austin Cantor. There we go. Number 96 popped up on screen.
All right, so he's in Pro Stock NA as well.
Carrying that tire as he makes those turns inside our short course.
You can see that a little bit narrower width.
Makes a huge difference. Huge difference in the short course, but can be extremely beneficial when we get into these rock trails.
That platform, I've driven the Yamaha R-Max several times, and it's really nimble in the rocks. Won't have a little bit more of a disadvantage in the rough desert terrain, high speed type stuff.
Making easy work of that climb, sticking to that right line where we've seen a little bit of action first thing this morning.
Yeah, so let's watch it on this downhill corner here.
I think it's this downhill corner, and then the other one is the one where people have been carrying a little bit more speed when they're coming off the back of short bus. There, that's exact. Look at that, wise decision. Get out of those ruts.
Yeah, get out of the rut.
Get out of that rut. Keep the driver's side in what was that passenger side rut. That'll help sort of basically anchor the car on those corners. Those outside corners can be so tricky. All right, so this is where they can go straight up the rocks or hang the left. Looks like we're taking the left. Little bit smoother climb, but as John said, that rock section much faster if you can tackle it.
Shorter distance for sure, and if you can shoot it, it's a risk-reward thing. The fastest guys are probably going to shoot that straight line, cut off some part of the course there, and risk it.
Yeah, I think there may have been some changes. When I came in first thing this morning and was walking around, I saw some guys out there doing some, basically testing out some of that qualifying course super early this morning. I think some of our big name racers are going to make that decision later today. Very, very good job picking his way down through those rocks, back down onto the desert floor. and then he'll be headed back into Hammertown.
So we did get a little note from Miles that he said you do not have to qualify for sportsman stock for the series, but the driver of record has to qualify and start the race for Ultra 4 USA.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Thank you, Miles. Yeah, and that car there, that Yamaha RMX, it looks like it's fairly stock. I mean, you've got you got to have a cage no matter what. Just the necessary safety pieces on it. .303 for Austin.
There we go, 303. So there's our 4 cars that have qualified during our 8 o'clock hour. 4 cars, 8 o'clock. I got those 2 numbers transposed.
Wow, fast forward on that.
So those are our 4 cars, and now we're waiting for the next group, which is set to take the line at 9. I see some of the cars coming through Hammertown right now, getting lined up to come out there.
Yeah, again, we've got Power Hour starting at 3 o'clock today. That'll go for an hour and a half or so. All the bunch of the top guys, maybe gals in the country racing.
Yeah, Power Hour all week long. When you see our qualifying basically announcements here, when we have it set up, Power Hour is where some of the biggest names in the sport will be out there. A lot of our former winners, former kings, basically the people that you expect to put on a big show, they'll always be out here during Power Hour. But all day today, we're going to have lots of qualifying action. 140 cars, John said. That's a pile of people. Now, as we said, as John just clarified, not everyone has to qualify, but we have a lot of racers out there on the list.
Yeah, we've got 98 on our list to qualify. But just in the first hour, we only had 4 out of the 8.
Yes.
So you don't have to qualify. You can start at the back of the pack and no pressure, just work your way through the crowd.
It is a year that qualifying, I think, as we've seen so far in the desert race, the dust out there will be a game changer for a lot of these guys. And the race course this year, it's a huge loop right out of the gate to basically get out there and stretch these cars out. So having a good qualifying spot, very, very important in this race, I think. I think we'll see that shake up in every single one of our races this week.
So how many former UTV kings aren't racing this year?
That's a question for you, John. I don't know the answer to that.
Come on. You have to at least be able to name one.
Brock Yeager, and he's
Brock
racing.
Hager won last year,
That's what I'm
and
saying.
he's racing.
He's racing. I said you said I could name one, so I named
No,
one.
former kings that aren't racing.
Oh, okay. I don't know, John. I don't know.
How about the guy that's
John?
won the most?
Who's won the most, John?
Mitch Guthrie, senior.
And Mitch Guthrie, senior, not racing.
Not racing.
Really?
Junior is.
Junior's racing, senior's not.
Senior hasn't raced in a couple years.
Oh, so
Who else?
don't put me on the spot like this, John.
Shannon Campbell.
Oh, Shannon's never won at UTV.
Yes, he did. 2017.
God, you
Top
see
of the
that?
box.
This is why I like having you up here with me, John, because you know all this stuff.
Who else?
Keep them coming. Keep them coming, John. Who else?
Brandon Schuler.
Okay.
Jagged X. I think he won it in 12. There's one other one.
Is Casey Curry racing?
I do not see him on the list.
Because that's the question, right? We used to say that the guys who are racing in the 4400 Race of Kings, sometimes they would use the UTV race as sort of like pre-run, extra pre-run to get up there and get there. But are we seeing that the 4,400 guys, maybe they're not want to do that? Maybe they realize that, maybe I just want to focus on one race.
To me, it's a big distraction, but it is a lot of pre-run time. It's getting out on course. I mean, a lot of the guys that are racing the UTV Hammers Championship raced in the Desert Challenge a couple days ago. Again, it's a distraction for your week to have to focus on that, but you get to pre-run a lot of the desert. I think it's opposite direction.
I think it does change up this year.
But it is getting time on course.
I think the person who we should ask if racing too much is a distraction is our former co-host, Cameron Steele.
Cameron, yeah. Talk about distractions. That guy races way too much.
He races
if that's a thing.
Every single class out here, But was he in motos this year? Did he do motos too?
I thought he said he was going to, but I was too busy to watch motos. So
normally he's in every single race that happens out here. But
he's nuts.
Yeah. But I can see cars basically stacking up out here for our 9 o'clock hour of qualifying here for our Can-Am Hammers Championship. So let's take a look at who's in this 9 o'clock hour with us, John. And who we've got I like when they have a good nickname like this. Brandon Caveman Anderson.
And Seth, the waterboard carpenter.
The water boy.
All right. I didn't know we were supposed to have our nicknames.
You should. I mean, it makes it more fun for us, right?
I feel like I'm missing out.
I think we should have a good nickname for John. I think we do. Mr. UTV, isn't that what we always call you when you come up here? All right, so we have a pile of cars, and we've got a couple. These are technically, according to my list, we should see nothing but pro stock turbo UTVs.
So no more sportsman stock. I think we'll end up with some pro stock NAs later. For sure, we got Jeremy McGrath and Caden McCachran in Power Hour. But those are the only two pro stock NAs that have not qualified yet.
Right now,
so shifting to turbo.
Yeah, and we're seeing them. The race ops are stacking them up here in Hammertown, and then they'll head out. This looks like a much fuller group right now. It looks like I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like I've got 8 so far. They will be lining them up here in Hammertown, getting them, make sure everyone's in the right spot, and then we'll send them out onto the short course. So leaving at the 9 o'clock hour, we should have Kurt Mackey, Chris Johnson, James Harris, Brandon Caveman Anderson, Seth the Water Boy Carpenter, Ben Jones, Ben, that's a tough one, Vabadnik, well, I'm just gonna leave it at that, Buck Stetler, Justin Barth, and Travis Oakes. That's who we expect to see leaving the line this morning at 9, but right now I can see sitting right in front of us is Chris Johnson and his Can-Am Pro Stock Turbo UTV.
Okay, there's one king, okay. UTV king that is not racing. Got nothing?
I got nothing. No.
He was my co-dog in 2013.
Okay.
When we got second place.
All right.
I was co-dog for him in 2014.
Yes.
And then in 16 he won. You got nothing.
I got nothing.
Blake Vandeloo.
Blake Vandeloo.
I think that's it. So four former kings that have retired. Hung it up. Well, Shannon Campbell's still racing, just not UTVs.
Yeah. So just staying in the big car.
A few years back, you remember Shannon's car. It was the Wonder Woman car.
Yeah, the full
with the plexiglass everywhere.
Yep. That was fun to see. That was definitely a fun car to see. But this year, we're focused on our 26 racers, John. That's some good. Here, a few minutes ago, we were sitting here talking, and you're like, I can't fill time like this while we're waiting. Look at all the time. You did this great job. Perfect. That's info that I didn't even know. And now everyone knows it. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Oh, God.
All right, so 9 a.m. qualifying up here. We are getting ready to send these drivers out of Hammertown. And we talked about this earlier. You can see that that's just a little bit of dust hanging in the air out there.
You can see across the valley over towards Chocolate Thunder.
We can at least see across the valley. Yeah, I can see a little bit of flags blowing in the wind there with our PCI race radio.
Are we actually waiting till 9 o'clock?
Okay, so while we wait for our 9 a.m. start, which is about 10 minutes away, John, let's talk a little bit about what is going on all week long in Hammertown. So right now, today's qualifying for UTV, Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and then we got more qualifying tomorrow.
EMC race, right?
Every man
4,600, 4,800.
4,500, correct. And then after that, qualifying for the
Race of Kings.
Oh, that's an exciting one. That's right. And then after that, it just starts racing all week long, or for the rest of the week, I should say. We have the 3 big races coming up. This is my favorite week out here. I know a lot of people get excited about the desert race that happens out here, but for me, it's all about the rocks. John, you've been out here. You've raced it. You've wheeled it. Do you like the desert in your UTV, or do you like the rocks?
Rocks.
Rock, really?
Yeah. I'm more of a rock crawler. Desert is just a vehicle to get you to the rocks.
Oh, I like that. Okay, yeah. It's a mode of transport.
Yeah.
So where do you stand on being the UTV rock guy on the UTV portal? Is that a benefit in the rock, or is that just not, or do you see that? Or have you jumped into that rabbit hole yet?
I actually put some Super ATV portals on my Kawasaki KRX. Makes it a great crawler. But I don't know of anybody in the UTV world that's racing hammers with portals.
So there hasn't been a race portal, because we certainly see that growth in our other classes.
You definitely see it in places like Sand Hollow for those competition kind of buggies. I don't know how many of them you see in the 4,400 race.
Oh, if it's got the flappy wings up front, little chicken wings.
Flappy wings.
If it's got chicken wings on the front
Are
end.
you saying IFS?
Yes, if it has the old independent front suspension, it's going to have some portals on it. And actually, I would say probably we've seen more growth in portal in 4,400, portal technology in the 4,400s.
That technology is...
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
All right, so while we wait for our qualifying to start at 9 o'clock, we have Peyton coming up on screen, or on, it's going to come up onto our, Peyton Dumford's going to come up here. We're going to get her set up in the booth. We're going to do some talking. Our first guest of 2026, John, this is exciting. I can see it. All right, so our next qualifier is lined up on the line, but right now in the booth with us joining us, Peyton Dumford. Peyton, welcome to the booth.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm great. How about you?
Good.
Is this your first year?
No, the second year.
All right.
I think I remember Peyton racing last year. Did we have you up here talking last year?
No,
I raced in 2024. I was in the
Miley.
Youth 1000 class.
There we go.
All right.
So, how your top qualifier? How does it feel to be top qualifier? Probably for the next 34 minutes or so.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that.
And how was the course?
Pretty good, minus that first jump. Got a little rough.
It looks smooth. What kind of car are you in?
I have a Polaris Turbo S.
Turbo S. That's a great car.
All right,
Nice.
Peyton, so have you been out to pre-run any of the course for the big race there this week?
No, we've made it to about Chocolate Thunder, and that was it.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about where do you normally race? Is it rocks or desert?
Rocks. So I usually run the Ultra 4 series on the East Coast, so it's more the mud in the woods.
All right. Yep. Where on the East Coast is home, Peyton?
Ohio.
Ohio. Yeah, that's pretty easty. Yep. All right. So Peyton, you normally run the East Coast, and you made it at Chocolate Thunder. What do you have a spot in the race that you're looking forward to?
That's a good question. I'd probably say the desert and then heading into the rocks. It's going to be something new for me, so that's exciting.
So have you done any pre-running of the rock trails out there at all?
Not yet. That's today's goal.
That's today's goal. Now that you're
Get
top
out there
qualifier.
soon.
So tell us a little bit about your team. Who's out here supporting you? Who are your sponsors? Who's your co-dog? All that kind of jazz.
So my co-driver is my father.
What?
He
I love
races
that.
with me. He's been with me since I started. I've got my uncle. I've got one of my sponsors, CamZ. They're all helping me out this weekend. I've got one of our friends, Chris May. He's here. Sponsors are MRT, Bull Light Wheels, CW Motorsports, all things UTV. I've got more, but they're not coming to mind right now.
Well, you got a cool looking wrap on your car. It looks good. You were smooth, and smooth is fast here. That's good.
Thank you.
And currently top qualifier. So talk us, did you pre-run the qualifying course or just go out and run it?
I pre-ran it twice on Friday, I want to say.
Okay. And do you feel that it's changed since Friday, or is it the same?
I think it's pretty much the same minus that first jump. Granted, I didn't really hit it at speed, so that was probably the only difference.
And we have our guess as to what the number is going to do. What number do you think is going to be fast qualifier today, considering you're a fast qualifier right now?
That's a good question. I'd probably say somewhere above 2 minutes.
Oh, you don't think anyone's getting below 2 minutes? Oh, see, we are saying no, that someone's definitely getting into that.
I said 151.2, and Ian said 155.3. Do you think it's reachable?
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's shaving off a lot of time from you.
Yeah.
Would you like to go out and try and get that number?
Sure.
Well, we can talk to Race Op, see if they can give you one more shot. Maybe you can just borrow someone else's car for it. Save the car for the race.
Yeah, that sounds
So
like a good
Talking
idea.
about the race day, I got one piece of advice for you.
Win?
Make sure your dad knows how to work, how to winch on Jack,
Okay, sounds good.
because he's going to be out of the car, and he better be. It's going to be a nice day. It's going to be pretty warm by the time you hit Jack. He's going to be sweating. Make sure he knows how to winch.
Yeah, got that.
So that's a very good question, John. So you're going to go out and do some pre-running. Are you going to practice winching?
Probably.
Probably now that John said that.
Very important to practice winching. Jack is going to be a bottleneck.
Let's talk a little bit about your vehicle setup for that. So, do you have communication with your dad when he's out of the car with his helmet on?
No, but I think our plan was to have a handheld radio. So
Okay.
when he was out of the car, he can talk, and then he has a Bluetooth with the Warren winch on his phone, so he can control the winch out there too.
Excellent. That's planning. That's smart planning for sure.
I don't think he's going to have enough hands for
That's a
all
lot
that.
of work out there, though. Yeah.
Handheld, remote thing. What's going to do with the winch cable?
That sounds like a him problem.
All right. Well, get out there and practice. And my other piece of advice is get to Jack early this morning, because everybody goes and plays over there, and you want to get over there before it's too crowded.
Thank you. I'll most definitely do that.
Well, there you go. You got some great advice from the John. He's Mr. UTV, so you know he's won this thing a few times.
I haven't won. Well, only as a co-dog.
I was going to say you won it as a co-dog, and you're giving good winching
I didn't
advice.
I didn't have to winch though.
Oh, okay. There we go. All right, Peyton. Well, thank you so much for stopping up. I've just heard in my headset we're going to be starting racing here in under a minute. So is there anybody else you need to thank before you bail out of here?
I don't think so. Thank you guys for having me up here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peyton. Good. All right. And as I say that, Chris Johnson just leaves the line here as our qualifying continues.
All right. We'll see if we can set a new fastest time here.
All right.
New hour.
Chris Johnson out there in a Can-Am UTV. John's got his fast qualifying time of 1:51. I'm saying 1:55. We're just going to see some action all day today. Just heard from Peyton a bit about where we're at, how the qualifying course course fell to her, and now her and her dad are going to go out and do some pre-running. Oh, this is a good quick run we got going on here so far.
If he keeps up this pace, he's going to set the new fastest time.
Let's see what happens at the bottom of this berm. This is where, easy work of it. You can see a huge difference between the two cars there. As we watched prior to this, we watched Austin out there in that Yamaha. It's such a narrow car, but Chris, that Can-Am is such a wider stance. Takes that. Here we go. He's taking into the rocks here.
So that you can really see how you can make up time right there.
Much faster line. John, you called it earlier today. Yes, John had said that the fast line that we're going to see people in is that straight up line right there. Very good qualifying run so far. Chris Johnson headed out here.
A little bit slower coming down the rocks there than some of these really fast guys are going to do. They're going to just launch off of that.
Yeah, we'll see some fast times down there, and that's another spot where I think we'll see some people make up some time. But let's see how much of a difference that rock line made, as John had speculated earlier that was much faster of a line. And it looks like Chris is going to have a great qualifying run as he heads around that last turn and comes back into Hammertown. All right, he'll come through the arch, and we'll get a time for him. Ooh, look at that, 2:12.
Dang, John. I think we both might be off.
I think we're going to see a 1:45 based on that.
It's a good thing I priced it right, did you?
That's right. So Chris Johnson, new top of the box, fast qualifier with a 2:12.741 out there in his Can-Am UTV. He'll be very happy with that, but we have a lot of qualifying going on today. We have just under 100 cars on our list out there qualifying. This is Brandon Anderson. This is Caveman Brandon Anderson.
Well, you're going to have to call out your fastest time.
All right, so here we are. Brandon Anderson leaves the line right now, number 225, headed out through the short course. John's going to take a quick break from working. I mean, he's worked so hard. He had to call like 6 cars so far today. So, and taking place for John is Mr. Matt Holt. Matt is now in the booth. Matt, how are things with you so far?
It's good. It's good. I left Illinois a couple days ago. It was a blizzard-like conditions with snow and -1. I landed yesterday. It was 70 degrees 2 years ago. So I don't mind being here for a little while. You know.
Sounds good to me. But right now, it's not about the weather, Matt. It's about qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And Brandon Anderson is making quick work of that first climb. Oh, a little too quick a work. All right, he came off the top of that and did not save it. Oh, I was hoping he was going to be able to land on wheels for a second there, but looks like he tagged a rock coming up over that ledge there, which and that was a blistering fast pace. You can see how fast things can get out of hand here in Johnson Valley. But as we watch Brandon Anderson on his side up out there on the qualifying course. Unfortunate end to his qualifying attempt today.
Dang it, you hate to see that. Again, we've seen some guys have that experience already so far for the last week. Some of the desert guys were coming over and had some rough issues, but unfortunately not the day Mr. Anderson wanted to have. But again, then that's kind of that teeter-totter. I know you guys were talking a little about it earlier today. You want to push hard. You want to go fast. You want to have a great qualifying time so you can get out and not be caught in the dust and caught in the rocks by a bunch of guys on race day. But unfortunately, pushed a little too hard. Looks like he caught a rock and just took a little tumble there. That absolutely stinks. Again, that's the 225 of Brandon Anderson. Such a bummer. You hate to see that.
Yeah.
Dang it. Looks like he's climbing out there. Again, not too hard of a rollover. Oh, it looks like the car's okay. I don't see any bent tubes or anything. But definitely not going to be where he wanted to start at on race day.
No, and it's really unfortunate because we watched him make very, very quick work of that initial climb and then came up over the top of the really nice fast pace. But you can see what happens here, that when things get out of hand, they can get out of hand in a hurry. But right now we have our safety crew out there. I think it's important to just basically highlight right now to remember that all these people out here, these are all volunteers helping out on the course, helping these racers, keeping them safe. Recovery crew out there is going to get that car flipped back over. We should give a special thanks out to everyone who's out there volunteering, helping out all week, and last week, basically getting out there and making sure these guys get back over, and girls, back over on their tires and wheels. But unfortunately, Brandon Anderson is done. The caveman.
And again, the production staff, too. We talked a little about recovery crew. The production staff, those guys, them and the recovery crew go out super early in the morning. So they're out there, you know, sometimes before the sun gets up, in town, checking stuff out, getting out there, setting up. Again, beautiful drone shot here. I know that we have a lot of guys behind the scenes helping us give these awesome shots for you at home, get a watch. So appreciate all the production staff out there, making sure we get some sweet shots. It looks like they're getting ready to get him flipped back over, but they do we have a lot of a big machine here with lots of gears that help keep all this awesome production running. So shout out to all the production crew behind the scenes doing cool stuff, giving us this awesome show.
Yeah, I think we don't have a full stack at 9 o'clock, so we can take our time here, make sure Brandon's clean. They probably want to get him off of this course just in case we have another car make a similar mistake.
And again, a lot of people are wondering why he's not climbing out of the car. It's a lot easier to be in the car when it tips back over, and then you can adjust or take off, whatever. It's
All right, so I'm hearing in my headset, we're going to have a replay of what happened coming over the top here while here we go. So we're going to jump back in. Here he is, comes over the top. Look at that. Just got a little bicycle on that one side, and that is all it took coming over that ledge to basically end his qualifying course. And it didn't look like it was an aggressive hit, but just offline for a short period of time, and unfortunately wasn't able to save it and get it back onto tires and wheels. But you can see here the Factor 55 Warn winch being put to work, the official winch and recovery gear of this race all week long. You'll see all these guys out there with their, it looked like they were trying to pull it and that wasn't working. So it looks like they may have to actually set up a winch. So I take that back. That was not a Warn winch. That was a Factor 55 recovery strap, trying to give them a tug with that 6-wheel drive UTV. But it looks like they got to call them the big dogs. Here comes a good old, look at that. Look, nice big full-size Blazer.
Yeah, some of the trail rigs out here, I'm definitely loving. I'm kind of a big fan of the guys, especially when you see it very raised in those nice panels that don't have one square inch that is not straight or clean or neat or without paint, if you will. So seeing some of the recovery crews out here with their rigs is just very, very cool. And again, I definitely would wheel with some of these guys. They look like they have definitely seasoned these vehicles for a while.
Yeah, you can have a lot of fun out here for sure. It looks like they're also going to try and get the recovery strap on him, probably just get a little bit more weight, a little bit better angle, and then just try to pull that vehicle back over onto its wheels and tires. It's not really in a bad spot. It's just kind of just off. There we go. It just needed a bigger friend to help him out.
Yeah. Yeah, you always want to be friends with that big guy on the trail. They help you get flipped back over.
All right, it looks like Brandon is back on his tires and wheels. We'll see if he can drive it out of there or if he needs to be pulled back into town. It looks like he's gonna. Yeah, I think you were right, Matt. I don't think we have much damage. I think he's going to be able to at least try and go forward a little bit and see what he can do. But it looks like he's going to be driving it back into town. Unfortunate end to his qualifying run.
That stinks.
I mean, no, he did get pulled. Well, no, technically he could probably still finish his qualifying run. It's not going to be a very good time, but he can finish it. All right, so now let's get back to the action. Now that we have that recovery taken care of by our volunteers and our recovery crew, got another car on the line ready to take off.
Is that a 2:12, our fastest time so far?
2:12 is our fastest time, yeah, right now, and that's where we're sitting. That was Chris Johnson. He was in that 9 o'clock hour. This is the 49:25 of James Harris in his Can-Am UTV. Race ops just talking to everybody at the start line, let them know when it's good time to let him go. We'll see lots of action today on this qualifying course. 2.3-mile loop. You've seen it a few times now. Hey, Matt, did you get a chance to drive it in the simulator yet?
I have not. I was watching the guys this morning while I was eating my omelet in the Warren VIP tent. I was watching them check it out. It looked like a good time. I'll have to go out and play that.
Last year, we should do it again. Last year, myself, Jim, and Miles raced each other in the sim, and I think we should do it again.
Who was the fastest?
Miles, because I think he'd spend all week in the sim. I just kept crashing the car. I think we should do it again. I think we should have another. Maybe
I
all
like
of
that.
us will post up our time and see who can come up with the best number. But all right, so we're getting word from race ops. They're getting ready to send James out on the line. We do have a clean course, which is what we wanted to strive for. We had that incident with Brandon Anderson before. All right, there we go. James Harris getting ready to leave the line.
Gonna love the drone footage here, just ripping off that starting line. Very cool to see.
Okay, James is off over that first little initial tabletop, and then a little jump, one turn, and then out in the desert. Let's see how James handles this qualifying course after being sitting on the qualifying, hearing that someone crashed.
Yeah.
So the question will be, does he check up a little bit, or are we going to see a fast pace? As Matt said earlier, our fast time is still 2:12. Matt, do you have your fast time that you think we're going to see on this qualifying course? Matt,
I don't know. The Power Hour guys always come out and send it, but you know what? The smart thing is they really do a great job, and you do want to be quick, but at the same time, you don't want to have a big mistake. So we've seen some very quick times in Power Hour before, but I think you're going to see guys that'll be a little bit more reserved, maybe just because of you do want to qualify well, but you don't want to have a DNF due to something breaking. We've seen guys out pre-running this week, and I've seen pictures of tents with piles of parts where guys have been pushing a little too hard.
I was actually just talking to Lauren Healy yesterday. He had an unfortunate incident happen while he was out pre-running, enough that yard sailed the car hard enough that he bowed out of the desert race. But let's get back to this UTV qualifying. This is the split that we've been watching. We saw far left is not the fast line, but it is the safer line. John was explaining earlier, you watch him basically make that turn. He's either the bottom of your screen or the middle of your screen. That's the fast line. It's right up that rock section, and it's noticeably faster. This is where we saw our current pole sitter, Chris Johnson, come right up through that rock section, made quick work of it, and that is where you're going to save a lot of time, and you're also going to save a lot of time coming down this hill.
Yeah, it's incredible. We've seen a lot of guys out there running 37s, and it's amazing what a UTV on 37s can do, to where we've seen some old guys in trail rigs just, kind of struggle. Now a UTV on 37s is just ripping through there. Just an absolutely incredible things what they're doing with these machines these days.
As we watch James come back into Hammertown, he gets back onto the short course, and then he's going to make a couple turns. This year, it's a little bit different. There used to be that big jump right before the finish. This year, we've got a little bit of a chicane. Oh, look at that high on that berm. As we said before, this is where we have seen people have unfortunate incidents in the qualifying course back into town. It can be deceiving, but you can see he makes that little chicane right there and then back through the arch. And we'll see what kind of number we have here. Oh, still a good time. That's still good. Yeah, I thought he was going to be much further off pace.
Yeah.
But 2:36.3, so a good time for him. He's now currently in second, but still sitting top of the box right now is Chris Johnson, driving that Can-Am UTV with that 2:12. Very fast pace. We saw him tackle that race course.
Again, this is a great time to talk about the KOH Ultimate. Again, that gets you 4K viewing. It also cuts out the ads. It gets you multiple feeds. You can kind of choose your own experience. I was watching a little bit of that in the Warren VIP earlier, and just an absolutely incredible package for you guys. Keep in mind later this week when all the racing action we have. Right now, we only have a very limited view and one guy on the course, but when you have hundreds of cars in the course and tons of video feeds, it's very cool to see that as well.
Yeah, I think the coolest thing about that Ultimate package is being able to get access to those in-car cameras that we've seen popped up over the past few years with all these guys, especially in the big classes, 4400 running the Starlinks on their cars, and now we get an actual feed from the class. But right now we have 808. This is a Pro Stock Turbo. Seth, oh, I love it. He's got a nickname. It's the Water Boy Carpenter.
All right, we got some fans out there cheering him on.
I wonder if he knows that Gatorade is better. Gatorade is better. All right, so Seth, the Water Boy Carpenter, out on this The previous car was out with a Can-Am, the width on the track. We'll see which way. The far right line here, very, very good. That seems to be the cleaner line for everyone coming up through that section. This is where we saw a little bit of action earlier.
You can see some grooves getting pretty worn in already, so I think we're going to see some times definitely pick up later this afternoon. I don't know. Are we going to break that 2-minute mark?
Absolutely. 1:55.3 will be our fast qualifier of the day. I don't know who it's going to be, but it's going to be 1:55.3.
I love that you even have the 0.3 down. You're like 1:55.3.
I'm going to tell you right now, and he takes that far left-hand side. So actually what's interesting is we can look at this and, we always have these like unofficial split times, but just so you know, this year timing when it comes to the big race is going to be really, really good because we do have access to many more time trippers in the desert, I guess we call them, or locations to trip the timing loops inside the desert. I'm very excited when we get into race day, but our unofficial trip timing, if we look at our two current leaders, we've got Chris Johnson and James Harris. Chris Johnson, he went up the rock section in that one spot where James Harris went up on that far left-hand line, which we just saw. I think there's 10, 15 seconds on that spot of the course for sure.
Really?
Yes. And I think Phil McGilton in that Joe Thompson UFO is going to one-shot that far right-hand side, and he's going to be 1:55.3 when he comes across the line.
Yeah, that's an interesting machine. I'm really curious to see how it does out there this year.
I'm in love with that machine. I think it's absolutely insane. I'm trying to get Joe up here on stage to talk about it because I just want to pick his brain as to why he did some of the crazy things that he does, and I'm super excited to find out what's going on because it's super rad. If you haven't seen that machine, you got to go look at it because it's going to blow your mind. I spent probably 3 hours underneath that car at the PRI show this year.
I was just going to say, it was at PRI the show this year.
I lived underneath that car. It's so cool. Anyway, but right now we are watching Seth Carpenter come back into town. Let's see what kind of time we have for Seth. Getting some claps from the crowd. Good to hear. Oh, wow. Good time. 2:45.
Yeah.
2:45.
Not bad. Looks like he's coming in 5th overall as a standing sit right now. I know we have quite a few cars to go, so there'll be a lot of guys wanting to knock those leaderboard down.
Just under 100. So if you don't, what do you think our fast qualifying time for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship is going to be today?
You're saying 1:55. I'm saying like
I said 1:55.3. John said 1:51.
I'm saying 1:58.
Oh. So you do think a 2-minute break is it?
I think we'll break the 2-minute mark, but not by much.
I think I'm wrong. I said 1:55. John said 1:51, and then we watched Chris Johnson out there. I apologize. Do that 2:12, and I think we overshot it. I think we're going to see a 1:40 at this point.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's going to be amazing. All right, but here we go. Buck Stetler off the line, 3:13.
That's kind of just a fun name, Buck. What are you doing? We're going to ride, me and Buck, My good buddy Buck. Going out, going to have a good time.
He's out in his Can-Am UTV. All of the cars on this section of our qualifying, all for this 9 o'clock hour, are all Pro Stock Turbo UTVs. So all these guys are racing in the same class. Earlier today, we had some Pro Stock NA UTVs and some Sportsman stock UTVs. Hayden Dumford up here. She was explaining how she was going to go out and do a little pre-running with her dad. John gave her some advice. and we'll see how that plays out on race day. All right, Buck coming down this downhill section. This is where I think we're going to see a little bit of action later today when we get at some of these really, really fast cars. The bottom of that hill, keep your eye on it. You can see the ruts are starting to get burned in really deep, and it's going to be harder and harder as these cars just basically tear up that section of desert.
And I think that's a great point. We talk a lot about that in the good sport of rock bouncing. Lots of guys want to go fast uphill, and it's kind of easy to go fast uphill because everybody wants to do it. You just lay in the gas and let it climb. Downhill, not everyone wants to go really fast downhill.
Everything goes downhill.
So
I'll take my rental car up here and go downhill with it.
So seeing how many guys want to push that boundary and really, really just push the downhill section, I think is where I think that's a good point. I think you're going to see some guys really pick up some time going downhill versus the uphill. You know, those guys that are willing to ease off the brakes a little more, push that gas, kind of force it, and can keep the car together. I think that's where you're really going to see some pick up a few seconds here, a few seconds there.
This second downhill section that we just saw Buck go down, there's no turn at the bottom of it. So you're going to see the fast qualifiers coming down that hill just insanely fast. The fact that there's no turn at the bottom and you're just coming out into the desert, you're going to see guys launching it's going to be amazing. I can't wait. When we get into Power Hour later today, or even some of our fast qualifiers that we're expecting to see here just after lunch, I think you're going to see some amazing, amazing footage from that downhill section. But Buck is now back into town on our short course, coming around that turn. As we said before, there's one little kicker here into a chicane and then across through the arch, and we'll get a time for Buck.
I think it's super smart. They put a few turns right before the start finish line.
I don't know. I always like that big jump right before the end. It made great footage for everybody at home. Buck's back into town. He's across the start finish line. We're just waiting to see what kind of time he comes up with. And right on the line right now is the 4:17 of Justin Barth. Buck, wow. Look at that. That time did not look.
Yeah, it did not.
Like that just shows sometimes those smooth runs will fool you.
Yeah.
Buck currently sitting in third with a 2:37. Very good time. Very impressive. But on the line right now is Justin Barth, I believe. Yes, it is. Justin Barth, get ready to leave the line.
Getting that green flag to drop. Coming out of his quick few jumps here. I think this is kind of a fun way to just kind of start it off. Hit a few jumps, have some fun, get the car loose, get your adrenaline pumping before you hit those big hills.
Yeah, you can see the berms getting burned in on that first turn as well as this turn. This is where a lot of people, you come out here in your UTV or even just any of your race cars, if you don't spend a little bit of time on that short course, it can bite you. It can get a little bit tricky in those turns for sure.
We've even seen that in the big cars. We've seen some guys come out in big cars in the 4400 class, come out lots of power and have a rollover right there during qualifying. So, I think you'll see some of that today. When we talk about power hour, you'll see some of those guys who have, literally have muscle memory by now.
Yeah, Justin Barth just made that quick right-hand section. Justin in that Can-Am with those really, really cool upper control arms. Limits the tire size, but does amazing things for the scrub radius on that car. You can actually see how flat it sits in the turns.
We've even seen a few guys modify those a little bit. Seen some aftermarket customization with those.
Well, there are some people who have basically gotten rid of that big upper loop in that bolt. Oh, that's surprising. So I think he must have just maybe knocked it out of gear because I don't think there'd be a reason to change it into low range there. As John was speculating earlier, he had said that he didn't think anyone would run this course in anything but high range the whole way. There was no need to. He basically called it. He's a former winner here and former racer. He knows it well. Basically the hills are steep, but there's no reason to stop the car and put it into low range. You should be able to get up there and get over the top as Justin comes down that backside.
Especially if you're taking that far left line, which can keep the wheel speed a little more versus going up the right side with the rocks. I think if you're going that far side, you keep a little more wheel speed. There should be no reason to put it low.
Far left line for sure. Absolutely. Gets us lots of action. All right, so as Justin comes back into town, I get to make these official decisions because I have a headset. We're gonna go ahead and pull up. Oh, how are you doing today, sir?
How about you?
Well, I'm doing great. Hold on, I gotta call us out. Justin Barth comes in at a 2:35. That's our second fastest time today. All right, so let's first of all give us the rundown, who you are, and name all the races you're racing this week. I know there's lots of them.
So for those of you guys that don't know me, my name's Chris Ray. I go by the Ultra 4 Escort because I've been escorting drivers around the Hammers for over 20 years. This year I'm racing with Shabs Piercy in the Can-Am X3 UTV Pro Open. And then I am with Randy Slauson in the EMC in 4848. And then I get to round out my week with Shannon Campbell in the 5AZ for the Race of Kings.
So this is that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring you up here, because I wanted to know this, because I've watched Shannon prep that car. It looks like he's got a really good car this year. It looks like he's really hungry. He's addressed all of those issues that have come back to bite him in the past. Have you been out in the car, and how does it feel?
It feels even better than last year. So
Really?
yeah, we're having a good like knock on wood, all the praying to the race gods and everything like that. But it's the Hammers. A $4 seal could ruin your race, even though everything else went well. So without the luck of the race gods, there's nothing else you can do.
So Chris, you've been out here co-dogging for so many people in this race, and you are going to be co-dogging in the UTV race. So let's talk, since we're doing UTV qualifying today, let's talk a little bit about that. Did you go out and spend any time on the qualifying course at all?
We did, and we're basically right. Our plan right now is exactly what Ben Jones is doing right now, staying high in that rut, getting up this hill over. We used to call it King Chalk's Hill. It's means Butte. He's going a little bit more right than I wanted to go, but it sets you up straight for this corner. You got to worry about the narrow rock on your driver's side straight over this crest. And then about 2/3 of the way down, you can see he's coming through that narrow rocks right there. If you don't set up this corner, it gets pretty light, especially if you don't have your sway bar set up correctly. So we're going to drive a little bit further down in.
So are you going to try to skip that berm at the bottom there?
Yeah, we're just going to kind of just drive straight out at the berm, and then once it flattens out, we'll kick it out. We right now don't see a point in trying to do the right line, just because it's when we ran this direction on this course in 23, if I remember correctly, and when it comes time.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Clock hour. Chris, we can talk a little bit more up here. So you're co-dog. Let's talk a little bit about the car that you're going to be in for the UTV race.
Correct.
So
Can-Am X3, it's owned by Shabs Piercy. He's from the UK, Team Synchro Racing. Obor tires, CT Raceworks, I believe, is the suspension.
Okay.
Unfortunately, because I'm just a wrong seat filler, and if you haven't heard that term, it's it originally got coined by Randy Slauson. But it used to be the right seat, but then you get guys from Australia, and it's like, okay, well, it can't be the right seat because they have a steering wheel on the right seat, so it's the wrong seat. So that's kind of like my hashtag is wrong seat filler.
I love that. Wrong
But
seat filler.
yeah, so I tend to just, I know the GPS and I put a Lowrance in everything. That's my preferred unit over everything else. But yeah, so it's on 35s. It's a ton of fun. The guys, it's a true everyman team. They fly over from the UK. They prep it in my backyard. They've got a toy hauler that they bought that I store in my backyard for them. They tow out with my 95 F350 because Enterprise doesn't rent to internationals anymore. And they found that out this year when they got here and they went to go rent their truck.
Okay.
And they were like, oh, we can't get our race car to the race. And I was like, well, it's a good thing I got the F350 in the back. You can just use that.
There we go.
So, but I mean, it's literally just a really small group of guys and they tear everything apart. We ended up smoking a transmission out on outer limits during pre-running. And thanks to the Hammer King and just the camaraderie of racers and everything like that, we were able to find one. Got it swapped yesterday, and now we're ready for qualifying.
Now, John was up here earlier. We had Peyton up here. She's in a Sportsman stock UTV. She's racing with her dad, and he was giving her, just some suggested winching tips.
Yeah.
You being the wrong, like you said, the wrong seat guy, you've probably winched more race cars through this race course than anybody else in many different classes. What's your sort of like top 5 sort of winching tips for anybody that's going to go out there? So not necessarily UTV, but just any race, any class.
So first and foremost, you got to have the right equipment. Obviously, I'm biased because Justin Andrews and Factor 55 and Warren have been great partners of mine for my entire career. Yeah. I think that they have the best products in the market. So if you don't have the right equipment, you can't do anything with it. So get yourself a Warren winch, get yourself all they just came out with a recovery bag for racers that has all the tips and tricks and the explicit equipment that you need for racing. Then once it's that, it's really communication. You got to know what you're doing with your driver. And I rely on Bluetooth communication. When I raced with Jesse Combs in the stock class, I had to do a lot of winching and a lot of spotting. And the thing that kept us going was the fact that I could talk just like I'm talking to you, even though I was on the other side of the KOH General Store, letting her know, hey, this is what you're going to have to do when you get up to here because there's this traffic jam. So Bluetooth comms, PCI has an amazing one that actually just is part of your helmet. If you don't want to spend the $1,500 on that unit, there's an $800 one from Rugged Radios. But beyond that, like those are the 2 most important things, having the correct equipment and then having that communication. Beyond that, it's just the really basics of winching. Make sure you never put yourself in a position where you're going to get hurt. And if you do those 3 things, you're going to be able to get through it. Other than that, you just got to practice. One thing that I notice a lot, you come out here Thanksgiving, you come out here New Year's, there's a lot of race teams that are coming out here and running trails and getting their hits in, the way that a pitcher or a batter for a baseball or, a football player would do. The problem is they don't have their helmet on, they don't have their head and neck restraint on, they don't have their gloves, they have maybe their recovery gear that they keep in their trail car, but it's not the same stuff that they use on race day. And if you don't practice the way you play, you're not going to play the way you practice.
Yeah.
And it's awesome to see that you're racing multiple classes. What is kind of your game plan? How does it shift from going from like say a UTV to racing with like a big car with like Shannon? How is your approach different from a small car to a big car?
So it's not even really the car, it's more the psychology. I'm a big proponent of giving my driver what he needs or she needs, not doing what works for me. And so for me, like especially out here, I have to do 3 different cars, 3 different drivers, 3 different complete styles of everything. And so I might as well have a minor in psychology as well as the masters in Lean and Six Sigma that I'm going for, so it's really, it's less about keeping, like knowing what each car is capable of, because I'll figure that out again within the first 5 minutes of being back in the car. But it's more about like, okay, well, when I'm with Shannon, I need to call out turns this way. If I'm with this driver, I need to call out turns that way. Guys like Shannon that ran single seats forever. Last year was the first year that we were in the car together. And if I started to talk, like I would say, hey, you got a G out in 750 feet. You could hear the throttle come up. And it's like, don't start slowing down yet. It's 750 feet away. So working with the driver to understand like, okay, hey, certain drivers, I don't need to call it until right now. Like, hey, G out, brakes now. And then other drivers, I got to count them down from 1,200 feet all the way into 200 feet. And so it's really the psychology more than just the cars. Obviously going from an FIS Can-Am X3 to a solid axle bomber to a non-portaled IFS 4400 car, each one operates a little bit differently. They're different widths, but there's all those things that you just pick back up when you have the butt dyno that you've built over the last decade.
I'm going to add one thing to when you were talking about, just basically people practicing and stuff. And one thing that I saw it play out last year, and I talked to Justin at Factor 55 about this. We were having a conversation after, is everyone plans when they're winching for everything to go right? It's like, oh, this is what's going to happen. But nobody plans for, all right, what do I do when my rope breaks?
Yep.
What do I do when the line spins on the drum? What do I do when the winch stops working?
Yep.
Because it can happen. Like, do you know how to solve those? Do you know how to use your tire as a capstan winch and get you out of that mess? Because if you don't, your day is over. But if you do, you might still be able to finish your day.
You know what the most crazy one that almost nobody knows how to fix, and is the easiest thing that you can do, is the rat's nest when you're winching in, but it's going out.
Yes.
And when it's going out, you're trying to winch out and it's coming in.
Yes.
All you have to do is leave a little bit of slack, wrap it around your bumper in a figure 8 fashion so that it tightens down on itself, and then whichever way you want it to go, you can use the winch to actually unmess up that nest.
I've done it many times. And I would say, and I learned that from Justin on a trail ride. So I would say, if you're here in Hammertown, or just in general, if you're ever at an event and you see Justin, he's pretty easy to spot. He's going to be the only guy wearing a vest with a whole bunch of patches on it. But I would say, even just getting that extra bit of education, and Warren's so good for that.
Yeah.
They're big on teaching people. And if you ever see a spot where Warren is like offering a winching course or just anything, Justin's so good at teaching people how to, rethread their rope.
Yep.
Fix your line, all that kind of stuff. It's so important.
I'm wearing my custom fire suit that I made, and I don't know if you can see it, but I actually have a spot to put a fast bid on my fire suit.
Yeah,
that, because do you know how many knots it takes to regain the same strength as a splice?
No.
14.
That's a lot of knots.
It's a lot of knots.
Yeah.
So for those of you that aren't aware, Warren is releasing a new winch. There's a release party tonight at 5 o'clock up at the 40. And they have been providing classes all week. So if you don't know how to winch, or you want to learn how to winch, walk up to the Warren booth, figure out when they're doing their classes, and get up there and go take it.
Yeah, and I was going to mention that 5 to 7 tonight they have the party, and then tomorrow night, right in front of the Warren VIP tent, right after the drivers' meeting at 6. They have a class to teach you, and Justin does an amazing job. He starts talking, he starts taking a pocket knife, he'll put a lot of tension on it, and he'll conversate, cut a little bit, talk a little bit, cut a little bit more, and literally cuts it in half, and then explains, all right, now we cut it in half, now let me show you how to put it back together.
Yep.
And again, that is super important, because we've seen so many guys cut lines out here.
Well, I think it's super important now, because I had a conversation earlier about this with a couple people, and I think, and I'd like to get your opinion on this, Chris, I think this, when we're talking about 4,400 race, we're talking about the mystery lap 3. I think that lap, in my opinion, and I want to know your opinion on it, brings us back to like the anyone can win this race kind of thing. I saw people bow out last year early just for minor breaks. They're like, oh, I'm calling it because there's no way I'm going to lead. And I personally think that if they'd stayed in it, they would have got top 10 finish. Because I think that lap 3 has basically brought back the old school race mentality. I'd like to know your opinion on that.
So last year, my goal with Shannon was so we started 19th. My goal was to not lose a position in the first lap. My goal was to get us into the top 10 to start lap 2, because I knew that somewhere between 3 to 5 people on lap 3 were going to break mechanically or mentally, drive the wrong course and end up having to get airlifted out the next day.
Yep.
Or something. And I knew that if I made it into the top 10 in lap 3, that I had a chance of winning. I think that the best thing about lap 3 is that you have to have, it puts importance on whether you can read the terrain and drive, right? Because you can get into a rock trail that you've driven 8 times, and the rocks have moved over in Jackhammer, but the line's basically the line up the plaque line, right? When you get into V8 Bloody Mary, or you get into some of these other trails, like if you have to go drop down full of hate and you have to put yourself through the squeeze and you're 92 inches wide and you literally can't do it because the backside of the car is 48 inches tall. It's going to put an importance on not only being able to drive, but being able to read the terrain. And I think that's what I love the best about it.
I think it also brings back the co-driver a little bit more heavy too, because like last year, I talked to Lauren a little bit about it because he was out of the race when we started lap 3 already, and we watched the leaders go into that trail, and he said his plan right out of the gate was to get the co-driver out of the car and just start walk the trail. Because he said, I can't run a trail at race pace that I've never been on.
Yeah.
So his plan was to slow everything down, dial it all back, send that co-driver up the trail to walk it, to just get eyes on it that are outside of the car.
Yeah.
And I think that also helps out for sure, especially when, like, to me, that's what I love about this whole lap 3 deal, is because it just brings it back to, like, you never know what's going to happen, which I think is awesome.
Yeah. And I think the race has done that the last 5+ years anyways. I mean, you think about how many, you go back to the OG days when, 2010, 2011, I think Easy Rick had 8 flats and still got second place, right? Nowadays it's, minutes, seconds that can be the difference between a race. And we've watched 7 lead changes the year that Bailey Campbell lost the water pump or the part up on Emerson Ridge. And you watch the battle that Gomez and Shear had when he was down a cylinder, just all of those, now that mystery lap 3 of can you drive at race pace through those, or do you keep the car alive? And I think that the thing that I like the most about this year is the 55 miles of desert after the last rock, because normally we only have like 15 miles and it becomes a sprint, right? But how many people are going to try to push through lap 2 hard in the EMC or the UTV race, and they're pushing race pace through the rocks? And now instead of 15 or 20 miles before they get to the finish line, they're going to have 55.
The big desert.
And you hit one of those, you got a failing control arm that you're not aware of, and you didn't stop at pit 2 on your way out of the rocks before those 55 miles. And now that A-arm comes apart at the hourglass all the way up at the top of the Marine Corps base, and you're sitting out there watching everybody pass you even though you're in the lead.
Yeah. And we've seen that play out multiple times. So before you step out of here, Chris, because I see John over there, he's going to come on back in and do some more work.
Yeah.
Let's just give you a chance, run down everyone that you got to take care of and thank, because I know that when you're someone like you got people that pay the bills and you got to help pay them. So who do we need to talk to about that?
I mean, first and foremost, she's not here, but she's my rock, my wife. I wouldn't be able to do this without her. She's watching the kids, and I tear up a little bit thinking about it because I miss them so much. Other than that, just all the drivers, everybody that trusts me to let them help their programs. This year it's Shabs and Randy and Shannon, but Justin Hall back at home wishing he was here racing. Trent Roberts, who I'm still sharing a pit with, even though I've run with him for 3 years previously. The marketing partners that I work with are obviously Warren and Factor 55, first and foremost. Steven from Rugged Routes has a little magic box that I use for pre-running that allows me to drop waypoints while I'm driving at speed rather than having to stop and type stuff out. He's been a huge help. PCI and Rugged both of them help me out in different ways. And then obviously Hammer King and all the staff for you guys just giving us a place to race and have fun.
Awesome, Chris. Well, thank you so much for coming up here. It was great to hear from you. Make sure you come back. I want you to come back. I know you're busy, but so come back up when you're not busy, which will probably be hard. But I'd like to hear you as the race week progresses, just because I like to have people who've been out there with multiple people just to see what's going on. I wish you luck. You're riding with 2 of my favorite people out here. It's gonna be hard for me to pick who I want to win where. I'm so pumped for Shannon. I think in the 20, we always pick our winner every year, and I haven't done this yet because we've and I always say I love to see a new king. For the 20th, I'd like to see a throwback.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a Lauren or a Shannon or Randy, someone who hasn't who's owed it for a while, So, but it would be so cool to see Shannon beat all those gremlins and get back out here.
Yeah,
which would be super cool.
I'm kind of biased. Obviously, I'd love to see Shannon win 44 and Randy win 48.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great.
But,
all right, Chris, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you, guys.
Great to have Chris up here. As we said before, if you're in Hammertown, stop by the Warren booth. Make sure you let those guys know that they're, they're obviously out here supporting Chris. They're out here supporting the race. They're out here supporting all the recovery crew out there. I got Warren winches on almost 90% of my rigs. I love them. And as I said before, Justin from Factor 55, great guy. And if you need to learn something about winching, go and talk to him.
Yeah, we've run their stuff on the bouncer for a long time, and they take great care of us. With
Bouncers don't need no winches.
We do a lot of tray wheeling. So we've ran their stuff for a long time, and Warren takes great care of us. We're very thankful for those guys and have all their products on there, and we run them on the UTVs, not just the bouncer, but UTV, all the buggy stuff like that. So. Again, the Warren VIP tent is also available this weekend. If you're on campus, check it out. They take great care of us staff, as well as lots of other people. Have awesome food in there, as well as great viewing. Whether you're watching qualifying or racing, you can go to the Warren VIP tent and look out there. Chris was just talking about, they have their event here tonight from 5 to 7. They'll have it at the 40, and they're unveiling a new winch, so that's super cool to see. And then on Tuesday at 6 o'clock, right after the drivers' meeting, across from there, you'll see they're having a little party, and they'll be talking about a lot of those things. Ian was talking about some of the training and ways you can learn, so make sure you check them out as well.
That's right. I'm going to take a quick break from the action. I'm going to hand my headset off to John. John's going to step back in, and John and Matt are going to run the show for a little while. Matt, I'll see you in a little bit.
See you, buddy. Welcome back.
All right. Hey. So since Ian was wearing this headset, do I get some sort of hair growth initiative going on?
Your hat's going to start to raise a little bit.
That would be great.
Yeah. I told him, we were talking one day. I said, well, I have a much smaller mohawk, and we were talking about different product. And he said, I use Spiker. I said, that's so funny. Me too. So it was not often you get to talk hair products with another guy. So it was very good, but. He's all right. He's okay.
So catch me up. What did I miss? How fast are we at right now?
2:12. I think nobody's knocked off the 2:12 time. I speculated. I said we're going to be like 1:58. Ian was 1:55.3 is what he said his was.
And mine's written down over there. 1:51.2
or 1:55.3. Okay, that's Ian's.
Ian is 1:55. Yes. I'm 1:51. So I'm low. I like that. You didn't sneak under me like I did to Ian.
No, I said 1:58 because I think we're going to be right now. We're at 2:12, so that gives us 14 seconds faster. And I talked a little bit about how we're going to pick up some time. I said the downhill section, I think we're going to see the biggest gap.
Huge.
And again, we see that with rock bouncing a lot. Everybody wants to go fast uphill. Everybody wants to conquer that hill. Everyone wants to climb to the top. Not everyone wants to go fast downhill. Again, there's a kind of teeter-totter effect. There's a very fine line between, kind of an articulated crash coming downhill and a fast driver. So I think being able to be on that borderline of push it hard, push it fast, go downhill as quick as you can, but yet also kind of remain in control. So again, that kind of fine line. We've already seen
control is a fine line there.
It is. Again, we've already seen one DNF so far this morning in qualifying, so I think we'll probably see some more coming along later. Power Hour, I don't think a lot of those guys aren't going to make silly mistakes. They're going to be probably a little bit more cautious, but try to push fast. I think in that downhill section, we'll see some guys pick up some time. But yeah, 1:55.2. That's pretty quick.
1:51.
Oh, sorry, 1:51.2. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's going to be amazing to watch some of these really fast guys. Coming up in the next hour, we've got Brian Deegan, though, right?
Okay.
So,
yeah,
he's no slouch when it comes to fast.
He does all right. I've seen him on two wheels. He does okay.
Yeah,
he does okay. For those of you who follow the moto world, he does all right. He does okay. But yeah, no, we had some pretty quick times this morning again. That'll be Brian. I see Brian Dean against 38 coming up in the 49er Pro Stock Turbo.
I was just out there before I came in the booth and just kind of checking out some of the cars lined up, and I did not see Brian yet. So
okay.
I'm sure he'll be qualifying. I can't imagine he's going to take on this race without a good start position.
Yeah, and we see Aiden Gilbert out there.
And I think his co-dog for this race is Terry Madden.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that. I know him and Terry, I think, ran together last year maybe.
They have. Terry ran with Kyle Chaney in the 4,400 race last year.
Yes, which was insane to watch that as well. Again, me and Ian were back, I think last year watching them, or maybe 2 years ago, we were watching some of the I think it was last year we were watching, and we talked a little bit about leader changes this morning with Chris and how we see those leader changes swapping. There's been times where there's been a guy out front and just pulling away with it, and we think, well, there's the guy who's going to win it, and then 10 minutes later that $2 seal, fails, and now you're all the media guys back there writing their news articles are like delete, changing that name for the leader spot. So it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds as well later this week. I'll say, are we kicking right off at 10? So it looks like we got a few more minutes. Again, there's a great shot of that start-finish line. Then you can see the Hammer Town in the background. Very, very cool.
Well, look at that. It's officially on the screen there. It says 61 degrees.
Wow. I was telling Ian, it was, and when I flew out of Chicago, it was -1, and there was like blizzards a couple days ago. We landed, I think it was 78 degrees and sunny in California. So I'm not complaining at all. That's 61. I'll take that all day.
But that really nice weather here means dust, and that's going to make qualifying position even more important.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a little breeze here never hurts anybody's feelings. Kind of carries the dust away.
A little breeze.
Yeah. We were watching the T1s and B1s out there getting it. They were definitely stirring up some dust on Sunday with that unlimited class. But, yeah, we got that power hour I'm excited to see. That coming up at 3 o'clock today. Again, why we've got to come here. We'll also talk about that ultimate KOH ultimate package you guys can go on there and get. Again, it also gets you, the biggest thing is later this week, when you have all those different live feeds, you can actually select what live feed you want to watch on your own, which is, again, one of the coolest features, I think.
And no breaks from commercials.
Yeah, right? No breaks for commercials. They're also going to watch it in 4K. You get early access to content, loyalty badges in the live chat. So, again, some of those, they have some cool features, but I think, being able to select the live feed and kind of pick your channels, because we have, like 100 different live feeds coming in. And again, now with so many guys running the Starlink and in-car, it's just absolutely incredible to watch some of those live feeds. So I think being able to select the live feed is one of the coolest things, I think, because now I can kind of customize what I want to watch. And again, if you have a certain driver you want to follow or a certain area, you want to go back to the back car and watch the guys battle in front of you when guys are caught up. So that's kind of cool. All right.
All right, so we're going to replay the fastest time so far. Let's see what that looks like.
All right, this is Chris Johnson this morning. Again, he ran a 2:12. He ran it pretty early and set on top of that leaderboard. But again, I don't know how long that 2:12 is going to hold coming in this afternoon. And again, I love the drone. Shout out to all our drone pilots out here. Some of this drone work is just incredible and gives such an awesome view to the viewer.
Well, the perspective climbing up this hill coming up here from the drone is awesome.
Yeah. They also make a lot of the stuff look much easier than it is in real life.
Well, some of the speeds the guys are going to be running over some of this terrain is going to be insane.
Wow. Look at that. It just smoked that hill.
I see Terry Madden out there. Terry, is Brian lined up? All right, good. Is he going to set the fastest time? Come on.
Again, Chris picked that far right line, little rocks. I don't know how much advantage that's going to be coming in this afternoon. I'm not sure how many guys we're going to see in the power hour take that far right line.
I think they're all going to take it.
You think they are?
Yeah.
Again, a little more rocks,
It's straight, though. And those guys will shoot it so fast, they're going to shave off time right there.
Yeah.
The other one, you have to take the turns. There's some ruts in there. It's several seconds penalty to take the left line.
You think there's a couple second difference?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And the really fast guys are going to make up time on the short course, too.
Yeah, it looks like Chris here was just flying this morning.
Just wait.
We saw a couple times in the afternoon, or right as we were ending in the first session, that they looked really smooth and not necessarily as quick as I thought they'd be. So I think I think sometimes that smooth is fast theory works out pretty well.
Yeah, but we're going to see a little bit of out of control look that is going to be really fast.
I'm excited. I am excited for that part. I tell people, you know, I get to do lots of cool, you know, because I race a rock bouncer and I do lots of cool stuff. But at heart, I'm just a snot-nosed goober like everybody else. So watching those guys in Power Hour just, you know, kind of absolutely be out of control flying through there is exciting.
Okay, we got 618 Aiden Gilbert lined up. It looks like he's in a Polaris Pro S or Pro R. Can't tell from here. Oh, it's a turbo, so it's a Pro S.
Kicking off our 10 o'clock hour right now. That Gilbert family, they're pretty synonymous with Ultra 4.
Yeah, so it's pretty amazing to see over a 20-second difference between first and second place so far. We're going to be filling that out pretty quick, I think.
I think so. Again, shout out to Casey Gilbert. I know he does a lot for the off-road community behind the scenes as well with Ultra 4. Looks like we're about to take off the line. And I like having kind of a little bit of a built-in block, you know, with that way I have time for a little bit of time for recoveries and get our commercials ran through before we kick off the next section. Again, right behind there, you can see those tall Raceline flags. Raceline is the official wheel of the Ultra 4 King of Hammers, as well as right behind that was the Warren VIP tent. They have great food. Go in there and get your Warren VIP tent food. A very, very great place to watch the race. Some comfy couches as well. It looks like Aiden's about to get things kicked off for our 10 o'clock hour.
So you mentioned Casey Gilbert. Is Aiden related?
I believe that's his son.
Okay.
I believe that's his son. I know they did some racing at Badlands last year together.
Love to see the whole family thing coming on. And
it is cool. A family that races together stays together, right?
Yeah. Well, and we've got the youth race on Thursday as well.
Yeah,
I think, and not the 170 stuff, the youth thing. So they're going to be one of the. It's not just a desert race this year. They're going to be going down Aftershock.
Okay.
Which downhill is a lot easier. If you're a desert racer, you're not used to them putting rocks in the middle of things.
Yeah.
So that's going to be cool.
Yeah, it's neat to get a little taste of it before you're out there, you know, racing guys like Terry Madden, you know, trying to hurl through stuff. So it's a great way to kind of get your feet wet and have some fun.
All right. Sounds like we just kicked it off. Again, that's Aiden Gilbert, 618. He's running the Pro Stock Turbo class. Aiden's making his way up that pretty steep hill there. That's a great shot. It's really showing you how steep that hill is.
One.
All right, so we'll see here in a second whether he chooses the right or left line that we've been talking about. I think it's going to go straight up. Nope. taking the bypass. That's a safe line. I think you're adding several seconds.
Yeah, we had talked a little bit about that with Ian up here. How much time difference do you think that is between, trying to shoot that middle section and if you have to go around?
It almost looked like he was in two-wheel drive coming up that.
I would hate to see that happen. Somebody, forget to shift. We did see a few guys pause. It looks like they're almost shifted from high to low, but I think you can stay in high, especially if you're taking that far left lane. I think you could put high and never miss a beat.
Most guys doing this are going to stay in high the whole time.
I don't see any guys shifting it.
Rock racing, not rock crawling.
Yeah, for real, especially during qualifying.
Yeah, but it just looked like more dirt was flying up from the rear tires than the front on that climb. Yeah. So I think something was going on there.
He is flying through that short course section.
All right, so we got a 2:30 time for that. So
not bad.
Filling in the middle, so currently second place for Aiden Gilbert.
All right, as Rob Reno pulls up there in the 4290 car, we have Cody Willenberg in the booth with us. Cody,
good morning. Good morning, guys.
How you doing?
Good, man. Good. Looking forward to a great week at Hammers here.
Okay, so we're qualifying. It looks like in the 1 o'clock block.
Yep. We're the 1 o'clock hour this year.
As a competitor who is definitely battling for that first place championship this season, what's your plan going into KOH this year?
I know last year we rolled in qualifying, started out 88th, finished 9th overall and 4th in class, and I thought qualifying was way more important than I guess it truly is. So got a little bit different take in qualifying this year. If we can stay in the top 15, top 20, I'm going to be totally content. And we're gonna race the desert and drive the rocks. So. Okay. There's no sense to race the rocks. It's a long course. There's a lot of desert after the rocks this year, which is unique, and I think that's super cool that Dave threw that at us. So I think you're going to see a lot of people with hurt cars not get through that last 60 miles after the rocks.
And I know Randy, got to talk to Randy a little bit last night. His co-drive, he's very nimble, gets out, does some winching. You guys do have a little bit of a plan to do some winching. What's your plan there?
Yeah, so hopefully he's only out of the car 2 times. That's obviously the goal, but, as lines get jammed up, that could change. So, Randy is an awesome co-driver. So kind of a funny story on Randy. I met him at King of the Hammers and we live like, no joke, probably 7 miles away from each other. Okay. So this guy showed up out here like 5 years ago, heard we were coming out and we're kind of from the same town and camped next to us, parked next to us. And next thing you know, a year later, he's co-driving and there ain't no one getting that seat if I have anything to do with it since. So,
so you mentioned, you think 2 winch spots. What are those going to be?
For sure and Jack.
Yeah.
And then I think it's Aftershock is the other one. I don't know trail names that well. I'm the driver, not the co-driver. So
Aftershock, you're going downhill. So I hope you don't have to winch there.
Outer Limits. He's out there yelling at me. Outer Limits. So
you can fall downhill.
Yeah. So Outer Limits and Jack for sure. Check Me Out's going to be unique. I actually rolled pre-running there. So I watched a few guys crawl that line though, so now I know that there's a line through there. So we're definitely gonna. Hopefully, we can drive Check Me Out. So that could be a third one, but we can keep him in the car all but 2 times. We'll have a great race.
I'll say right here on screen we got Rob. He's going around that far left lane versus going straight up the rocks. We were talking all morning about how much time you're going to save by doing that. What's your plan qualifying this morning?
We're going to go up the rocks face for sure. I think that's a few seconds to go out and around. This downhill, I think, is what's going to make or break people. I really do. I think this is where the biggest time saver is going to come into place. I'm going to go just like he did in the right of the rock, try to drive the car down the hill as fast as we can. He did a great job. He just jumped it down. That's the first guy I think we've seen jump down. I think you're going to see the fastest lap right here.
Okay. Again, we had talked about a little bit, and you said it was a couple seconds, so I think that's what we're going to see.
Yep.
Race day, any tricks up your sleeve?
So qualifying is the most nerve-wracking part for me. If we get through qualifying today smooth, the race day is a walk in the park for me. So we are natural rock guys. We enjoy rock wheeling, and we try to pick the hardest lines every time we're out rec riding, and out here you try to pick the easiest lines to get through the day. But you know, the rock races, I enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun. Me and Randy try to make it as fun as we can and cut up in there and have a good time. And you know, as long as we can get through the desert clean and drive the rocks, I think we'll have a good finish.
Yeah, again, like I said, is that again, like you talked about a little about winching? Is there anything you set up the car differently this year from last year? Many changes you made?
No, very same platform as last year. I run a Polaris Pro R, which is a phenomenal platform to start with. So in years past, I've always ran factory control arms. This year, I'm running all CA stuff. So much tougher front end ball joint delete. So hitting the rocks a little harder is something we can definitely do. We knew going into like this year, that's what we need to do, drive those cars into the rocks a little harder than we have in the past.
Awesome. And before you get out of here, is there anybody you want to give a shout out to?
You know, obviously a Polaris for building an awesome machine for us. CA, All Balls Racing, AMS Tires, they've been with me from the very get-go. Ultimate Battery Chargers, Bellray Oils, Freedom Race Lifts, super cool lift they got. We got in our pits. We're going to bring it out in remote pit too. So
awesome.
But, you know, Jet is getting ready to come up here. He's a youth racer. He won the championship last year. He's actually driving my car. So I was up here to kind of check him out and watch him. So it's be super cool sitting in the studio with you guys while that's going on.
Heck yeah.
All right,
again, we appreciate all the guys coming out and hanging out in the booth with us for a little while.
Yeah, we got a new second place finisher there, Rob Renio, 222.
I knew that was a clean line.
Yeah, it looked fast. Okay, we got Eric Gilbert getting lined up, 11:34. The Can-Am Maverick R.
I think Terry's behind this program, so I know this guy can drive.
No, not this one. Not that he can't drive, but I don't have anything to do with his program.
All right, Terry, welcome to the stage. How you doing?
Good. How you guys been this year?
Awesome. You been out pre-running with Brian at all?
We came out around Thanksgiving and Christmas and ran a few weeks, but we haven't. I try not to come out in the mess because I'm spoiled and I live close. So we just come run everything up and everything down and look at it early before you have to fight the people.
Yeah. Well, and that's a tough part. I talked to Phil Blurton yesterday. He was trying to pre-run on Jack, and there were so many enthusiasts out there that he had to give up and just go. He ran up Chocolate Thunder and did some other stuff.
Yeah, and I'm a believer that it's more about the seat time than the trail, because if you pre-run it today, it's not the same on race day.
There are certain trails that are like that for sure.
Yeah, so I focus more on the transitions and more on the car, and you just got to figure out the rocks as you go.
Well, I mean, you know Johnson Valley pretty well. What do you think of the course this year?
I downloaded it last night, and I haven't even opened it.
All right.
We did the same thing last year. Like I said, I mean, all these trails are all pretty well the same. It's the same rocks every year. And they change every day. So it's just more about figuring it out as you go.
Well, I think you're going to be out of the car, and Jack. So
we drove it pretty good, Brian.
Get that winching setup dialed.
Brian drove it really good last week. We didn't have to get out, but I know with everybody up there trail wheeling, it'll be all dug out.
Yeah, there's a few lines in there that are changing all the time, like we talked about. That left line along the waterfall stays fairly consistent, but a bunch of other stuff is changeable all the time.
The one that should be the easy one, the traffic on Wrecking Ball, it's changing drastically.
Really? I haven't been up there yet.
I went over there yesterday, and the amount of people that are playing on it, it's moving around a lot.
I think the side hill between like her problems and idle issues, where you kind of go up and down, back and forth, and to the sand bottom, that's going to get interesting too. A bunch of loose rocks in there. So I don't know if Terry remembers this or not, but we came out with factory players through some pre-running, and Terry put me in the back of his four-seater like probably 6 years ago and just took me ball-hawing through the desert. So that was the first time I ever really know how fast you could go out here. And
ooh, all right, Eric Gilbert just pulled off a 2:13, so
wow,
a new
awesome.
second-place finisher, filling in that top spots. Nice. Well, let's get your input, Terry. What do you think the fastest time's going to be today?
Oh, it'll be less than 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we got that.
by far.
Pick a time.
1:48.
1:48. All right,
wow.
that's low. All right.
There's some time out there to be shaved.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Wow. Yeah, 1:48.
Somebody
that's
has a
pretty
perfect run and pushes like it's possible.
Yeah. And the top guys in Power Hour, they A lot of those guys are in a bigger tires where you can smash through the rocks, and the amount of
And that may
wheel
not be for
travel and
UTV.
everything.
I'm saying for overall for qualifying for the week.
And again, like I said, you have a really dialed-in suspension, a little more ground clearance. I think again, hit it just right. Kind of skim those rocks like we were talking about.
Our 4400 car, the new setup that Kyle's got, there's a lot of that stuff you just don't feel.
Yeah. It's insane. Again, watching last year, just again how hard you could push that car was pretty impressive.
Looks like this is Jet out there right now. This is actually my old race car. So Jet's 13 years old, racing with the adults this year.
There
so
you go.
13.
13.
Yeah, 13 years old. We got like a special pass for him to get up there. He won the championship last year in the Ultra Force. So with a few recommendation letters, we got him up there racing with these guys. So
I love that that's possible now. And
Yeah.
I love that the kids are getting involved. Fun fact, Levi Shirley's first King of the Hammers. We actually had to make him a fake ID. He had to go by that birthday for a few years.
Yeah. He's like, you've been 16 for 4 years now. He's like, yeah, it's crazy.
What's super neat about Jet is, man, the kid's got an eye for a line in the rocks. He does a phenomenal job. So his dad's co-driving with him. So, that's a unique dynamic, and they got a great relationship. So I'm kind of coaching his dad how to get out of the car quick and how to winch and things along those lines. But Jet can drive. As long as he don't break the car, I think he'll stay and have a good finish this year.
Now he's running a Pro S?
That's actually a Pro XP that's just long travel. That car's actually, I think it's like its 6th year here in Hampton.
Wow. That's a long lifetime for
It
a
is.
race car.
I told them last night at dinner, I said, I think that's like the longest running KOH car to date. So
That's still moving on its own power.
yeah.
Getting sharp looking wrap on there too.
Yeah, he carried some pretty good speed up that hill.
I think his plan is to go around the rock face. I kind of coached him. I think he can go right up it, but we'll see what he does when he gets there.
13 years old. That's awesome.
Yeah, watch this guy. He puts on a youth event. It's called the Jetapalooza. It's all for youth race or like youth kids. And kind of where I first met him, we took my niece and nephew there and let them do little racing in their 170s and stuff. And I was like, man, this kid's got some talent. Offered my car to him to drive a few years ago at King of the Hammers. They ended up buying it, and here we are 3 years later, still out here racing hammers.
Heck yeah. It looks like he's gonna have a pretty quick time. Again, for being 13 years old out here running with the big dogs, that's definitely a bucket list thing for sure.
Most people lower their seats. The seat's got like an 8-inch raise on it, so you can see it over
Holy
the
cow.
dash.
Got like
Ooh,
an
he got a little
8-inch extension
sideways there.
That's hilarious. You're putting like spacer blocks in there to he's back up there.
It's way up, that's for sure. Oh, he's got a live stream going.
I love the in cab. That's so cool. And running a co-driver too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, his dad's in the passenger seat. I think that was one thing they did require. They wanted his, someone with him the whole time,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is
I could see
understandable.
that.
Yeah.
Being
That's
that
probably
young.
a good idea.
Yeah. Plus, that's a nice little confidence booster. Your dad there helping coach you around stuff. And
Me and him
Yeah.
raced the 12-hour together in Pennsylvania, and dude, I was the first time I've ever been in the passenger seat. And like I said, he did a great job. We finished, and he did well.
again, being able to coach him, hey, push a little faster here, or maybe back it off a little bit over here. See what that time's going to be. Wow, 8th.
2:39.
Nice.
Not bad.
Well, top 10, that's great.
Yeah. Heck yeah. From a 13-year-old, that's impressive.
Okay, I'm going to let you pronounce
I was
this
just going to
last name.
say, you want to take the
I got nothing on that
Frankie
one.
J. Junking Chish?
J.
Yep.
June-ish, I think they're saying.
Okay.
Junich?
I concur.
All right.
We'll just go with Frankie. He's in the 2117 car.
It's one of the things I love right now is all the new names and new people and
Yeah.
watching it grow. I mean, it used to be we stood around this fire and it was the same 30 people and that was it. Every night, everybody knew everybody.
Yeah.
And it's crazy how it's growing and how it's grown.
It also blows my mind every year when I'm at a camp and I walk into a camp and going to do some interviews or talk to some people and no one's speaking English. So I'm like, this is kind of cool to see all the different countries here coming and competing here. And they're like, hey, this King of Hammers thing, we want to talk about it, we want to experience it. And they're so amped to be here, just to be here, being part of it.
Well, not only that, we've went other places too. I think I've raced in something like 9 countries with Dave now.
Wow.
We went all over Europe and I've got great friends over there because of it. And it's pretty cool.
That's incredible.
And there's some of them here. I
Yeah.
took some of the guys from New Zealand that we met there racing to Baja with me on my pit crew a few years ago.
Heck yeah.
All right, Frankie's looking like he's on it. He's running a Can-Am X3.
And you can see those ruts definitely getting grooved in right there.
Yeah, Power Hour, it's supposed to be a benefit, but it's always the worst time of the day.
Yeah.
The ruts are the worst.
Yeah, but they still
The morning-
find a way to get to the top of the
It's
qualifying.
almost an equalizer.
Yeah.
Because if
Especially
they swapped it and it was in the morning, it would be a whole different thing.
Yeah, especially if you're the last guy to go at Power Hour.
Yes, which we are for 4,400.
Really? Yeah.
But as it should, he's the king. Today, Brock Hager is qualifying last. He's the king from the UTV Hammers Championship last year. So, pretty smooth run so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, look at that launching off there. Bigger tires and a little bit more suspension, and the guys are going to be hitting that even harder.
Keep kind of hitting the gas, bringing that front end up, trying to let it soak up there.
I'm
Definitely.
surprised more of them aren't cutting across right there.
Yeah, well,
we'll clear out
we'll
and
see.
around. There's a
His
pretty
suspensions looked a little soft for
pretty good
hitting
line
that.
through there.
Yeah.
I don't think by the end of the day, definitely not the end of the 4,400 qualifying, that'll be the same line, even there back to the short course.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going
Guys,
to be
get a
pretty.
little more creative. Yeah.
There's some time there to straight line out to be gained.
I think, yeah.
I think this year it's a short qualifying course too, so those seconds here, seconds there really matter.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
208.
Wow.
Nice.
That is your new leader, Frankie,
Wow.
picking up the pole position.
Shaved off 4 seconds.
Wow. His crew down here is definitely pumped for him. About a dozen of his guys down here definitely cheering him on.
All right, 900. Jake Smith lining up. That's a Can-Am Maverick R. Yeah, if we're shaving off at 4 seconds,
Yeah. Yeah,
it's not going to be long until we get under 2.
Yeah, and again, like Terry, a 148. You might be pretty close again if we're shaving off.
He backed that up a little bit and said that's for the whole week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
I don't
we're
know if
looking
we'll-
at just
I don't know if
UTV.
we'll see that in UTV.
Yeah,
But I think you'll be well below 2.
yeah. I know some of the 4,400 cars, the bigger tire can kind of soak up some of those rocks.
The ruts and dragging the belly is what's going to get the UTVs.
Yeah, I said being able to soak up some of that with a bigger shock, bigger tire, and a little more power, you can kind of steamroll some of those rock sections. But
So what you're telling me that Good B's not going to be out there dragging the course and making it all smooth for everybody?
Yeah.
go out there and rake it before Power Hour. Looks like they're getting Frankie driving by down there again. He's definitely his cruise pump for him. Jake taking off the line there. Looks like he's got a green flag. Again, shout out to our drone operators out there on the course, giving us awesome footage.
There's a lot of time to be made on them first 2 jumps too that you just can't hit them in these cars like they're going to be able to in the big cars.
Yeah.
They're kicking pretty decent.
Well, I guarantee you, Blurton and Cheney are going to hit those on our.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
And he was battling for points. I think he finished second, I think, for the season in the UTV. He was trying to pick up a championship. He couldn't quite get done. They had a couple errors. They hated to fight, but
Okay, and we got Trevor Schaefer out on course now. He didn't make it too far. He's got some kind of issue. Get that sorted out, and then we might have Brian Deegan next.
We went and ran about 17 times this morning. We kind of studied his lines really good.
17 times.
I don't know how many. We just went round and round.
So are you going to be? You're not going to be in the car with him?
I'm going to race the race with him.
Yes, but not.
But not for qualifying, obviously.
Were you in the car with him?
Yeah. I went and ran all morning with him. We looked at it. Sometimes I'll run a co-driver for qualifying if there's something technical or you need that little coaching over a rise, or if there's something really off camber where you want that weight.
Yeah.
But I felt like everything was angled right for this one. We're going across the hill the right way where you don't need that weight, and I think he'll be just fine without me, and he may be a little smoother on the short course without my weight.
Yeah.
Did you guys make any adjustments after you went out and ran and made a couple loops?
A little bit, but not
Nothing
much.
major. Yeah.
Not much.
Is he running with a spare? I guess I can almost see. No spare?
No spare.
All right.
I know a lot of guys will kind of slim down the car for qualifying.
Yeah, we made the decision to be slightly conservative. The car was wanting to bounce good on that center line if you hit it hard, or on the main rock line. We kind of created our own line, not taking the bypass, but not taking the full edge.
Yeah.
I feel if you take one bad bounce, you're starting last, and this is going to be a traffic game.
Yeah.
So I'm not concerned as long as we're top third.
Yeah.
So I'd rather start top third and have a chance of winning than start last and you're just stuck in traffic all day.
I mean, if you're let's say top 20, if you're in the top 20 of this field,
so much changes.
I think that the top 20 guys aren't going to make silly
You
mistakes.
can be in the top 5 on the last 2 miles and still win. This race is that last 5 miles every year coming in, I swear I don't breathe.
Yeah.
Like you get through the whole day and you start coming in and it's just like, that's when it hits me finally. Not the start, not qualifying. It's that last few miles coming to the finish.
I kind of wish he would have, Dave would have left like resolution in to finish it off.
2 years ago when we came down resolution 4400 without that shock.
Yeah, that
Talk
was
about
tough.
just trying to
hold
not
together,
breathe and get it to the finish.
All right, so it looks like, so Brian's running a 35-inch. Is that a Rockzilla Maxxis?
He's on Maxxis, yes.
Okay. And what suspension are you running?
Brian's running Bilstein. He's worked with them for a long time.
Okay. Bilstein?
Stein, I don't know.
You got to say it right. Come on. Now, is that a 3-inch shock up front too? You don't know?
You know, I honestly don't know a lot about the car. Kyle put it together for him. We pre-ran. I know his pre-runner well, but I didn't see the race car till this morning.
Well, I guess it's in millimeters anyway, so it's not going to be a 3-inch. Whatever their equivalent is.
Yeah.
Right. I made sure my seat was comfortable.
There you go. That's important.
Didn't even honestly look at much of the rest of the car.
Well, you've been in the right seat of a couple uncomfortable rigs in the past. So for the 4400 race, right?
I'm over that.
Yeah.
Get too old for
Not
that.
much leg room. That's horrible.
This one doesn't have a ton. But
he said, I made sure my seat was comfortable. He's like, I got the cup holder ready. You know, we're good to go.
If you got to sit in that right seat for a lot of hours, it's rough.
Here we go. It's legitimately a safety issue. I like to make sure the harnesses are right and everything's good.
Full tilt.
There you go.
All right. Let's see if Brian can beat a 208.
We decided to try staying in the flats instead of up on the berms. He thought he could drive the short course style better.
He's seen a berm or two.
Yeah, he's...
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Whenever someone asks, how was your weekend? Or, what have you been up to? Or just, what's new? Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Good looking car.
So you can hear him just pouring through there. Ooh.
211.
Wow.
Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, I would.
Like I said, that top 20, I'm perfectly happy with. It's better than taking the risk and then you start last.
And again, if you're in the top 20 out of like 150 racers,
you're good.
The 19 guys in front of you are going to still be very fast.
Well, top 20 still row 10.
Yeah.
You're not. It's not really.
Yeah, you're not battling a crazy. And you know the guys in front of you aren't going to make a bonehead mistake and mess your day up.
That's
either.
the key to it. It's not so much about qualifying. It's about who you're qualified around.
Yes.
I'm very impressed with the qualifying course this year. We've had some years where it's more short course, and then you have guys come out that are very accomplished short course racers but
Yeah.
aren't rock racers. They qualify good, and then they go out and they're a trail plug.
Yep.
So the qualifying needs to be harder so it weeds it out to what the actual race will be. And I think it keeps the flow of the race a lot better.
Yeah. I think that's a very good point. That's what I kind of, that top 19, those guys, especially a qualifying course like you pointed out, those guys are going to be fast. They're not going to get in front of you, make bonehead mistakes, and mess your day up. So even if you do got to weave through a little traffic, it's still not going to be too bad.
Right. There's always going to be some traffic. You never know what's going on, but
Okay, so this is a replay of our fastest time so far, 2:08, I believe.
This is Frankie. His crew was down here cheering him on while he was running.
He looked really smooth.
So what do you think about lap 1? You've got to go down aftershock. You think that's going to hang anybody up?
I mean, it's funny what happens in race compared to what happens trail riding, because hell, Turkey Claw hung people up.
Oh, yeah.
And it shouldn't,
Never.
ever. But in race, when people got the adrenaline going, they're excited, they're past somebody, they're in the dust, there's always that missed bounce, and then they're a trail plug.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, aftershock could definitely be an issue.
Yeah.
It shouldn't,
Well,
but it definitely can.
Yeah.
So I've been told that you have to stay on the waterfall. You can't take the bypass around at the beginning. So that makes it a little bit more dicey, but you're going downhill.
Yeah. I'm actually a little concerned. I'm hoping to get some clarification. Gomez just came by last night. They were asking Ben about it, but there was a rule amendment that came out the other day about helping each other. And the way it reads, we can't really help each other. And I'm a little concerned about that, because if somebody's rolled in front of you and it's a true trail plug, how do we clear the course and how do we keep going? So I'm hoping we get some real clarification on that.
Well,
soon.
so they're trying to eliminate the whole team thing with bringing parts.
I'm all for that. But
level that playing field. But yeah, you've got to be able to.
But if somebody's in your way and you need to get them out of your way, you got to get them out of your way.
100%. And Dave has always been that.
Yeah, and this has always been a
if there's a trail plug on Jack, get your co-dog out and get him up there you got to get the guy in front.
That always frustrated me when I'm 6 cars out and I'm back helping everybody and their co-drivers are still sitting in their cars.
Like,
come on, guys, get out, help, let's get this moving. But I'm sure we'll get clarification on that today. But the way it read on lap 3, we cannot help each other, period. So if we're side by side racing and we're both hung up, that's what this is built on, sportsmanship.
That's 4,400 lap 3. So that's a whole different world right there.
Yeah, 4,400 lap 3.
I haven't even looked at it. I did happen to read that amendment the other day.
I was going to ask you, are you excited for lap 3 on 4,400?
I'm very excited about that type of racing. We didn't look at it last year. None of us had it. But I think that separates and makes it more of a team effort, because you're navigating on the fly.
Oh, yeah.
And you're figuring it out on the fly, and it takes somebody that can read the rocks and can see
it's
the rocks.
It's your first time seeing it.
And can see the trail, and that separates it. And I like that. I would love to honestly someday see this just be a no pre-run race, all of it.
Yeah, and I think we had talked a little bit about that lap 3. I think kind of brings it back to the original roots of, you guys are going to go out and do some wheeling, get together, and there might, it might be kind of tricky, it might not. Nobody really knows. It's kind of fun, and I think it adds that kind of another little Rubik's Cube of mystery in there. You don't really know exactly what's going to happen.
I think it's really smart how Dave did that, because we need to pre-run the desert. There's a safety issue.
Yeah.
The speeds we're running now, the things we're doing in the dust, you need to be able to pre-run multiple lines. You're passing somebody, you hit something, somebody gets hurt. So we always have to pre-run that, because you just got to be able to take your dangers. But you don't have to pre-run the rocks. And to be able to add that element is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, and especially when you announce the course, everybody's pre-running it, and it changes and gets easier.
Correct.
As it goes on. So if you have a fresh trail.
But there's the other side of that too, that somebody mentioned last night. When you announce the course, it also allows people to be off the course and people to know it, to spectate it. And when it's not announced, somebody might have a camp set up in the middle of the course. So it makes it harder to police it too, which I can see how that would be hard as an organizer. So there's just, everybody always has criticisms from all directions, but I mean, this is a hell of an event. It'd be really hard to do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys. Well, it looks like we're going to have some people hop in here. I'm going to hop out. Looks like Ian's going to hop back in. We'll see you guys later. And
yep, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Terry, for dropping in. And Matt, thank you. We'll grab Ian here in a second.
Thanks, sir. We'll see you guys.
Yeah, finish out the 10 o'clock hour, right? Yeah, we're coming up on 11 o'clock here in a bit. Looks like we'll have a little bit of time. Ian, you want to sit over in your seat over here? Yeah. Okay, hold on a second.
Oh, perfect timing. I've been saying all morning, John, that I wanted to talk to this guy.
Well,
and he sent me a message.
And
I said,
I've never met Joe, but I know who he is and what he does and everything. And I am super excited to hear all about this.
All right, Joe, thank you so much for coming up here. I know I've been messaging you all morning because I've been trying to get a hold of you because I want to talk about a UTV that we're going to see a little bit later today.
Let's back up for a little bit.
Sorry, go ahead.
Who's Joe? What does he do?
Well, I was going to get there.
Okay.
So Joe
All
Thompson, UFO, is it Motorsports or FAB? I always say FAB.
It used to be FAB. I changed
Okay.
to Motorsports.
Okay, so UFO Motorsports. So Joe Thompson is the crazy mind that if you see the Gomez brothers out on these crazy machines that it's for someone who doesn't know what they're looking at, they make no sense. But Joe's brain comes up with these crazy design ideas for these cars. And this year he took that insane build ability and put it into are we still calling it a side-by-side or what are we calling it at this point?
Well, he's racing.
Okay, so it is an unlimited UTV.
Okay.
Okay, so it's still side-by-side powered.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's the same amount of drivetrain mods as, like, say, Cheney. Cheney has a full custom chassis. The only thing we did different was we just used our own geometry for the suspension.
And so here's what I want to talk to you about. So if you were to look at that car, for someone who hasn't spent any time seeing this car that Joe built, it's Phil McGilton's driving it. Has he raced a UTV before?
He has, yes.
Okay, so he's raced UTV before, but normally we see Phil in the 4400 car.
Correct.
But this year he's coming back. Joe built him this UTV. If you've been on any social media at all, following Phil, following Joe, you've seen this thing pop up all over the place. The PRI show, I had to fight my way through a crowd to see it, and I was able to lay underneath it for about an hour and a half just to look at it. But you took a lot of the knowledge that you got over building the 4400 cars and just transferred it into the UTV world. Is that what you did?
Pretty much. So what we did was we have the front geometry is really, it's miniaturized version of our big cars.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, because we know that works, for out here. It works really well. And then on the rear suspension, I'll try and be polite here, but basically I took Marcos Gomez's IRS car and morphed it with a kind of a unique twist for the UTV. So Marcos Gomez has that original IRS car that I built, and he also owns the one I built for Mark Bergman back in the day. So he has two of them.
Okay.
So I took that rear suspension design and we morphed it with some Can-Am flavor, we'll call it.
Does the
I want to
big
know
car-
what flavor.
A spicy flavor. If you haven't seen this car, John, you got to go over and see it.
I have.
Okay.
Well, in pictures.
Pictures. So on the big car, does the axle shaft go through the control arm like on the?
Yes.
That's like when I saw that, it blew my mind. Like that's just so you basically almost end up with like protection for the axle in the rocks.
Yes, you have protection for the axle, but also when you raise all those suspension points up, it raises the roll center. So the car's has a little bit better cornering, characteristics.
Yeah.
You can slide it better, and side hilling, the car's more stable, that kind of stuff.
Because that's always been an issue when you're talking about IRS cars. The IRS cars, we used to see them first few generations of them. Whenever they would make a corner, that outside tire almost would try to dive underneath the chassis, and it would carry that left rear. And that's that. So you're able to fix that by getting that roll center up, flatten that car out.
It just helps a little bit.
Yeah.
It helps a little bit. I mean, the IRS cars are always gonna have more grip in the rear, so they always are gonna have that tendency to want to like grip and want to like possibly tip compared to a live axle rear. A live axle rear car will slide a lot easier. So this was just trying to mute that a little bit.
Now so this car, he's racing it in 4,900. I spent all year teasing him on every time he'd post on something on social media. I'd be in there be like, if you're not racing that in 4,400, you're a loser. But was it built to go 4,900, or was this built to be the next generation? Because to me, it looks like the next generation of a 4,400 car.
So I'm not sure about that. So I'm neither a proponent or an opponent of UTVs in 4,400 at all. I think a car is a car. If it meets the rules and it can win, then it's the winner. So I don't really have any weird definitions with that kind of stuff. Do I think it's the next big thing? I'm not sure yet. It has some very distinct advantages, and I can tell you right now, I've had a lot of time in the car. I've driven it a lot myself.
That's what I wanted to know.
I probably have maybe 6 to 8 hours in the car.
Yeah.
Just burning laps and driving it everywhere. And it is by far the most fun car I have ever been in.
So how similar is it in driving style to, we'll just call it like your standard Gomez style car, just smaller, lighter, same feel in it, or is it completely different?
It just feels, I hate to say this, but it feels like a Honda Civic with 37s.
Yeah.
You know, it's like super easy to drive, like a one-handed, drink a Coca-Cola, go through the big whoops and wave at people. It's just really intuitive, which is, the big cars, you know, they drive more like a trophy truck. You have to like think way ahead about your corners. It's a little more point and shoot with the big cars. This car is more nimble, so you can dart really, really easily. It's very predictable, so you can like make direction changes really quickly and fast. So like in all that weird little nuisance rocks, like, you know, small goat trail type stuff, it should be amazing.
This is one thing, we as announcers always do this, right? Because we always speculate. And this is why I asked the question about, is it the next generation of 4,400 car? Because, you know, when you get to the weight of, let's say, Marcos' car, like, I mean, it's a big car, you know? You have to have 1,000 horsepower, and then you have to burn 1 gallon of fuel per mile. Whereas this car, to me, it seems like shave that weight, drop that power, it almost feels like it might be more reliable and just as quick.
In some ways, I think that's the case. I do think that if you were to, I don't even want to say this on live, but I'm gonna do it anyway. If you take, I'll just use Jason Shear as an example. You take Jason Shear and give him a perfect day, and you give Kyle Chaney a perfect day, and neither of them have a problem, neither of them have a flat. Jason's winning. Period. That's just. He's winning by a pretty good margin.
Yeah.
So do I think that the UTV is going to take over KOH? No. I think in the big rocks is where the smaller car is going to have a disadvantages, but it also has an advantage in, like I said, in those goat trails.
Well, nuisance rocks.
Dude, the nuisance rocks are a huge part of KOH as far as winning, because when you get off a desert lap and you get into that stuff, that's where your flats happen. Guys are pushing through there usually faster than they maybe should be, and you spend a lot of time in there up to the big rocks.
Yeah.
And that's where this car will make up a good amount of time. In the desert, it's just as fast as the big cars.
Here's to me what I see, and just as the person just has been around this forever, is the one thing whenever we watch the UTVs, even though like I still don't consider this car a UTV, it's a race car.
It's a race car. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, but the one thing that we very rarely see when we're calling a UTV race is a mechanical failure out of the race. The engine, the drivetrain, the package that's powering what we consider the UTV, we hardly ever call, oh, they blew a transmission, they blew a motor. We don't see it as often as the 4,400 car. So I'm wondering, is that a weight issue? Is that just you need so much power to go so fast? Is this car, can that sort of help out in that space?
Well, I think that like with the big cars, you know, obviously, as you know, that the engines are tuned to a very high level. So when you're running those cars in extreme conditions, you know, even if you have the best builder in the planet, you're still going to have potential engine problems.
Yeah.
And the big cars are way harder on transmissions. So you see, obviously, as you see in 4,400, we have lots of transmission failures all the time. So I think it's because there's such an extreme power plant, and we're taking such common components like a TH400.
Yeah,
and
which
it
hasn't been built in 20 years.
Right,
and we're still using the pump gears that we can find from General Motors. Like,
exactly, and we're pushing that to an extreme limit. So those things are always going to be on the very edge of disaster at all times. Whereas the Can-Ams or the Polaris cars, they're it's an OEM. It's been duty cycled 10 million times. It's a very they've got lots of safety factor built in the engineering of the motor.
Yeah.
So the motors definitely, I think, definitely have more longevity. As far as transmission goes, I'm not sure yet because once you put big tires on them and you're driving them like a 4400 car, that may all change.
Yeah.
So
let's talk a little bit about the car itself. So share the specs that you want to share. So we know the drivetrain out of that car is out of the Can-Am.
Yes. So
Can-Am Maverick R.
Yeah.
So with the DCT transmission.
Yep. So it's a Maverick R stock engine, stock transmission, and it has a stock front diff, has all the stock electronics, which, by the way, that was the absolute hardest part of the build.
I could believe it.
Building the car was not hard. Making it run and having all the systems work properly was,
when you
honestly,
don't have some of those systems anymore.
It kicked our ass. Sorry. It was very tough. Honestly, It was more difficult than a big car to build from that aspect. It was
because it doesn't you don't have that fallback of we'll just put a Motec in it or we'll just do that.
The integration is crazy on the Can-Am, more so than the Polaris cars. There's just a lot of integration with the brake pedal and the steering and their driveline disconnect. There's a lot of integration that if you eliminate one of those pieces from the puzzle, all of a sudden the car doesn't run. It goes into limp mode, does weird things, and you can't drive it properly. And so we battled a lot of that, and we still don't have it 100% yet.
Yeah.
Like, we're still working through that. Hopefully, Can-Am, if you're out there, come talk to me. No, it's basically stock. The only thing we have in that car inside the drivetrain is kind of unique and no one really knows about it yet. I haven't shown any pictures of it yet, but we have our own billet one-way drive.
Okay.
So the stock car has a brake pedal activated disconnect, and those have been known to fail pretty frequently. So we built a whole billet version it's a mechanical, so it has a lever on the column, and so you switch it one direction, it's fully locked, front and rear. Switch the other direction, it's locked only in four-wheel drive in front going forward, but in reverse it only has two-wheel drive in the back, so that the front tires can overspin when you're hitting the whoops and stuff.
Yeah, so less strain on that drive.
Less drivetrain strain. And we also have a, for lack of better terms, I call it a twisty shaft. So I've got one of the drive shafts is actually designed to twist like a torsion bar.
Yeah.
So that way it takes all the shock load off of the components,
In between.
Yeah.
And what's the wheelbase on it compared to the regular?
Wheelbase is stock.
Really?
Wheelbase is stock, and the track width is maybe 2 inches wider.
And how much fuel are you carrying?
It's about 30 gallons.
Okay, and then
which transmission are you running?
It's the stock two-seater. No,
it's a tall gearing.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So 30 gallons of fuel, and then so next question: do you know the fuel mileage on it from testing at all?
We don't yet.
Okay.
And that's one thing that we haven't been able to unlock is like in that Can-Am system, they have ways of like giving us fuel percentage.
Yeah.
And
you're working on that.
We're that's not my pay grade.
Gotcha.
So again, Can-Am, if you're out there, come talk to me.
And then weight on it versus the stock.
I'll tell you it's light.
I see. I see. You don't know this because no one sees my phone but me. But every time a picture of this car was posted, I would send a message to Phil and Joe, and I'm like, "What's the weight on that car?"
I'll just say it like this: compared to the other racers out here in their Can-Ams, I'm not going to name names. It's about 400 to 500 pounds lighter.
Wow, that's amazing. Because when I look at that car, I see that
2,900 pounds.
I'm not saying any numbers.
When I look at that car, I look at it and it's beautiful, but I look at it as like, man, that car, it's a great idea, but is it heavy? Is it too heavy? But if you've been able to get it, so when you built it, is it what did you use a lot of 083 and thinner? Or?
So that's a good thing, because on the big cars, I don't really pay attention to weight too much. The reason why is because the tires are so massive. We don't have the tires are constant. Okay. So the big cars are much better in the desert because of that weight.
Yeah.
They plow through stuff better. They don't get upset, kicked around. If you run a lightweight car in 4400 and you're running a 40-inch tire, you're gonna have a hard time shock tuning and getting the car to stay planted. But in the little car, we don't. The power plant doesn't have. We don't have the ability to go that much bigger in horsepower. So going to a heavier car doesn't really help us.
Gotcha. So you that was from the beginning. So now let me ask this question, because John and I were talking about this a little bit earlier. Do you, now that you've played in this world of we'll call it smaller 4400 car building, do you see a spot where we're going to see portals slide into that space as well? Or do you think that that's just more of a big car thing?
You're kind of asking the wrong guy, because I'm not a portal hater, but I'm not really a portal proponent either.
Okay, yeah.
So
Fair enough.
I'm kind of like in the middle of the ground, with that. I think portals definitely have their place. They have a real benefit in a lot of areas. I can tell you with our big cars, we've never needed them. It's never been a necessity for us.
Yeah.
On the little cars, though, I think that there might be something to be said for that. Having that mechanical advantage and reducing load off the drivetrain and giving yourself a little more ground clearance is not a bad idea.
Awesome. Well, Joe, I think I've been hearing my ear.
I got one more question.
Yeah.
One more question.
Yeah.
So in today's qualifying, what size tire is Philip running?
He's 37s.
37.
Yep.
Okay, so he's running a 4400 legal chassis, car, tire package in the UTV race.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Right on.
Joe, thank you so much
All right,
for
guys.
coming up and sharing the information you want to share.
Yep.
I've been trying to get you to sit down and talk
Nice
about this
meeting
car forever. I'm so glad you're able to. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I could talk to Joe all day.
Yeah, Joe. I mean, if you haven't seen this car, you need to see this car.
Well, it's coming
so
up
it's
in
coming
the
up at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock hour.
Yeah, so we're going to see Philip drive it. What I would like to see, if I get my druthers of this, I would love to see Phil drive that car in the race and then realize, you know what, I'm going to run this in 4400. I would love to see him run this thing in 4400.
Heck yeah.
So I think, because we speculated on this last year when we saw our winner come in that Can-Am, and we said, hey, is this the next generation of car? And when I saw Joe starting to build this thing, that's exactly what I saw. I saw, oh my goodness, he's taken all the technology that he's basically taken everything he learned from 4400, and he's slid it down to this smaller package.
Yeah.
I'm super excited. But John, we got some more people up on stage. Miss Pam Hall's here.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. So Pam Hall is here with
David. He has a second car going on. I don't know your last name, David. I'm sorry.
Bowler.
David Bowler. There we go.
Chris Bowler's son.
Oh my gosh, that's right. I couldn't remember your last name. How in the world did I forget that? But he's coming in because he has a car that's getting ready to go off the line. So he's coming in to talk about the vehicle and everything, and chit chat with him about that. So
shouldn't you be in the car?
No, this is another UK team.
Oh.
Yes.
Did you bring him a cuppa? Need a cuppa?
Fish. Cup of tea.
I'm gonna have to break it. This is great because I got to practice all my UK slang I've been working on for Jim.
Oh,
so
geez.
all right, so let's talk about your car. So tell us all about it. What do we got?
So this isn't my car personally. I'm just come up to represent the UK teams and the European teams who are racing out here this year. So I've just come up to talk about their cars and a little bit about the teams.
Well, you know what they say, when you're American in the living room, what are you in the bathroom, Pam?
Yeah, right.
European. All right, so give us the rundown. What do you got for us?
So we've got team at Synchro Racing. There's the second car off the line this morning. Brilliant guys. They've had a few little issues over the last couple of days. They had to try and find themselves a transfer box, which luckily they managed to find a spare one in Lazy Town.
I'm here to help all of our viewers at home. Transfer case is what he meant to say. Transfer box.
Transfer case.
Same thing.
I've got to remember.
No, I'm here for you. I'm here to jump in and help. So, all right, keep going.
Translation.
No, that's fine. So this is their second time racing in Hammers, I believe, second or third time. They did compete in the 4400 class a couple of years ago, and then they've transitioned over to the UTV class, and they're proven to be back in the UK, a pretty formidable team.
Awesome.
So
now, question, is the steering wheel on the correct side or the UK side?
they bought a car over in America, so it is
brilliant.
on your correct side.
All right, that's good. Okay, good stuff. All right, so next, who else we got to talk about here?
So they're the only UK team in this lineup for the 11 o'clock, and then we've got some other European teams who are, one team's their first time over, and the second team is, I believe, their second or third time again as well.
Now, these teams that came over, did they bring the cars, or are they all cars they kept here?
No, so all the cars are kept over here. Synchro Racing, they bought a car over here, and they've competed in, where is it? So I've got North Cal Stampede last year, the BFD Breakdown last year as well. So that's Team Synchro Racing. And then you've got Paul and Ryan Dunn, who have come over from Wales, and they bought Paul Wolf's old X3.
Okay.
So they've got it over here as well. Paul Wolf's kept it. They've brought it over and cracking on with it.
I have to ask, I mean, you guys have all these cars over here. Where do you house them? Who takes care of them? Who preps them for you guys?
So Team Synchro, they've got another team who house the vehicle, and then they fly over to the UK, fly over from the UK to prep the vehicle and then take it to the events. Same with Paul and Ryan Dunn. It's kept over here. And the Germans, I'm not sure where they're kept, but it is kept over in the States.
Well, that's awesome. Well, now, so Shabs is the one who's getting ready to go off the line here in just a minute, correct? The 646.
Yep.
And then once he goes off the line, we're going to bring in another guest here that his car is going to be qualifying too. But let's ask you this. I mean, coming out here, how much practice and seat time do they get in the rocks out here, not from being here?
So obviously Shabs, he flies over, so he's primarily comes over during Thanksgiving to get as much time out here as he can. So he's had a fair bit of pre-running this year, but since the transfer case has gone down, they've had it off for the last couple of days.
Okay.
And then only managed to get it fitted and test driven yesterday.
Okay.
He's got a secret weapon. He's got a secret weapon with him on race day too, because we had Chris Ray up here. That's who Chris Ray is.
Yes, exactly.
I was going to say his usual co-driver isn't out here, so he's got a secondary backup, who is Chris Ray, who's come out.
And Chris is, if you're going to pick a secondary backup, Chris Ray is a pretty good one.
Yeah, exactly. He knows his stuff. He's in a lot of co-driver seats.
Yeah, I've had some information from Kim, Shab's partner, saying that he's in with Randy Slauson for the EMC and Shannon Campbell for the 4400 race.
Yeah. What does he call himself? The wrong seat?
He's Ultra 4 Escort, wrong seat, something lifestyle.
Yeah.
I couldn't ask. Well, Shabs couldn't ask for anyone better to be in that co-driver's seat for him.
Yeah. Hopefully, it's a simple bish bash bosh, and away he goes.
Yeah.
See what I did there for you?
I have to.
Yeah, I saw that.
I have to be honest. That's your car on screen, getting ready to be the first one in the hour, because I did not see Tyler Gibbs over there in the lineup just now. So you guys are actually going to be first off the line for the hour.
Happy days. No pressure then. No pressure, Shabs.
So this is an old Paul Wolf car right here?
No, this is a normal X3. Well, not normal, but it's an X3. But the guys who are running Paul Wolf's old car, I believe they are on at 12 o'clock.
Okay.
9th car off the line.
They have multiple cars in the team, so yes.
I was just looking at the front, and it kind of looked like his Paul Wolf style, but now I can see it's not.
And there he has taken off on his green flag start for his qualifying run. Now, guys and gals that have been out there on course all day long, I know you guys have been talking to him a lot and everything, but fastest time right now on course, I mean, we have, I don't even know how to pronounce that last name that's up there on the #1 spot.
I learned how to do it, and I've already forgot. Frankie is his first name.
Frankie, we'll just call him Frankie J. Frankie J. Oh, look at that little bicycle almost in the corner there.
When Shabs is driving, he is very committed. I've had the privilege of witnessing racing when I've been out racing as well back in the UK, and he does not hold back. He is pretty fearless when he's behind the wheel.
Well, let's see what he does here coming up on. Do you know which line he's going to take on coming up here?
I haven't had much time to look at the course. I've been out helping line them up, so I've taken time to come out from lining them up to come up and have a bit of a chat.
I just noticed he had little googly eyes on the front of his car.
That's their trademark view.
Okay, here's the choice. Oh, he's taking the left line.
Well, when we had Chris up here talking about this, he said in the UTV it's only a 1 second difference. If they went out and tested. I don't
more than that.
I think you're right. I think John, you and I called it, but when we had Chris up here, he said in the big cars it's a big difference, but in the UTVs it's only a 1 to 1.5 second difference on that, because he said it's hard to get a good hit through those rocks.
Maybe with one of his drivers.
I agree with you. I think there's more time to be made up here. But I think this is the place to make up time, is coming down that hill.
Isn't that the same hill that Lauren Healy jumped off of a few years back?
No.
Okay.
It's in that neighborhood.
Okay.
No, it's different.
All the rocks look alike.
Come on, they do not. They're special rocks.
Desert
if you could
racers,
fly
John.
off of one.
Desert racers. They all look completely different.
I know.
All right, so Shabs is back into the short course. Just a few big turns to make in here. We saw a little bit of action earlier today. The course is getting definitely rutted out. We see people choosing some alternate lines. But 2 big turns, and he's going to head back into this small little chicane before he comes across the line, and then we'll be able to see who Oh, look at this.
Wow.
There we go. You're right. He is fully committed. Coming in there hot. All right, let's see what kind of number we got for Shabs.
Oh, look at that. 5th overall right now. I can't see the time, but 5th overall is what it's saying.
Well, 11 seconds off the leader, so that's probably a 2:19-ish.
Not bad.
Yeah, I think our leader's at
Not too
2:12
shabby
right now.
for Shabs.
I like the play on words there. And like I said, he's a very committed driver. When I've been racing against him or witnessing him racing when I've been racing as well, he doesn't hold back at all. He's over the years since he's joined Ultra 4 racing, he has got so much experience. He's had some brilliant co-drivers from over in the UK, and then he's brought his experience over to the States, and he's making a mark. I mean, back at the BFE beatdown in Moab, he came 2nd overall in the open class.
That was a great race.
Yeah.
Great race. That's a tough race.
Yeah, but then unfortunately in the NorCal Stampedes, he had a very nasty crash on the last corner when he was leading the race, which then ended up being a complete car rebuild. So they've been doing that for the last couple of months.
We just had somebody up here who could help you out with that.
I did.
You might Joe get more Thompson.
I was stood over in the right corner and just listening and seeing that new UTV of his that he's brought out, and I have to say that is
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's a work of art.
It is. And it's brilliant to see the fact that you can custom frames to go onto these vehicles as well.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see it. But right now we have Keith Beam on the line, getting ready to take on the qualifying course.
And this that looks like an old Phil Blurton X3.
Could very well be.
I don't know for sure, but
he's pushing super hard through this section right here. This looks like he's moving fast, doesn't he, John? The short course, I think the short course is also where we can see some people pick up some time, especially those first 2 jumps.
100%, because you get some really fast short course guy, Ronnie Anderson, CJ Greaves, guys that are all short course. They're gonna shave some time off.
Yeah, and we have James Mahoney, that is his co-driver for the race this year. We know James Mahoney as a 4400 racer, very successful series for him last year with the Ultra 4 USA Championship. But here we have James Mahoney co-driving with Keith Beam, and they're both out of Northern California. So you could be very correct on that.
Yeah,
it could be a Blurton car.
It looks like a Blurton chassis. It's got those boat sides on it. Phil raced that probably 3 years ago, and he's moving.
Yes, he is.
All right, well, while we watch him make his way through these rocks here, we're going to swap out our guests here on the main stage. Thank you so much for stopping in.
No problem.
I'll let you go grab a cuppa.
Well, he'll be back too because he's got some other cars. I think you plan to try to come back each time,
yeah,
right?
I'm going to plan and come back for the next 2 British teams, which should be about the 1 o'clock mark. So,
Okay.
Sorry, 1 British, 1 German team. So hopefully should be back up for that.
Perfect. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so right now we are watching Keith Beam come down that. We saw a lot of speed coming down that hill. And as we said before, that's where another good chunk of time can be made up as well.
Yeah, you're right. It has no limit on there for sure. So Phil Blurton's old vehicle, like you guys called already, but confirmation of seeing that. But Nick Anderson is making his way over into the booth. His car will be qualifying here in just a moment. We'll bring you into this, but Nick Anderson's supposed to be out there qualifying. But let's see what we have here for Keith Beam's time.
I think it's going to be pretty
Yeah,
fast.
we'll get Keith Beam across the line. I think you're right, John. That was a very, very fast time. Let's see. He comes in across the line. We should get a time.
Wow.
Third?
Yeah, third place. 3 seconds off the leader right now.
Nice. That's a great run.
Yeah.
Great run. All right, so Nick Anderson, welcome into the booth here. Unfortunate that we're seeing you in here, not in your car right now, but Nick Anderson, you're always a contender out on course, a very successful 2025 season, but we've had a little issue and you're not racing now.
Yes, ma'am. We had an incident while pre-running. Dropped a rock on my finger and lost just about an inch of it, but I mean, we'll get through it.
I would say it's going to grow back, but it's not going to grow back.
Yeah, I'm afraid it won't grow back.
That's not how that works.
No,
Yeah.
I was trying to think of something to say, but I can't say that.
When-
It's not going to grow back. No.
When I first got in the hospital, he's like, he said he would expect maybe it'll come back, but after he got to working on it, he said he doesn't expect the nail to come back.
Yeah.
So
So you were just out just stacking rock and just ended up with a
yeah,
bad.
exactly what I was told not to do in the rookie event a few years ago.
Yeah, don't stack rock.
That's
and-
right.
Yeah.
But I had a broke transmission in the car, and I was dragging it out on dead weight, and there's some holes that were over waist deep on me, and
Yeah.
I was just trying to close up some holes and get the thing out of there, get it fixed, and
But
made
you
a
had
mistake.
But you had gloves on.
I had gloves on, which, yeah, I think part of it's still in that glove.
I was gonna say that sometimes makes it worse because it just ends up being still in the glove. That's the hardest part. So you are out of the race for this year.
Yes, sir. Yeah, for hammers, we have a race in about 6 weeks after this race, but I'm hoping it heals up pretty good before then. But as far as this week, I'm afraid I'm out.
All right, so the 2220 of Alan Burton just now took the green flag. He's out of Illinois with Burton Boys Racing on his qualifying run. But your co-driver, though, Nick, your co-driver is the one that's coming in and actually doing the pre-running, not the pre-running, but doing the qualifying for
yes.
you. Sorry, my phone's not on silent.
Rookie.
I know,
Anthony Denny, he's been with me since the beginning. I trust him. He's very good at what he does, and it's a good fit for my substitute driver.
Well, and you don't only have one car out here this weekend, you have two. So there's another
right.
issue.
Yeah. So Cooper Bentley and Cody Kaysen, they are driving my other car.
Mhm.
Cooper Bentley's driver, Cody Kaysen's co-dog with him, and I think they're a good fit for it. They do some rock racing outside of what we're doing here, and I think they'll be a good fit, good tire placement, and figure out how to navigate the rocks. I think they'll do well. We'll see how it plays out.
So did they go out and do some pre-running for the qualifying loop?
Yes.
As Ian, I know you're wanting to talk about, he just took a different line, didn't he?
Yeah, that's it, John. We just saw it right there. That's that left-hand side of that rock line. I think that's only second person we've seen make that middle-ish line. Yeah, and I think you're right. I don't want to be the guy that said that Chris Ray is lying to us, but I think there's way more time to be made up in that section if you get it right.
Yeah.
If you get it wrong, no.
Yeah, that's a long fall.
It is, yeah.
So has pretty much everybody been running their co-drivers today? Have you guys noticed that at all?
No,
most not.
Yeah, it's. I think it's kind of like choice, right? I think we've seen a lot of people will do it with the co-driver. I asked Chris after we got that interview with that, asked him, and he said he's going to be in the car. I think it's just up to the driver, right? Like, do you want that extra weight? Are you used to the car with another person in it? Are you not? Like, really, some guys just want to get out there and just short course the heck out of this thing and come back with a blistering time.
Well, and we had a couple younger drivers and their dads in the right seat,
Right.
so they're.
I love
with
it,
their dad.
the rookies. I know, our youth classes, if they have anybody in with, they have to have an adult in with them.
So that's Alan Burton. He now takes over that third place spot. So he's same 3.3 seconds off the leader. Leader right now is 2:12, I believe, is what we're still at, aren't we?
It's 2:08.
2:08 is what we moved down to. Okay.
Let's pull that up because we only have the splits. We don't have the actual time. So let's see here. Pull up the timing that we have, the live timing that anybody at home can be watching as well.
Yeah. So right now I just pulled it up. So Frankie Jugnich is what I'm going to go with. That's what I would go with. Frankie Jugnich is at 2:08. Yes, and then Brian Deegan with a 2:11. Alan Burton just stepped into that place with 2:11.882. So 0.03 of a second off, 0.02 of a second.
All right, who do we have up next?
I can't get a number off of that car. I'm just waiting to see.
788. Thank you, crowd. It looks like it's Dylan Schultz in that Polaris Turbo R and the number 788. So let's talk about this, the difference of the cars too. I mean, I know you guys probably have already spoke about it, but the difference in the different manufacturers. Obviously, this car looks like higher than the Can-Ams were. So, I mean, that really makes a difference, obviously, in the car for ground clearance whenever they're racing in the rocks, but also when they're pushing it so hard on their qualifying run. I mean, going into those turns, it looks like, it can maybe be a little bit more tippy-ish when it's higher off the ground.
I think your perception is that it looks taller, but this car is not any taller than
You don't think
the
so?
old Blurt chassis. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the bigger issue that we see with the UTVs is when they get into that, we look at that one section at the bottom of that race, and it's actually what we were talking about with Joe earlier, is the roll center on an IRS car is very hard to set up. It's just the reality of the way the suspension reacts. So when you get into those tight turns, especially in deep rutted terrain, what will often happen in an IRS car is the tire that's on the outside of the corner is actually trying to slide underneath the chassis, and it makes it very light on the inside, which makes it that's why you see a lot of these IRS, IFS cars, what we say bicycling, so they get picked up on two wheels, and that's more of a suspension design than an actual chassis design. Most of these cars, the weight in them is down so low, right, as well, John, because, I mean, the engine's behind you, sitting essentially under your seats is your transmission or transfer box, as they like to call it.
Kind of behind you.
Yeah. So you get that weight down low. So, yeah, they do look taller, but I would bet if you were to pull center of gravity on a lot of these cars, they're probably very similar.
The style between the Polaris and the Can-Am is different. So Can-Am looks a little bit lower, but it actually, overall, it looks lower, but it isn't really.
All right. So you were asking, or we were talking about the number one qualifier. It's a 2:08.514 is the fastest time. Just pulled that up.
Who's got that fast time, Pam?
Frankie.
Frankie what?
Frankie J. Frankie J.
We're going with Frankie J.
I was trying to get her to try and say it, but she won't do it.
I'm not going to be suckered in.
One of my biggest things I do not like doing is mispronouncing names, and I know I do it quite often. So
shouldn't have told me that, Pamela Hale. Oh, welcome back to the booth, Pamela Hale.
Oh goodness, looks like Dylan's making his way down that steep area, kicking it out a little bit to the side. I think your car's up next, Nick. I think so.
We were, I believe, the 10th car in the 11 o'clock hour.
And not all of them showed up over there.
We've seen
really?
we've seen a real mix of people who've decided to not qualify or qualify. We've had a lot of cars that are basically just going to take the luck of the draw. I talked to a couple drivers. I guess the qualifying course changed last minute, and I think some of them were just decided not to even play the game and just go out and race. But yeah,
it's not a game, Ian.
I'm sorry.
It's definitely
all
not a game. There's no ball.
John, my life is a game. None of this is needed in the world right now. We're just having fun out here. Playing a game.
Racing is definitely necessary.
All right, let's see what Dylan Schultz's time ends up being. Looks like a 9th position overall.
There she is.
All right, did we guess right? Is that your car?
It is.
All right, so talk us through this qualifying run as well. So you should be in this car right now, right?
Yeah,
you can just pretend you're driving.
I actually didn't get to run the qualifier course before this happened.
Oh, so you're just gonna?
Yeah, I was familiar with the old course. You
Yeah.
know, Dave released the thing online, and I did a little bit of that, and was familiar with the course before it changed, before we got out here. But I was having issues with one of my race cars, and so I took a different pre-runner out, and of course that thing didn't have four-wheel drive, so I made it to that rock face, and that was it.
That was where you called it a day. Yep.
I didn't get to do much of the qualifier, but it's a pretty good course.
So we talked about this earlier, and you obviously had looked at it. If you were in that car right now and you were driving it, are you going to take that long loop around, or are you going up the rock face?
I think that middle line, I don't think it's too terribly bad. I know the right side's, a lot bigger rock ledges and whatnot, but I think that middle line.
That middle rock
I think
line?
that middle line is doable. We'll see what Anthony decides to do here.
We haven't seen anybody struggle when they take that line.
No, but I think what Chris was saying is if it's the situation, and in that section of the qualifying course is if something goes wrong, it costs you way more time than the loop. And I think that's the point right there. But I think we're right. We've seen the two cars that have taken it off have gone up, and they've made it very, very clean. You're right, John. All right, so talk us.
That is not my car.
That
I'm
is
sorry.
not his car.
That's
That is
just
the
another
50.
Maverick car. They all look very similar.
Yeah, that's a Maverick
Like all the
car.
rocks look the same.
Yep.
That's Colin Wagner in the number 53. So that's Colin Wagner. So now you have more time to prepare to talk us through the qualifying run. So let's see. So that's that we were talking about that earlier. That's got the easy to spot those, especially when they're running in the stockish classes or the Pro Mod class, where they still retain that stock front Can-Am suspension with that upper A arm.
Knuckle.
Yep. Very easy to pick out.
Yeah.
So Nick, I have to ask you this. Once we do get to your car, how often has Anthony actually driven your car? Being in the navigator seat, I mean.
He's never in a race. Even pre-running, we talked about like swapping spots, just different
You never know.
perspectives, you know what I mean? But we haven't got that far, and he's drove the cars for sure, you know, whether it be around Hammertown or around some of the races. But as far as like in race pace, he hasn't done it, but I have full confidence in him.
I was going to say,
I've known him for a very long time.
I was going to say, is he just driven it off the trailer kind of guy? But nope.
No, he's drove it a few times, but he's a really good driver. I've known him for a long time, and I got faith in him.
Yeah, but and the way you drive, you like to take chances. So like you're saying, you probably would maybe take that middle line because it's really not that bad. Do you think Anthony will do that as well?
I'm not sure. We're similar. But, you know,
he
he helps me
rental.
make. He
the
helps
rule
me.
always is in a rental car, you drive it way
That's
harder
right.
than the car you have to.
Not my car.
Hey,
That's right.
Zach is down here saying no. Zach works on all the cars.
No, man, you got to go for it.
He helps me make those decisions.
Good or bad, right?
Good or bad. Thankfully, he's right there by my
I'm
side for
I'm
it.
just going to say this. Lauren Healy jumped off that cliff. What was that, 5 years ago? Pam,
so.
you just brought it up.
Yep.
People are still talking about it. You want to break the internet, you got to break the internet nowadays.
Yep, exactly.
And I think that far right line would do it. Don't you think,
right.
John? We're going to goat somebody into hitting that far right line.
All right, let's see
I believe
what
the bigger
his time
trucks.
is.
I think we'll see a lot of it there.
4400s over
Yes,
there,
yes.
100%. All right, so looks
About a
like
ninth or eighth.
Eighth, and it's a 221.001. So great run by Cody Wagner. Or not Cody, was it? Colin Wagner.
It's easy to make that mistake.
Here's your car.
Yes.
Another Maverick car. Running 35-inch tires?
Yes, sir. Yep. 35-inch Nittos. We had great luck with those tires. I maybe popped 2 or 3, maybe 4 all year last year. And like Pam said, we take some questionable chances sometimes, and those are some good tires.
He's 120% all the time. Well, this is very interesting, getting to see another person in your car, but
Right,
yeah.
it's just like driving the simulator at this point, right? Should we
Yeah,
get you a steering wheel to
Just
hold on
watching
to
it back now.
That's right, yep.
See if he drives like me.
We should be taking bets right now as your team.
Yeah, we should. Well, we got another go at about 3 o'clock, so maybe we'll do that.
That'll be.
We're getting told he's going to send it.
So this
He
is,
might. He did
so
ask about it yesterday.
On screen it says Nick Anderson, but this is not Nick Anderson because Nick Anderson is up here in the booth list. So who's driving this car, Nick?
Anthony Denny. He's like I said, he's my co-driver. He's been with me from the very beginning. I knew him for years before that, and he's a good driver. I've got faith that he can
So
play something
since
good
you're
down here.
out for the race and he's normally your co-driver, who's stepping into the co-driver seat?
Scott Farley will be his co-dog.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what was Scott normally going to be doing on race day?
Well, he races in a different class, so
Okay.
he should be. He's open that day, and he was more than happy to help us out.
Yes, so Scott Farley's normally in the 4800 class, and so he is part of that Rufus Racing team.
Here we go. So we can slide it into. All right, so here we go. All right, Nick, so talk us through this. How's the car looking to you right now?
Looks pretty good.
Ooh,
It
little
had a
hot.
pretty good nosedive off that first.
Yeah, it did.
Off that first jump. Have to maybe look at the suspension before we send Cody and Cooper out. But
Well, hopefully you're not going to be jumping too much on race day.
yeah, well, them holes get deep in the desert. I've been on my front wheels a couple times, and it's a sketchy
Geeing out is
moment.
a little different than jumping.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, looks like he's making some good time though. Have have you guys had this clock on here the whole week or the whole morning?
No.
No,
All right.
that's something new, and it looks like he took that far left-hand side, so he did not do that middle line like we were talking about, Nick. So maybe he did listen to the boss down there with the headset on. We saw a little bit of action in this section right here, and then when Chris was up here, we were talking about it. There is a couple squeeze rocks in here that can get you. You have to pay attention to coming down this section. But excellent! Yeah,
That's what he talked about.
yep. That's exactly what you need to do.
Yeah.
That's where the time is made up on that downhill slide. It's coming off there fast.
Yeah, you kind of need a oh crap button on that launch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or just don't even know it's there. That's sometimes even better. Just go off of it and
Then
pray.
you end up with a bunch of dirt in your face.
It can happen. Yep.
Well, we're at a 202 right now, so not in the top 5, it doesn't look like possibly, but
Oh, he doesn't have far to go, but he's definitely not going to be a pole sitter, but he's done well.
Yep, just trying to get us a
Top 10.
a good spot
Perfect.
here to start the race day. I know, obviously, we got about 70 miles of desert before the rocks, but
Well,
if we can set
before
ourselves
that, you got to go down Aftershock.
right. Well, some of the rock trails that are early on, like outer limits and whatnot, we just want to get ahead of maybe some bottlenecks that might be created and whatnot. So
You
he's just looking for
be top 10 when you hit outer limits to win.
yeah. Well, we're not. Everybody wants to win, but I'm here to finish this race. It's a big moment for us.
7th. You guys just qualified in that number 7 spot right now with
Nice.
the 2:15.141.
Nice.
So
It was
when
a
is
good
your
run.
next car going off?
We're in power hour.
Okay.
So within the 3 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Well, Nick, I'll let you spell it here so you can get with your team, get back with your car, have a look over it.
Go
Yes,
ice your
sir.
finger.
Yep.
Yeah,
What's left of it.
go
That's
find
right.
find that glove and get the rest of that finger out of it. Be safe. Try to be safer out there.
Yeah.
How's that
Oh,
sound?
it slowed me down. I promise.
All right, good stuff. All right, thanks, Nick.
Thank you, guys.
Nick.
Have a good one.
All right, who we got next here?
I'm trying to get a
Stratman.
number off that
It's
car, John.
Phil Stratman,
All right.
the number 131. Some people say Stratman. I say Stratman.
It sounded the same to me.
Tomato. So you guys, how has it been all morning up here? I mean, you guys, I hear you guys over the loudspeaker. Have been watching on the live show. It's been an amazing morning so far. We had a couple of turnovers. That's about it.
Just one, I think. I was out of the booth at that point.
Yeah, we had one rollover just on that one downhill section that we were talking about a little bit earlier. That's pretty much the only action that we've seen today.
Yeah.
Everything else has just been pretty standard. We are still trying to figure out what our fast qualifier is going to be as we watch Phil Stratman.
Yeah, you
lead the
need to
line.
guess.
So we got.
Oh, I
Pam's,
haven't done
We've
that.
got Pam's number in here yet.
This is John.
Okay.
151.2. Ian.
158.3.
Okay, let me look here. Are you guessing the person too?
Nope, you just got to get
Just the number.
Just the
ooh,
number.
Ooh. I'm going to say 157.7 because 57 is my favorite number. But Phil Stratman, 157.
Yeah, we just saw Phil get a little bit offline there in that 2 track. And we saw the front
look
of
at
the car
that.
digging up some dirt.
Those ruts are getting bigger.
They are, and he was kicked out of it for a little bit. We saw a little bit of action. Oh, he's on that left-hand side. We haven't seen anybody take that for a while. But obviously made quick work of it, up over the top.
So Phil's first King of the Hammers was in 2024. And he's been back here last year and then again this year. So obviously, you get roped in once you come in and race this race. I can see.
It's a sickness.
It is, truly. It's what we talk about a lot with our racers as well. I believe his brother, AJ, is in with him as co-driver.
He's taking that middle line.
Taking that middle line that we've been talking about, that I think you're right. It's obviously faster, but you can see you get hung up a little bit if you get a bad bounce there.
He lost some momentum there.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it looks like he came out of the top of that just not as fast as he wanted to. This is also where we were talking about where there's a lot of time to be made up on this downhill section. You just got to be
Whoa,
there we go. That's
send it.
yeah. And it looks like that's how you make up that time right there, by moving.
Giddy up.
All right, Phil is now out of the rock section of our qualifying course, back into the short course. Couple big turns to get around through here. Then one little jump through the chicane and then back through our start-finish arch. Then we'll get a time for Phil. Still sitting at top of the box with the 2:08. So we haven't seen anyone push past that yet, but Phil's back with a 2:17.
So we have Frankie right here, I believe. Has he been up here yet?
Frankie's still celebrating.
Frankie J. I can't pronounce your last name. Has he been up here?
No.
Do you guys want to get Frankie up here right now or wait till the end? Frankie, will it jinx you though?
It's all about you, Pam.
All right, so online right now, John, did you get a number off that car? I did not get a number off that car. We're waiting to see who it is.
That could be, wow, Mitchell. Yeah, Pam?
Oh, Roccacelli, Mitchell Roccacelli.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Way easier than I thought. I was overanalyzing.
I believe that's his car.
Roccacelli.
You know, it took me a few times to get his name right, and I made sure I don't get it wrong anymore.
Perfect. You're up.
Yeah,
Phil Stratman, did you guys already talk about his time in that number 8 position?
Yeah, he's 2:17, 8th spot, 8 seconds off the leader. Right now we have Mitchell Roccacelli off the line, another Can-Am UTV.
Yeah, Maverick car.
Mitchell is one of those two that will send it. So this is a new car to him. It's been a car that's raced out here before. So Mitchell Roccacelli, you know, learning this car as well.
Whose car was it?
I believe this was a, I believe that was Nathan Parker's old car.
Okay.
I believe. Sure, these notes right here, the handy dandy notes in front of us will tell us.
Yeah, I could buy that.
The wrap looks like the one that Nathan Parker was racing last year, but I'm not 100%. It doesn't say here in the notes, but Mitchell Roccacelli. His first race was at Rush, Kentucky in 2023. He's had a couple podiums with the Ultra 4 USA Series as well. But again, he's one of those racers that will definitely be on it as we can see him making his way through those turns.
Yeah, made quick work of that first rock section, those couple up and down hills. Now he's headed into this spot where the drivers basically have a choice. They can take that left-hand side, which is where he's going, which is basically a big sandy washout, couple turns. There are 2 different rock lines that we see. We're calling it sort of the center line.
He's carrying pretty good speed up that.
He's done very, very well. We saw a previous driver, Paul Stratman, got a little bad bounce on that middle line and got hung up a little bit. But yeah, he kept a lot of speed up through that section.
Let's see if he's going to launch here.
He's at a 132 right now coming off that ledge, which is very good time. I don't know if he's going to be able to push our pole sitter out at that point. But he's back into the short course.
So if this is Nathan Parker's
I can't remember if it's Nathan Parker's or Peanut Fulcher's. One of their cars that came from that fleet.
Is Nathan racing this year? I didn't see him.
I haven't seen his name on. He is here though. He is with the Paul Wolf camp. But I don't believe his name is on that registration list.
All right, so Mitchell comes through that little chicane. Yeah, sliding the car around through there, comes through our start-finish line, and it looks like he is going to be
number 2.
Number 2.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Been playing the game, right?
Yeah.
Whoa, that was a good launch.
I don't know if you guys were.
And I think 148 is slow for for a 4400 car.
Low?
No, not low. It's slow.
Slow.
Yeah, I think we'll see faster than that.
Oof.
Yeah.
2.3 miles. What's that equal?
Well, at
your mile per
2.3
hour?
miles at 100 miles an hour. All right, so Luis Leon Gonzalez is out on the course. Saw them leave the line. They headed out into the desert section here. This is the first little section up to the first hill climb. You can see those ruts are definitely getting dug out in there. That's going to be a spot. I don't think we'll see action there, but John, I think we're going to see a little bit of action at the bottom of this first hill. This is where we see a lot of because you got to come off this hill and hang that left, and it's getting dug out hard.
Pick up some seconds there, hauling down that hill for sure.
All right, across this little flat desert section, they come up to, I guess we'd call it the first sort of rock section of the qualifying course. Let's see which way Luis goes. Far left-hand side, yep.
Man, I'm surprised at how many are staying left. I thought more would take the middle or right line.
We've certainly seen a few people they've had excellent success on that middle line.
I foresee probably during power hour, those guys are definitely going to be taking that middle line for the most part. But like you guys are saying, you can get hung up there. The one guy, you have to keep that momentum. So going up that middle line is definitely about that momentum.
All right, Luis back out of the rocks, back onto the desert floor, heading back into Hammertown here in Johnson Valley. The short course, just a few turns to get through. While you're walking around Hammertown, make sure you stop by, check in with all the vendors that are out here. You could stop in, John, you could get some Sylvania off-road lights, the official lighting sponsor of this year's King of the Hammers. It's like I'm talking to teenagers over here just on their phones.
Sorry.
Well, look at this run, though, 23.77. I mean, just hauling the Mel through their last turns.
Very good run. It looks like they're going to come in at about 15th spot, I think. Is that where they are?
Yep. Sorry about that, Dad.
That's okay. That's okay. We're just at work right now. All right, so this is our last qualifier for our 11 o'clock hour. I believe this is Tommy Thompson.
Looks like another Can-Am Maverick R. Yeah.
Tommy Thompson in the 89.89.
Yeah. All right, Tommy Thompson's off the line.
All right, Tommy's headed out there in his Can-Am. Oh,
Taking
checking it up on the jumps
jumps
a little bit there. Yeah, that's. But you know what? We did see some interesting nosedives on a few of those Can-Am cars. I wonder if the lip's getting a little worked in.
Well, if you get your car set up for desert, a lot of times they don't jump right, so that could be it.
Yeah, maybe
a little bit softer sometimes.
I do have to say that this past weekend in the Desert Challenge, there were quite a few cars that were doing that as well. So they possibly could have been paying attention to that. Sometimes it's better to play it safe, right? Instead of trying to send it right off the first jump.
You don't want to be that guy that wads it up.
Right. Well, unfortunately, we don't win in the first turn, right? We did see one vehicle in the Desert Challenge off the start of the line do a little flop on the first turn. But yes, there was a lot of people nosediving throughout the whole entire weekend of racing off of that jump.
Yeah, I think what will happen is it gets burned in really hard, and that's why you'll see what you'll see happen later on today, probably right before Power Hour, they'll probably go out and clean up that short course a little bit. That's normally what we see happen. But right now it is all about Tommy Thompson out, takes that far left-hand side, headed out through that, but he's making very good time, even though we saw him check up on those first 2 jumps. It's looking like that climb on the left is starting to reveal a few rocks in there too, John.
Ripping out the sand.
We were talking about that the other day with, like you're saying, ripping up the sand and everything and digging it out and getting those sandy washes. Once they get on those rocks too, it makes them so slippery as well. And you have to kind of be a little bit more careful. I don't know, Ian, you're the rock expert on those.
The problem here, not the problem, but the difficulty here when you're comparing rocks in qualifying and rocks when we get out into the big rock sections is it's completely different driving. Because as John said before, you're going to hit all of this section of rock trail, high range, full throttle. You're just climbing it like mad. When you get out into the rock stuff, that's when the driving completely changes.
Well, and the rocks get a lot bigger.
They do get a lot bigger, yeah. But I think that to me that's what makes the whole King of the Hammers. It's such an awesome race series because you come out here and you have to be good at all forms of off-road racing. Short course, rock crawling, desert racing. You really got to be that Swiss Army knife of vehicle and driver, which is super cool. All right, Tommy Thompson's coming in probably right around that 2-minute 30 mark. And then I think that's going to wrap up, 2:26.5. So that puts him in 15th spot. And that'll wrap up our 11 o'clock qualifiers. But we have are we not even halfway through yet, are we, John? We still got a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Well, we got lots of racers. What do we have, 100 and?
No.
On our qualifying list, we have
98.
Yeah,
okay.
98 possibly.
But I heard 140 racers. I don't know if that's official.
All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and hop off here and let you guys do your thing, and I'll be back later on whenever you guys are ready for your lunch breaks and all that stuff. So
we're not the same without you here.
Do you want me to stay? I can stay if you want me to. I mean, I'm here to do my job.
Wow, what a team player.
I am a team player. No, I'll be back in a little while though and give you guys some breaks. So thank you guys so much for having me.
Yep. Thank you for being here.
All right, so as we said, we have our next batch of qualifiers. We'll be heading out there right at 12 o'clock. We've seen tons of action so far today, John. I mean, we've had a rollover on the qualifying course. We've seen some fast times, but no one's got underneath that 2-minute mark, which we are certain is going to happen at some point in time today.
Let's see. I think that's going to happen.
Oh, John's going to call it. Here it is. It's going to happen at 12:36.
It's absolutely going to happen in the 2 o'clock hour.
2 o'clock hour. All right. So as we get ready to watch what's going to happen here, we're going to throw some highlights up for you guys just to watch, see what's happened in that 11 o'clock hour. But let's talk about who's our fast qualifier right now, John. Where are we at?
Frankie J is still our fast qualifier at 2:08 and change.
And then right behind him is Mitchell Roccacelli with a 2:11. Brian Deegan was able to hold on to that spot, which was he sat there for the whole hour, which is good. So 2:11.6. Alan Burton off that. Keith Beam, Chris Johnson, Eric Gilbert, Nick Anderson, Phil Stratman, and then Shaps Piercy all the way from the UK. That's our top 10 qualifier right now. But right now, we are still sitting at that fast time of 2:08.5. Did Pam ever give us her time? I think she skipped out of here before giving us her time.
Yes, she did. 1:57.7.
1:57.7. All right, so we're waiting to see who's going to be the first driver to break that 2-minute mark, which we think we're going to see sometime today.
Well, I'm
John said it's going to happen at the 2 o'clock hour.
2 o'clock hour. There's two guys I have on that are fast. Ronnie Anderson.
Oh, that's a pretty safe bet. Ronnie is fast. Yes,
he's really fast. And Cole Clark.
Oh yes,
he's qualified first here before.
Yep. Those are two. Yeah, so that's at the 2 o'clock hour. And then after that, we have Power Hour, which is that's the big heavy hitters of the sport. That'll be happening around 3 o'clock. So we have a lot of action left today. All kinds of action coming to you all week long here in Johnson Valley. We've got tons of action here inside Hammertown. I went out, walked around a little bit, popped over to check out the King Shocks booth, basically the official shock of King of the Hammers. Checked out some iBox Springs. I haven't made it out to the Optima Oasis yet, John. Have you head out on that? They're the official, they're presenting sponsor, Optima batteries, but
I haven't.
I've always liked to head out there.
I've seen their booth over here.
Yep.
They got some cool tech on the batteries. It's really cool that it can actually turn the battery off.
Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest things that we've seen change over the years. That whole kickover from, old-fashioned lead acid, then into gel, now into the lithium-ion stuff. It's got
intelligence in the battery that it can turn itself off if it gets below a certain level.
Yes, absolutely. But today it's all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying, because Can-Am is the official UTV of King of the Hammers this week.
And they got a booth right over here.
They do. You can walk over there. You can check it out. Check out all the new Can-Ams. Get yourself a race car right off the right into their booth. Have some fun.
Right
Are they
out of the
doing
booth.
ride-alongs this year? Who's doing? I haven't been out. John, you've been here long tonight. Tell me something. What's a cool thing that you've seen this year in Hammertown or outside Hammertown that's really struck your fancy, as the kids would say?
Well, the newest thing that's out is Polaris has a new Ultra edition.
Oh.
And what it has is electronic sway bars from Suspension Direct.
Okay.
So that car has Fox live valve shocks and Suspension Direct SDI sway bar links. So all the smarts in that entire package.
That's probably one thing that we've seen the most advancement in the sport in general has been the shock technology that's changed over the years. I remember coming out here, 2008, 2009, guys were still stabbing air shocks on their rock crawlers and trying to go fast through the desert. Then we moved on to, coilover bypass packages, coilover bypass air bumps, larger coilovers, larger bypasses, and now live valving, where we have a actually computer-controlled shock package that changes the valving in the car. It's absolutely amazing, the technology that's involved just in the suspension alone.
Well, and as a rock crawler, I mean, it used to be on your Jeep or whatever, you just had a sway bar disconnect.
Yes.
And so you get to the rocks, you disconnect. When you get back to the pavement, you connect it again. Well, this does all of that, plus it has smarts.
That's amazing.
So through the desert, if you're hitting stuff, sometimes it's better to have a looser rear end that helps level the thing out, because one side hitting can affect the other side, keeps your car more level. So they got smarts in that, which is mind-boggling to me.
Love it. So that's been the favorite thing that you've seen so far. That's awesome. I like that.
That's the cool stuff.
That's the coolest thing you've seen so far. I like it. That's when you come back on. When do you back up here again?
Thursday.
When you come back Thursday, I want another cool thing that you've seen. We're gonna have to get out, John. We're gonna have to do the simulator. We have to get out and drive the simulator and get our times in as well.
See who's faster.
Yeah, we have to do the qualifying race. You, me, Miles. Everyone's gonna have to do it and see if maybe in the simulator you can break that 155.
151.2.
So if you're out here in Hammertown, or if you're coming out here on your way out and you're watching the live stream to see what's going on, there's nothing to disappoint. The KOH General Store is set up. You can get in there, get anything that you would need that you may have forgotten back home. Head on over to the Warren Winch Factor 55 Warren VIP tent. Make sure if you haven't signed up for that, I would say go for it. It's definitely worth it. You get an amazing time, amazing food, and then the simulators are in there. You can rip around on the simulator if you want.
And the Warren Winch booth is right. Factor 55 is right across from that.
Yep, absolutely. Head on down. Wednesday night, there's going to be a Yukon Gear and Axle party celebrating 20 years of King of the Hammers. They're going to bring all their drivers out, set up all the cars. So that's happening. Yukon Gear and Axle is the official ring and pinion of the 4500 modified class race. And don't forget, probably one of the most OG sponsors of all, they're set up out here as Griffin Radiator. So, John, we got a little bit of time to kill before we got going on with our next batch of qualifiers. So let's talk a little bit about Let's talk about race day in the UTV. So let's stick with UTV since it's all about, since this year's all about.
Since
today's
that's all I
about,
know?
Well, no, because today's UTV qualifying. I'm not going to pull a Terry Madden and try to other stuff. But let's talk about race day. So the race course this year, we've already seen it. So this year we have a rocks and then a big desert loop out of the gate.
Well, so lap 1, you do a lot of desert, and then you have to go down Aftershock.
Which is a serious rock trail, fairly early in the game.
But you're going down.
That's true.
I think you can get yourself in trouble there by going too fast and clocking a rock, but it shouldn't be a problem for anybody. The real stuff kicks in lap 2. You're going to go down Spooners and then up Outer Limits. So at the top of Outer Limits, that's going to hang some people up. I think to be serious, you need to be there in the top 10.
So just because of traffic, you're saying that? Yeah.
There's going to be some people that have to winch there, and as soon as you get behind somebody where you got a winch, it slows down the whole thing, and there's not a lot of alternate lines there. So I really think you have to be there in the top 10 to be able to get through it smooth and keep your race running.
And that's why, as we say before, how important the qualifying is, because that long desert lap, you're going to be out there. And even if, you're getting out there and you're trying to get ahead of the traffic, but you're also trying to get ahead of the other classes, because there's other classes there's 5 different classes of UTVs out there racing.
Yeah. And even past Outer Limits, the next big thing is going to be Jackhammer. For that, you do some stuff up and over Fisher Mountain. It's all easy stuff, but great view from way up top there. Then you go down Sledgehammer. That's fairly easy. You're falling down
the rocks. Yeah.
It's not as hard as it used to be. The bunch of big rocks got moved, so it's much easier than it used to be. But going up Jack, it's a mess. I was up there yesterday watching Hunter Miller, Cody Miller, and Paul Wolf all at the same time, all taking different lines. And every Hunter, but his co-dog Jeremy got out and was stacking rocks. So let's call that a winch.
Because, well, to your point, the reason that John's calling that a winch is because you're stopping the car, co-driver's getting out. It really takes about the same amount of time. It might be a little bit faster to stack a rock, but if you don't stack it right, your co-dog's still out of the car. You got to take time to get that guy back
in. Getting in and out of the car, that's what takes time.
Yeah.
And if these guys know what they're doing, they should be practicing winching and having that dialed in, because I think Jackhammer is going to be that spot where there might be a couple guys that get through it, but unless things change, and that is a spot where things are definitely changing, except for that left-hand waterfall. It's dangerous to try to get up it without winching.
So
it's an axle breaker.
Yeah, it's funny. I was out here this fall just doing some recreational wheeling, and I was out here, and Brad Lovell was out here, and we were talking about it, and we went over and we were playing around on backdoor, and I asked him, I said, what's the race line for backdoor? And he said, winch it.
Yeah.
He said, there's no point. He goes, if we're racing it, you don't even want to risk it. It's not even worth it.
It's not risk.
You just pull it up and winch it. Because as you said, I mean, unless you know that you're going to one-shot it, you can end up in a bad spot.
You break an axle on Jack, your day is, it might be done, but you're not in
You're not
contention.
winning. Yeah, you're not. No, if you want
to. You just probably bolted yourself out of the top 10.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, John. When you're out there and you've done it, you've raced it, you've co-dogged it. Before you go out, are you picking the spots you're going to winch, and it's just like we're winching here no matter what, or is it play by ear as the race goes on?
For Jack, I would 100%.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
That's why John's up here, to keep me honest.
It's getting warm.
Yeah, you can see the flags in the background blowing. We got a little bit of wind, which is great. It's not too crazy. We just have a little bit of dust hanging in the air, but I think it's able to basically clear out a little bit of the dust, but we're still seeing a little bit of it hang out there. But it's a great day here in Johnson Valley.
No longer need the heater under the desk.
Yeah, the sun has come out and it's warmed up here in Johnson Valley. Today is all about qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. All right, so while we wait for this next car to leave the line, did you talk to Shaps? Was he happy with his run? Is everything good?
He was a little bit disappointed. They've had the belt slipping, so he wasn't at 100%, probably 50, 60%.
Yeah.
So he's a little bit annoyed that happened, but they're going to switch out the clutches and just see what's going to happen. Take it out for more pre-running.
And that's the car that you put the new transmission in?
That's the one, yeah.
Okay, so it's probably just a little bit of an issue with the belt not being set up properly for him out of the gate?
Yeah, I heard them talking about, because I don't know much about the UTVs, I'm more into solid axle racing and stuff like that, but they were talking about moving a pin in a certain position inside the clutch.
John?
Maybe the alignment was off?
Could it be the weights in the clutch for the CVT?
It could be. So you do have buttons or pins in the weight itself, and you can move them from the toe to the
they're connected
heel
to rollers or
so that's what they're
so that's what they're doing. So they've switched it out from the heavy duty, well, I wouldn't say heavy duty, but the rollers inside the clutch. They've switched out to the standard clutch with the standard rollers to see if that makes it work better and see if that gets rid of the issue.
allows the belt to bite a little more, maybe a little more bite. They should go talk to Gates, the official belt of King of the Hammers, to see if
they have belts here.
They have many belts here. Yeah, many belts. But right now we are waiting for John Schaefer to leave the line. 4900 Pro Mod UTV. I think we may have a couple more minutes before we actually start the race.
Good to see Dave Cole out there.
See, yeah, look at he's out there enjoying. He's got his shorts on, enjoying the sun.
He's got flip-flops. Beautiful day in Johnson Valley.
It's a great day. A little bit chilly this morning, but you know what? It's always great out here. We're just working our way through the day. All of our qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship race. It's going to happen on Thursday. John will be back for that, calling it, basically keeping us in the go. I think Fish is coming back that day as well, is he not?
Yes,
So
thankfully, because he is the man when it comes to tracking.
Tracking, yes, he loves that tracking, and Fish is very, very knowledgeable when it comes to this. All right, so it looks like we got a hot course right now, and there we go. John Schaefer is off the line. We saw a little bit of action on these first jumps today. It looks like they're getting a little bit burned in around that first corner, second corner, and then out into the desert. Very good pace off that last little kicker before he's out in the desert floor into that two-track. We're watching this two-track is just getting rutted out, very, very heavily rutted out. Looks like he's got some good speed heading in there. Now, John, on this car, 35-inch tires, that's going to be on this one?
So that's a Can-Am X3. It's certainly capable of handling 35s. I don't think he's running 35s.
Okay.
That, to me, looks more like a 32, 33 maybe.
Coming down that section, we'll see. This is the spot where we're seeing a lot of action today. And that one little, that turn at the bottom is just getting tore out, which is...
He's carrying pretty good speed through there, though.
Yeah, he's doing well. Let's see what choice he makes when he comes up into this rock section. We got this rock section where there's the left-hand line, which is the... Oh, he's going for that middle line, which I think... Oh!
There's the danger. Now you got to shift it to low.
Yeah, we kind of got, we missed what actually happened because we're moving from shot to shot in the camera. The question is, did he
could have smoked the belt.
We're trying to figure out what's happening here, but he is not. Oh, it looks, I see movement inside the car, John. He looks like he might be getting out.
Yeah, it looks like he was.
Looks like he's signaling.
Saying something that he broke, but I don't know.
It's hard to speculate from here, but he went up and stopped moving on that center rock line, and that's a shame because we've been watching that center rock line all day, and it's definitely the faster line. I know when we had Chris up here talking to him, he was saying that he only saw a second difference, but what we've been seeing here is a much bigger difference than that. But yeah, we're seeing window nets come down on this. Unfortunately for John Schaefer, it looks like his qualifying run is over. That's a shame, John.
Yeah, that's always a heartbreak. Now you're going to start into the pack.
Yeah, it'd be hard to speculate as to what went wrong in the car. Maybe once he's back into town, he'll stop up here and give us a little bit of an update. But it looked like he was headed right up that rock line, and then the car just stopped. And now Yeah, it appears. I'm assuming it appears it's got no drive at all here, John. I don't think he can go forward.
Yeah,
or
he just
backward.
rolled backwards, so
Yeah.
that's kind of why I thought it was a belt.
So you think he may have kicked the belt out of that thing completely?
I don't know.
It's going to be a tricky spot to pull him down. But it looks like they're getting everything set up. Big shout out to the recovery crew out there. All these guys and girls out volunteering to help out, keep the race course safe. Warren and Factor 55 helps these guys out, gets all set up with the right gear. You can see they're taking advantage of that toe strap. They're going to hook it on there, and it looks like they're just probably going to pull him right down.
Yeah, it looks fairly clear.
Yeah, based on the fact they hooked that strap up, I'm assuming, John, that it's just a dead car. That's unfortunate. But it looks like they'll be able to get him off course. Yeah, that car is completely dead. So it looks like they may have to push it forward a little bit. So as the recovery crew is out there dealing with John Schaefer, we should see the 577 of Tristan Leon Gonzalez on the line next if our starting order is correct. And I believe it is. So that's Tristan on the starting line right there.
Yeah, that looks like a Turbo R Pro S Polaris.
All right, we just have to wait for the course workers to make sure the course is clear before we send out another car. All right, Tristan Leon Gonzalez on the line. We're just, as I said before, just waiting for our green flag from the course workers. Let us know that we can send a car out. Today is qualifying for the 2026 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. All part of race week out here in Johnson Valley. We got race all week long. Qualifying today, qualifying tomorrow, and then qualifying again on Wednesday before we start the very first race, which is the race that we're qualifying for today. That's our Can-Am UTVs. We'll leave the line first thing Thursday morning. Friday is our Everyman Challenge. So that is your Legends cars, modified cars, and stock class cars. Seen a lot of growth in those classes over the years. A lot of people now building vehicles specific just for those two classes, both modified and Legends. We saw the Broncos dominate in that stock class for so long, so it'll be interesting to see if they can hold on to that. So we see more and more challengers leaning into that. And then finally on Saturday is the big race, 4,400 Race of Kings. 20 years of racing out here in Johnson Valley. John's been out here for 18 years in the UTV space. That's why we call him Mr. UTV.
There's a few more people here now than there were back then. You just kind of pulled in back then.
Yeah, I had that conversation with somebody the other day. Someone posted the starting line from 2009. It was so funny. It was just a simple drag race.
Casey Shear.
Yeah, it was just
that.
a straight line that you went, and then you were into the two-track right away. There was no short course. There was almost no hammer town. There was one tent out here. We had merch, not merch, but some vendors in. Yeah, it's grown a lot over the years. 20 years out here in the desert. It's amazing to see the growth in the sport. It's amazing to see how the technology of the sport has trickled down into the trail rigs that we run out. all the time. But I think John, I would say probably the UTVs, if you look at 18 years of UTVs, like you just said, someone had to push your UTV over the waterfall, and now we have purpose-built UTV race cars out here racing.
Well,
So
the very
so
first
different.
year, I think I ran 25-inch tires.
Jeez. I don't even know that was a thing.
So there's a heck of a lot of guys running 35s now, and even a few running 37s. The guys that, the Millers, they're running 37s because they're running the same car for the UTV race that they're going to race in the 4400.
In the 4400 class,
So
yeah.
they're racing. Yeah, I was over at TAC when Hunter went through yesterday. His car's a chunky 3350, I think.
Wow,
pounds.
that's a heavy car.
Each tire and wheel package was over 100 pounds.
I believe it. All right, Tristan Leon Gonzalez out through the short course into the desert. 2.3 mile qualifying loop. There's a little section right outside of town here with some ruts that we've been watching get dug out, but it looks like we got some alternative lines being chosen into the rear, which is good. Then they head up into a pretty steep climb, and this is where we saw a little bit of action earlier today, but nothing crazy. Just one little tumble. Up over the top and then head down the far side.
Yeah, we've really had some clean runs. We haven't had very many breakdowns and only the one tumble, right?
Yeah, we've had one roll. This right here, that section right there, I think is going to be...
Kind of blew the corner there a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to get more challenging as the day goes on. Interesting, John. It looks like they pulled the spares out of the back of that car.
Yeah, most of the guys are running without a spare.
All right, he takes that far left-hand side to come up through that dusty wash that we've seen. That center rock line is where we just saw our previous driver, John Schaefer, break down, have to get pulled off the course. What we've seen so far, our top 10 leaders, just to give you an idea, sort of like unofficial split times, if you're in the top 10, you're basically coming out of this little rock section and passing that first flag at the 130 mark. You got to be out of there at that 130 mark. That gets you a good setup to get back into town. You still have a lot of short course to run, which can eat up a lot of time. All right, Tristan has now gone through the two big turns. We've got one little jump. We've got this little chicane coming up here before we head into the start-finish arch. And we'll have a time for Tristan. Looks like Tristan's going to come in probably on that 230-ish, 227.8. Puts him in a 16th spot. Good job.
Right next to his brother, I think? Maybe?
Possibly.
It's his brothers, right? All right.
Oh, look at this. Might get some on-car for this particular run. This is awesome.
This is Perry Bearded Stitch Mahaney.
I like that. That's a good. I love a good nickname. All right, so this is a perfect time to talk about our KOH Ultimate package. Don't forget, you guys can get, this is an in-car shot, so this car basically has a camera hooked up to it. It's probably feeding through one of the Starlink minis. It's mounted on the car. If you go and sign up for the KOH Ultimate, you can go in, during race day, just pick these cameras and pick which one you want to watch. So you have access to all the camera feeds that we use here and essentially build your own program. All right, there's that first jump. Nice Can-Am machine once again, headed out. There's that on-car shot for you again. Coming through the short course, this last little jump into the desert, which is awesome. We're going to see the ruts that have been dug out into this section right here. Make quick and easy work of it, though. All right, this is that first climb section. We've seen rights and lefts. Oh, big rock there on the right. Made
That's a good perspective.
That's at a perfect perspective. I
Yeah,
love this.
It looks steep.
I feel like I'm in the simulator right now driving this, which is tons of fun to do. If you're in town, head over to the general store. I don't know if they have the simulator set up in there. They did last year. I haven't been there to see yet. But yeah, there we go.
Interesting. They've got their spare tire on there.
See, to me, I think that to me personally, I would look at it and think that this is, removing the spare tire would change the suspension geometry enough that I would want it on there.
Yeah.
Take that far left-hand line. I understand the weight savings for sure, but I would think the car would react completely different with the spare off.
Over jumps for sure. Some other spots, but maybe, if you can ditch 65, 70 pounds on some of these cars, it's worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're coming down through here. As I said before,
Yeah, it's a good look at how rough that is.
There's some big rock. Oh, we are a little bit off the. There
Oh,
we go.
there you go.
I just drive through it. Everything goes down, right, John? Everything goes down.
Gravity's your friend.
Yes, it will get you down to the bottom. All right, so as we're watching Perry Mahoney make his way back through into town. There he is, coming across those two big turns. One last little jump. We saw a little action earlier on this chicane. It looks like there's one little gotcha spot that can get you in there.
If you drift a little bit too far to the left, yeah, it kind of.
It does look like it's got a little lifter in there, and you cut that corner a little too short, and it's going to get you. All right, but Perry's going to come across the line, probably that 220-ish mark. Just waiting to see what we get for Perry. And on the line right there is a 49.62 of Gavin Smith.
Yeah, and we've got another Gavin Smith in the car 304, which I don't understand.
Maybe he's going to jump out of this car and race that one right away.
Huh.
All right, it looks like our last qualifier, Mahoney, has broken the top 10 with his run. So Bearded Stitch is sitting in 10th place. I want to know the story behind that nickname. It sounds like just a good nickname. All right, so Gavin Smith on the line right now. We're waiting to see him take off.
I was going to say, just going back to the nicknames quickly, when I came off the stage after doing the first time coming up, we had my dad down at the bottom speaking to one of the UK teams who was watching, and we'd given him the nickname the Welsh Tom Cruise.
The Welsh Tom Cruise. So he's like, what, 5'2", 5'3"?
He's a little bit taller than that, but it was his glasses that just made him look like Tom Cruise.
Look like Tom Cruise?
Yeah, so the Welsh Tom Cruise.
The Welsh Tom Cruise. I like that. That's a good nickname. All right, 49.62 Gavin Smith off the line through these first section of jumps.
That almost looks like an old Kyle Cheney car.
I had the same thought that it looked like an old, but I couldn't place it. But that's why you're here for me. But yes, it does kind of look like that.
Pretty sure it is.
All right, Gavin
Can-Am
Smith.
X3.
Can-Am X3, yep, making quick work. Big tire on that car.
Did it say Jeep cast on the side?
I believe it's, yeah.
That's not a Jeep.
Well, no, but let me explain to you how IRS write-offs work, John.
I know about a few of those.
Okay, but here we go. Up over the top of that section and then down. Very good time for Gavin so far. He's making quick work of this, working lots of speed here. Come down to the bottom section. Okay, now he makes his way through this soft little spot of desert floor. This is not getting rutted out at all because it's probably very, very hard pack. All right, left or center? Here we go.
Left.
Oh, taking that hard left. Yeah, we really...
A handful have taken on that other line.
I think it's 3, John. I think we've seen 3 cars go up that other line and make it. I think the 4th one we saw get pulled off of it, but I certainly think it's worth the risk. You know, we look at the time difference between the people who went up that line and those that didn't. It'd be interesting to see our leaders, did they go up through that rock section or not?
They're going to.
No, I meant our current leaders. I can't remember, to be honest with you. But yeah, so right now we're watching Gavin Smith come back into town. He did come up through that section. He's not far off that top 10 pace right now. A little bit, but as we said before, if you're going to crack that top 10, you're going to have to come down through that last little rock section. Clip, there's a little, I think it's an AMSOIL flag, to be honest with you, out there, and that's kind of been what we've been watching. If you clip that at 130, that's so far been putting you in the top 10. The short course seems short, but there's a lot of time to get burns in this section.
I think this is going to be a pretty good time.
Yeah, so 220 something, it looks like, probably a 223, 225. Yeah, so 15th spot, 225 for Gavin Smith. Very good. Now, the next question is, will we see him jump out of that car and run over to another car, or is there just another Gavin Smith?
Well, it's 304, so that's the other Gavin Smith's car. I don't know.
Well, we're just going to go with it. This might be Gavin Smith number 2. What if they were twins and they were both named Gavin Smith?
Ooh, that's a bad call. Maybe it's father-son.
Could
junior.
be. Yeah, maybe there should be a junior in there. I don't know.
Either that or this guy just owns both cars and wants his name everywhere.
Possibly.
So I did get a note. We've got a 2 o'clock. We've got a military parade coming down Boone Road, which is kind of cool. They're going to end up in Hammertown, and then at 2:45 we're going to, I guess, swear in some potential cadets. That's pretty cool.
That is very cool.
I wonder if the military parade's going to come all the way into Hammertown, like right here.
Like right to the fire pit.
That's what I want to see.
Is that what you want to see?
A couple tanks. I mean, let's go all in.
If you're going to have tanks,
go
have
big,
some
go
tanks.
big. I could think big.
All right, so this is the 304 of, we're going with another Gavin Smith. Here we go. We don't know if that's right or not, but we're guessing. So here we are, John, is 304 headed out through this short course.
He's charging a little bit harder than the first Gavin Smith.
Yeah, I think that we definitely have a good pace going on. It looks like our pace is picking up throughout the day.
Another Can-Am X3.
Coming up through this section, stayed on the far right-hand side. Excellent. And then up through the gap at the top.
Ooh, little bicycle there.
That's where we saw the action earlier. And when we were talking with Chris Ray earlier, there's a couple gotcha rocks up in there he said to keep an eye out for. All right, coming through here, this little soft section. And he's about to hit up through. Let's see if we got a center line rock hitter here, and we do. Okay, so
unlike the other Gavin Smith,
here's not just the center. He ended up far right.
Yeah, I don't think that was on purpose.
No, I don't think it was either. But so here's the
big rock.
That's the tricky part about ending up on that far right section. If you can stay in the far left, you end up on the left-hand side of that big rock. When you take that bad bounce, so this will be interesting to see. Let's see where this Gavin Smith ends up compared to our previous Gavin Smith. Consider the previous.
Send it. Definitely.
This is how to come down there and make up time. This is going to be a top 10 for sure because he came out of there at that 130 mark, which is where you need to be.
Scrubbed a little speed there.
He did look to be a little bit offline and coming through that hard pack and back in the desert. But if he can keep up a good speed through the short course, we'll probably see a 217, 216 out of him. How much further do we have until your cars are up?
If this guy, we should have a couple more cars and then coming down. So you've got Ryan Dunn and then Bernd Schaefer.
All right.
All right,
yeah, that should be a top 10.
Gavin Smith. Let's see where Gavin lands up. Gavin Smith, number 2. Oh, 11th. Close.
11th.
218. Yep.
Right.
But there you go. So if we were to look at that, John, so 218 took the far side, 225. So it's 5-6 seconds, I think. And he didn't have a good hit in that section.
No, he hit something and bumped him to the right.
Yeah.
So Eric Gilbert next. Can-Am Maverick R.
What's up? Yeah, Ryan Dunn and Bernd Schaefer underneath them.
All right, John. Well, I'm going to be relieved right now from my good friend Miles is going to slide into my chair. I'll come back in a little bit. John, you have fun? I'm definitely going to come back for Power Hour to see some action.
All right, we're waiting for Eric Gilbert to take off here. Miles is getting his workstation all set. All right, Eric's off the line here. Great drone shot there. Maverick R making work in the desert. Almost got took out by some rocks.
Well, good afternoon, John. How we doing, buddy?
Look at that. You took the whole morning off?
I did. I had a bunch of busy work to get caught up on, but
Well,
I did have a little lazy morning. It was nice.
It's not like you haven't been working a lot the last few days.
No, it's been an awesome event so far, and it's only getting better for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Well, BJ, have you been having fun up here, buddy?
I've been having a really good time.
Oh, I'm glad.
Thanks
Yeah.
for bringing the nickname up as well.
All in good fun. Yeah, your dad, Chris Bowler's been around for a long time, and he really is part of the glue that keeps us together.
He is.
All right, here's a pretty fast line up that middle.
So there's Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio, number 1133, out of Mulvane, Kansas, with Gilbert Racing. He's part of the Pro Modified class in that MAV R with JSR Performance, CT Raceworks, Maxxis Raceline Wheels, and Marine World. See what kind of time he throws down.
How do you get Marine World as a sponsor?
Talk to the right people.
Wow. I think he's going to have a decent time here. Interesting technique, though, on the short course, taking the high line around that. We've seen most everybody else staying low.
Getting my timing pulled up here.
That's going to be certainly
be a
top
fast time.
Top five.
Top two, first in class,
Okay.
Eric Gilbert with a 209.9. Great run. There is a lot of UTV racers out there, but it's still Frankie J out front with that 208 time to beat. Heard you guys talking about a 155 time, and I think we're going to see a mid-150s. I really do.
Okay, so that's Ian's guess, 155.3. I'm at 151.2. Pam is 157.7.
All right, yeah, I'll stick with 155. I'll be right there with you, John.
So you're just sneaking underneath Ian by 0.3?
Hey, I'll take it. Price is right.
All right.
It looks like up next is the number 470 of Adam Kennett with Corey Day riding shotgun out of Hagerstown, Indiana with Kinetic Customs Racing and Team Indiana, part of the Pro Modified class. And that Kinetic Customs Polaris with Taurus Tools and Engineering, Brannick Motorsports, MRT, and ZRP. He's been racing with us since 2020. Great to see him. He's took a little time off a year or so back, but glad to see him back in the game. And he's got Corey Day riding shotgun, who is an absolute stud in the passenger seat. And then we'll see him in the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class tomorrow. He'll be qualifying his Jeep. So get some seat time.
Kodog and
UTV and racing in the EMC.
Nice.
And then I know he's probably for Jonathan Dawes, if I had to remember. It's in my notes, but he'll be co-driving in 4400 as well.
Okay.
So,
busy week.
Yeah, every day something going on. He was at the Ultra 4 USA kickoff party last night, thanks to Raceline Wheels. And Adam Kennett is off and running as he hits the Yukon launch right out of the gate.
Yeah, most everybody's kind of nose dipping off that jump.
Yeah, it's kind of a little kicker for sure as he heads out to the Geolander Gauntlet.
The Geolander Gauntlet.
Yeah, you like
Wow.
that?
Did you name that?
Rory. We came up with it.
All right.
So Adam Kennett out there pushing strong, seeing what he can do. Where's our time split where we think it's a good run or not?
Not till late.
Just that first little hill. You kind of want to stay right here. I heard you this morning saying that left line hits pretty good. Do you have any more of your guys coming up, BJ?
Yeah, we've got Ryan and Coralie Dunn.
Oh, Dunn, yeah.
Mother and son coming up in the next car or so. And then after that, you've got the German team, Bernd Schaefer, coming out in his Polaris.
So Dunn, they're in Paul Wolf's old UTV, right?
Yeah, they are.
I had to shuffle that car around a couple weeks ago, and man, those cars are cool.
Oh, and
you
here's
get
the
stuck.
risk reward part right
Looks like
here.
the rear end wasn't turning.
Oh, he's just not getting enough oomph. Everything's turning.
I don't know. That left rear may have popped an axle. Let's look at that left rear a little more.
Yeah, at this point in time, you should just take a hard left. You're
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, the left rear is
Yeah,
not
left-
turning, so tough break and trying to
broke
go up a
CV
hill.
or something.
That is a tough break for Adam Kennett. He'll take a rear start.
Oof.
Well, I mean, he can still maybe take that left line if he gets a run at
That's
it.
going to be tough to get up and around that, but maybe so.
Nope, he's calling it.
bailing.
So, tough break for Adam Kennett.
Unless he goes down and gets a run at it again. All right, Miles. It's time for me to go find some tacos.
Oh, that sounds good. All right, John. Well, thanks for.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on four wheels. One wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the box. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the box. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the box. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
And it looks like Matthew's making a great run here. We have the little ticker down at the bottom now that we can sit here and watch, and we can kind of go by our timing there to see how these drivers are doing at certain points. But Miles, I know earlier on you said a 1:55 you think is the fastest time today?
That's my guess. Yep.
Yeah.
I was hearing him chat this morning, and I didn't have a guess. I was guessing the 2-minute mark until I saw Peyton Dunford head out, and she was, I think a 2:30 or so. So I was like, okay, we can shave some time off. I think that 2-minute mark, and then they got a little faster. We're going to see sub 2 minutes for sure.
Well, it's definitely getting rougher out there as we're seeing the ruts. Of course, that always happens whenever we're out there racing, but Matthew's doing a little nosedive down.
I've heard some drivers say they're going to jump that, which Matt did, but man, the landing just isn't quite there. So we'll see if somebody can actually fully launch off there and get a smooth run, or that front end just going to dive in.
I mean, as we keep seeing, and that comes down to, you know, shock tuning of what your vehicle can take. And, you know, you come out and you practice and you try to put your shocks to the test at any point in any, you know, roughness that you can to make them as smooth as possible. But sometimes they like to do that little, I call it a donkey kick, whenever they're doing those jumps.
As he enters the Monster Energy short course. One more turn to go. We'll get a time for Matthew Walraven.
Oh, look at that. Nice turn into the finish line. Miles, let's see what his time is going to be here. As soon as it pops up for us. Looks like he's at a 16th position with a 2-minute, 22-second .830. So Matthew Walraven at that number 16 position. Next up is the number 57 of Ryan Dunn.
Yeah, so these are the mother and son team coming out to do the prologue, and they are a brilliant team. Most likely, well, most of their experience is done on a combination of speed and technical, so it'd be nice to see what he can do in a UTV.
In a brand new to him car as well.
Brand new to him. He's had experience in the Can-Am back home in the UK. He won the championship that we race last year, so he really pushed the boat out with that in his new X3.
So number 57, Ryan Dunn and his mom, Coral, riding shotgun out of Wales, UK. With short circuit racing, part of the pro modified class, and that Wolf Racing Can-Am X3. And the only sponsors he has is his family. So great to see him, the whole family out here helping. I saw his dad actually out there helping lining people up. So it's they're all hands on deck.
Yeah, they are a brilliant team to have around. They will always get involved with everybody who needs a hand.
And this is his first time racing here at King of the Hammers. He's been trying to race since 2020, but then obviously COVID happened and racing gets expensive. But they finally found an opportunity with Paul Wolf's car as he heads over the Yukon launch.
Yeah, I had a chat with him earlier today, and I said to him, all you need to do is just get a qualifying time, and that's it. Just take it steady where you need to take it steady and just drive fast where you know you can drive fast.
Yeah, and speaking about driving fast, who's going to take home some of that laser nut hardware? Cody Wagner and his whole team built the fire pit right here in front of the Monster Energy main stage. And man, we've Pam, you've given a lot of trophies out, and they're just so cool. That hammer's probably my favorite.
Oh yes, 100%. I think that's everybody's favorite. But last night, I mean, in the Desert Challenge, giving away all that hardware, 100%. Like you said, we've given away a lot of it. But Christopher Pavordi taking home multiple trophies last night,
and multiple checks.
So you know, a three-peat out here with no stranger to that podium. But man, look at these guys, the 57 making their way down that mountain. They are not letting up at all.
And back home, BJ, you guys don't have a lot of big rocks, correct?
No, we don't. We've got medium-sized rocks, but that's pretty much about it that we try and use as much of as we can, just to try and give everyone a bit of difficulty where we can give it.
And he does take that left line that is a little bit longer, but it's a little smoother. So I think that's just kind of strategy to keep the car together and keep moving forward.
Look at how he's hopping up on those little bit of ledges there.
That car has won a lot of races with Paul Wolf behind the wheel, so we'll see what old Dunn can do.
Well, he's making some pretty good time right now. He's at a 132, making his way down back into the flat ground here in just a moment. Oh, and there he did the little jump as well.
Now, going on to the faster stuff, this is where Ryan does come out. He's a very, very quick driver when he's on the smoother terrain.
He's on the MBRP straightaway, heading towards the Monster Energy short course and making it happen. See, his time's a 1:55, so he'll be at that 2:15 or so mark, I would guess.
As long as he doesn't do any bicycles in the corners, because he is definitely driving it hard, as we can tell. But yeah, championship chassis right there. He's got some big shoes to fill in that car now. So he's making his way through towards the last little chicane right before the finish line. And we saw some cars earlier do a little bit of bicycling through there, trying to push it super hard. as Ryan Dunn makes his way through in that number 11 spot right now with a 2:17.493.
That's a very, very good clean run from Ryan. And considering he's in a brand new car, he hasn't driven very much of. He's flown out to America to test drive it with Paul there, giving him some advice and telling him how to push it harder. So I reckon he's been listening to Paul very well there.
That's really good. Next up, though, we have the 903 of Tyler Parks.
He done did it.
Yeah, there you Miles, and here's little fun little sayings.
I stole that from the YouTube, so thanks, D. Jeeper. We'll try to monitor that off and on, so let us know where you're watching from all over the world. So off the line next is the 903 of Tyler Parks and Kyle Parks out of San Juan, California, with Parks Racing and his Can-Am, AF Raceworks, Method, PCI, and AMSOIL, making his rookie debut at King of the Hammers in the Pro Modified class.
I love the start. The short course really has some nice turns this year. They changed it up from what we've had it in the past a little bit.
It's always similar, but it's always different. And John Goodby with the NorCal Rock Racing crew does an amazing job wearing many hats and making it happen. So Tyler's out there pushing strong, having some fun. Greg Mulkey with Raceline Wheels coming up to give us a little swag. Thank you, buddy. Always good to see you. The official wheel of King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 USA.
Always has a smile on his face as
Always.
well.
And this is his last year. Now he's going to finally step out, and man, he's been doing wheels for 30, 40 plus years.
He's going to step out, but you know he's going to still be watching.
Oh, yeah. He can't. He's going to step away, but he's never gone.
Right, exactly.
Maybe to go fishing.
And enjoy his grandkids. And let's see, right now Tyler Parks is at a 119, making his way up the rocks.
Tyler having some fun, making it happen. Taking that left line. I do think the bigger dogs, especially during power hour at 3 p.m., are going to take that center line and really trying to make up some time. And I'll throw it out there. I think Paul Wolf is going to be one to watch right about this area. He is going to be full send down this rock section. I heard Matt talking earlier, it's easier to go uphill. It's a little more technical to go down, but Paul Wolf's going to put on a show. Looks like Mark's out there in the crowd. Maybe we'll get him up here and have a quick chat, see how his run's going to go down this afternoon. So Tyler Parks in the Monster Energy Short Course.
No, just been looking down at the crowd there and just seeing Paul Dunn, just giving the thumbs up from the team.
All right.
Big thumbs, big smiles.
Out here watching some things. Looks like we have a lot of people tuned in all over Vancouver, Wyoming. Thank you for tuning in to the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. And hopping in the booth is Mark McCleary. How you doing, buddy?
Doing pretty good.
What do you think so far? You excited? You nervous?
Yeah,
or
I'm
probably all the above.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit all of the above. Been doing some pre-running, seeing a little bit of the course. It's going to be fun. It's going to be tough this year, and the rocks are really tough.
Well, and talking about this too, right now we have the 10:15 on course of Ryan Blagrave, I believe.
Blagrave. He's the one that rolled in qualifying last year that blew up the internet. So
he definitely broke the internet for sure.
Yeah, so keep an eye on Ryan Blagrave and Jordan Melker out of Tumble, Texas, with Misfit Motorsports, part of the Pro Modified class, and his Polaris with Cobra Axles, CA Technology, 3P clutching, and Perfection Driveline. And he made his rookie debut last year and made the highlight reel.
Yes, he did. Now, Mark, you're sitting here watching the qualifying run that everybody is doing right now. I mean, with you watching this, are you studying what lines they're taking? I know that you went out and you did some pre-running on it, but watching it right now, how hard are you going to push it to try to get up there on that top spot?
I think we're going to push it pretty hard this year.
You're going for the top spot?
We're going to push up there for the top spot. Just seeing how the rocks are and stuff, it's going to be key to get out there ahead of everybody on the start. So I think this is the year where you really have to just go for it on the qualifying loop.
Well, and with that being said, I mean, sitting here watching it, you know, it's been the one area, there's 3 different areas to go up the rock section. Majority of people are taking that left-hand line. Some are taking that middle line, but do you have a strategy going into this, or are you just going to wherever your car takes you, you're going to send it?
It's kind of going to be as I feel when I go into it. I didn't go up the center practicing it because it's one of those things where you might have to shift down in the Mavar, and that slows you down. So I did do the left line, and it didn't. I mean, if you could hit it perfect with good speed, you would take the center line good, but one little mistake and you're having to shift and everything.
But you got paddle shifters, right?
I know, but to go from high to low is you actually have to hold and let it put itself in low. So like I can do the whole course in high right now, but if something happens, I have to shift low, that you lose seconds. So is it worth the risk of going up or just really push around the outside? I found a good line around the outside and I feel pretty comfortable with it, but like I said, I'm going to watch all these guys and see what happens.
That's the risk versus reward right there.
It really is.
Deciding what line you want to take.
And how many cars did you bring out this year?
Just the one. I got the pre-runners, but
right.
We're running the same race car in both the open and the 4400 class.
That's pretty wild. Best of luck. Well, I don't know. It's exciting.
So right now, I mean, again, we're talking about this getting you in the mindset. I mean, you're right now over here talking with us, but you're in the next hour or 2 hours from now, or the 2 o'clock hour, I should say.
Yeah, I'm at the end of the 2 o'clock hour.
So, I mean, what are you doing? Do you have all your stuff over here? You're going to be ready to just jump on in and go? And are you running Tyler in the car for your qualifying run?
We haven't made that decision yet.
Well, you better hurry up.
I got a little bit. My car's down here. My gear's over there, sitting with it. So I just wanted to come down early and just kind of watch what everybody was doing. Usually the later in the day you go, it's a lot of the guys who tend to slowly push it harder and harder. So I'm just going to kind of see where it goes from there. Tyler usually qualifies with me. I'm one of those people that like to have somebody in the passenger seat. A lot of times it actually is to keep me backed off and calm down. But if these guys are really pushing, then it might be one of those things where he gets out, take the weight out of the car and just send it. So.
Yeah. You're doing it Miles style. You're winging it.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes that's what you got to do. Ryan Blagrave, 19th in class, 33rd overall with a 245.
And next off the line, the 924 of Dylan Heiser.
And Joe Pavone riding shotgun out of Sacramento, California with Heiser Motorsports, part of the Pro Modified class. And his Can-Am with Heiser Motorsports. And his first race was at NorCal, where he got second place just last year.
He's taking those corners super tight. So I want to talk to you about this. Watching this, some of the drivers are cutting the corners down a little bit lower. Are you going to use the whole bank if you can, or what's your strategy on that?
I mean, really with a heavy car like this, like it's short coast, you can kind of flat it in a little bit, but with a heavier car that's kind of built for the rocks, the berms, you can hold your momentum a lot better. I learned that when we were at Laughlin. I mean, they have a lot of bank turns, and if you stayed high and just used it to bring you around, it made up a lot of time.
Nice. Just kind of set it in there.
Yeah,
and
just
let
set
it
it in there and let it hold the rim. And there's a lot of good lines, and they're kind of beat in. So if you catch a good groove, it's just going to pull you around.
Well, that's exactly why I was asking you that, just because some of the drivers have been taking the lower line a little bit, but using the whole bank if you can. Use the track if it's faster to keep your momentum up.
Yeah, 100%. I really think on this, with the way the short course is here, I think using the track and around the outside is really going to hold momentum.
Okay, let's see. Is he going to take the left line? Yes, he is. The majority, I would say probably, 80% of the drivers so far today have taken that left line?
It looks like it. It's definitely smoother. It's longer, but yeah, I don't know. Just like you were saying, Mark, better safe than sorry, but you want to be fast. It's a double-edged sword.
The first car I watched do it went up and spun out and got stuck on the hill. So I'm like, that's really kind of showing me like, hey, it's not really worth that much. Because if you do mess up, do you want to be halfway down the list in qualifying, or do you want to at least set yourself up for the top 30 at least?
Or work on the car the next couple of days.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure my guys be happy if I go up there and break it in the wall. And
How much prep do you anticipate between the Can-Am UTV's Hammers Championship and the Race of Kings on the same car?
A lot. Yeah. Friday's gonna be a long day for my guys. We're probably gonna pull the car like the whole way down. Look at
inspect every
go
bushing.
through everything, make sure everything's good. We literally have everything we need to redo the whole car. I have a whole spare car if we need a motor, we have brought everything to do it. Knowing what we were gonna do in the same running 2 classes with the same car.
And he is way off pace now, so I'm not sure what happened with Dylan Heiser, but he's really slowing down in the Monster Energy short course.
And he's almost there. But it looks like he's pulling off way early.
Man,
no power.
Tough.
I mean, it looks like he's just coasting off there.
Maybe he forgot to put fuel in it. I'm joking, but
Maybe he would push that borderline and like take the weight out and ran on just a little bit of fuel so he could go even faster.
because that actually happens.
Oh.
You're like, I know.
Been there, done that.
You've been there. The next 3 days, you'd run low tank and it would slosh and it would bog in and out on you trying to qualify faster.
I had that happen one time.
Oh,
I was trail riding and didn't have enough fuel and came around a corner hot, and then went to hit a jump, bogged right there and just nose planted in the bank. It was, my knee still hurts. There's Travis Cook, one of our course marshals out there, getting Dylan yanked off the course using his worn recovery gear.
You know, it's nice. He hasn't had a lot of work cut out for him, but he is right there and ready anytime something happens.
I've ridden in that UTV a few times the last few weeks, and it's amazing the traction it has on that six-seater. It really is a billy goat.
All right, so Dylan Heiser currently not across that finish line, so such a bummer for him. But he wiggled the belt out the front window, so.
Bummer. This coverage of the 20th annual King of the Hammers is presented by Toyo Tires and brought to you by our official sponsors, Monster Energy, PRP Seats, Slow Ride, Sylvania Off-Road, Freight Factory, and by iBox Springs, just to name a few.
All right, we should have one more vehicle in this 12 o'clock hour. And there we see right now the 171 of Gary Henderson on the line. Looks like he's just waiting there momentarily. He'll get that green flag drop. Travis Cook will probably get himself back in place before they drop that green flag.
So Gary Henderson and Micah Smith, number 171 out of St. George, Utah with Jeep Cast Racing, part of the open class, and is Can-Am with Maxxis, Raceline, CT Raceworks, Rugged, Evo, DRT, Sandcraft, PRP, RCV, Factory UTV, and AGM. He's been racing with us since 2022.
And again, they're more than likely just waiting for our recovery crew to get back in place as they're patiently waiting for the green flag to drop.
And we do have a lost and found at Mega Merch and here at the KOH General Store presented by AccuAir. So if you do find something out on the trail here in town, take it there. And if you're looking for something, go check out the KOH General Store and Mega Merch. And Roxy's been selling all the things. I'd recommend getting there early in the morning. The line's building up right now.
Yes, it is. I was over there on my quick little break, picking myself up a couple more things. And yeah, that line is something, they move it fast, but
they do a great job. They got a full team and they're just dedicated to it.
They're slinging the merch.
Oh yeah. I went in there the other day and shot a little promo with them and got to throw out some hats to the crowd and all that. And all of a sudden I get hit in the back of the head with a shirt.
They did that on purpose.
Oh, I know. Yeah. It's all good.
All right. Looks like the green flag has now dropped, so Gary Henderson off on his qualifying run.
As he hits the Yukon launch, and Donkey's pretty good.
So this is about a 2.3 mile loop, correct?
Oh, and a big bicycle on the first corner. Tough to, is he going to land? Yes, he does.
Well, look at that.
I love it.
Back onto it.
When in doubt, throttle out.
There's when the berm comes in handy when you roll on a berm if you're on the right spot of it.
And see, that's the tricky side. If you take the inside and slide, you could catch one of those ruts real rough and do that. If you stay up, it should hold you in better.
I like that strategy, though. I mean, it's all, honestly, past race for myself, the same thing. But look, he's got a little bit of smoke, it looks like, or is that just the dust?
It's probably just dust.
Dust, it looks like.
Hopefully it's not
Looks
one
like
of
the
his
car.
wheels.
Looks like that Can-Am Mavar is holding up pretty good. It was a pretty light roll. Have to give it a quick once-over, but obviously it's still moving pretty good. Bounces to the right just a tick. Well, BJ, you still having fun up here, buddy? You're falling asleep.
No, I'm really enjoying it. I'm just taking it all in. I mean, I'm used to doing commentary back in the UK, doing Goodwood Festival of Speed, so it's nice to come up and do something a little bit different. Being a bit out of my comfort zone, obviously, because UTVs aren't really my thing, but I'm learning. I'm speaking to the UK teams, finding out what's going wrong with them, what they're enjoying, and I'm just taking it all in, and it's really good for my fourth or fifth year out here to be able to do more experience.
Oh yeah, every year you're learning. I mean, I'm still learning day to day.
And it does help having my dad out there as well.
Oh, yeah.
He's helped put this whole place together.
And then tucks you in at night, make sure you're all good. Gives you your gummy bears.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, and he
Big
sends
lead.
it off there. I like it. Gary's pushing strong, trying to make up a little bit of time he lost early on in his qualifier as he hits the MBRP straightaway.
You know, I've been speaking to my dad every night, pretty much having a bit of a catch up, having a recap with him, and getting a bit more involved in setting the place up and doing more jobs here, there, and everywhere. So I'd like to think of myself as almost the assistant of Mayor of Hammertown.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. There's a lot of moving parts. My phone blows up all the time on that WhatsApp group, and just putting out situations time and time again.
So, Miles, we have this car on course. It sounds like we have one more that will be going off the line. And then Ben Napier just came up here, and he's going to go give Hunter a ride around the course. And then he also is going to drive. And he said he can get up to 75 miles per hour driving with his hands only.
That's
so
amazing.
Hunter Sheck will be coming up. Doug is his dad, and so they're going to go out and do a little bit of stuff. But Doug is in the 4800 Legends class, but it's going to be super cool to see this. So Ben Napier getting to go out on course and have a little bit of fun.
Love it. Yeah, Ben Napier, our event director, has been a busy guy as well and making it all happen. And he's really doing a great job.
Now, Miles, I didn't catch the number on this. For some reason, it looks like a Willenborg vehicle to me, but I know it's not.
This is a Polaris, but driven by Bernd Schaefer from Germany. Crazy Germans.
Perfect. There we go. 2812. He just wasn't on our 12 o'clock hour list here.
So Bernd Schaefer and Alexander, number 2812, out of Windham, Germany. The Crazy Germans, part of the Pro Modified class, in his Polaris with BSM Off-Road. Side-by-side race parts, and he's been racing with us. Well, he races over at King of the France since 2018. How many races do you guys have over there with Ultra 4 Europe?
We roughly have about 4 to 5 rounds a year. So we've got Germany, France, Poland, Britain, and Portugal.
Nice.
So we have a good variety of terrain across Europe, but Portugal is the place where we could quite easily replicate parts of King of the Hammers.
And how many of your Ultra 4 Europe racers are over here this year? I'm going to guess 6-ish or so?
I think we've got about 4.
Okay.
4 European teams over this year.
So, Mark, let's talk about that. I mean, we have Ultra 4 all over the world. Would you ever want to try to span out and get one of your cars somewhere and go race over there?
Yeah, I mean, it would be it'd be pretty cool to be able to go to a different country and do some Ultra 4 racing. I'd love to figure out a way to logistically do it or find a car you can get over there and do it. It'd be cool to just see how different it is.
I'm sure there's a couple rentals over there, isn't there, BJ?
I'm sure we can find you one out there. I mean, as well as Ultra 4 Europe, we've got Ultra 4 Australia and Ultra 4 New Zealand as well. So we've got quite a few guys coming from over there who are out here helping as well.
And that was a smooth jump down that rock face. So I think this is going to be an extremely fast time.
Yeah, they've had a few little issues with the car, as everybody has, leaving a car over in the US, not really looking at it until a couple of weeks before the race. So they're ironing out the issues.
Well, Mark does that over here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last year we built a car on the lake bed. We were a little bit behind.
It
Always
happens.
busy.
It happens. He's got a good run, though. I mean, right now, 210, making his way through. They just have a couple more turns to go before that checkered flag.
And Pam, I'll let you get our timing up to date to let us know what kind of time Burn gets. But our fastest time still in a pro stock car is Frankie J with that 2:08.514.
So 2812, they have Schaefer as the driver of record on there, but a 2:20.776, that puts in the 15th position.
Very solid run by
That's a
Burn.
solid position.
All right, so right now that was the last car that was out on course. Now this is going to be Mr. Ben Napier. That's again talking about that with Doug Check in the 4840 Legends class. He's one of our racers. His son Hunter, 11 years old. He is in a wheelchair and he can drive by his hands only and get himself up to 75 miles per hour. So right now we have Ben Napier taking him out on the course.
Give him a little showdown. That's cool. I mean, accidents happen, and to see people never give up and still make it happen. Anybody can do anything they want. You just got to put your mind to it. To see this young man out there still living life to the fullest is pretty special.
So they're in the 2 seat behind. Ben is giving them a sight lap, and Hunter is in actually the passenger seat on this one, I believe, is what Ben was just telling me. And so Doug is driving. And then they're going to come up here and we're going to get to chat with him for a minute and let him see what he thought about going out on the short course.
Love it. They do a lot of special things out here at King of the Hammers. The 20th annual Griffin Radiator King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. I just love how that sounds.
Mm-hmm.
And
20th.
Griffin Radiator was the original only sponsor of King of the Hammers back in the day, and to see them step up for the 20th is something very special.
And Miles, I mean, how many years have you been coming here? Let's talk about this. So this panel that's setting up here right now. I know you've been coming here the longest.
Since 2009, I was pit crew, and then pit crew 9, 10, and 11, and then hopped on the live show in 12, and keep rolling with it.
Yeah. And so in my first year, I came out in 2017 working in the media tent. I mean, I came out here and spectated, I think, in 11 and 12, but came out in the media tent and worked with them for a few years, and then came on to the live show in 2020. So this is my 10th year out here. It's been a pleasure coming out here every single all the 10 years, and I legit don't ever want to not come here. But Mark, how long have you been coming here?
This is my 3rd year racing, and I came and helped pit crew for 2 years before that.
Okay, so you're at 5 years.
Yeah.
And this is your first time?
No, it's my fourth or fifth time.
Why did I think it was your first time? Somebody else was telling me it was their first time from over there. I must have all wrong with you today.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
That's no problem.
Oh, he's used to it. He's been hanging out with me quite a bit.
Yeah,
You got to give him a hard time, right?
Yeah, that's it. I've got my 4 years here, so it's time for Miles to get his shot.
Yeah, you were here last year, right? Or you missed last year?
No, my last time here was 2023.
Okay. Okay, dokie. Well, yeah, it's fun. To look at the growth of this sport and how many people come out here and have a good time and have fun and play. We got a lot of new racers this year as well that have been coming out here and racing with us. We have that rookie program that for the rookies that want to come and, race in the rocks. And it looks like we're making a little shortcut here. Is that what they were doing on their pre-run? I think.
Maybe bypassing
the rocks.
The big hill.
Yeah. So last year I had the honors of going out on the short course in the T1 Plus with Mitch Guthrie Jr. and doing the sight lap.
That was the Dakar.
Dakar, yes. I can't remember how many laps we did, but I was like a kid in a candy store.
I saw that truck or a similar one up at Goodwood last year, and obviously being able to do the commentary over there for the off-road arena. That was just awesome to watch.
It's an absolute spaceship.
Oh, it was. I called it the Hornet because it had the exhaust was probably only about that big, and it just blew your eardrums. It was awesome.
It was loud inside of it, but not too bad. But it was so much fun to get out and make a few laps with somebody like Mitch Guthrie Jr. and in that T1 Plus. It was an amazing experience for me. I've had a lot of experiences out here, like fun stuff going out on the course and stuff, but that was probably a highlight of my 10 years so far. And it looks like they're going to come off course.
Yeah, it's such cool stuff that happens here at King of the Hammers. Just like that was kind of on a whim, and Ben takes him out there for a ride, and I'm sure there's big smiles out there.
All right, I'm going to go down there and catch them because they're going to come up on the stage. So I'll be right back.
Perfect. Thanks, Pam.
I'm going to go watch a little bit.
All right. Well, Mark, while Pam walks down there, always a pleasure out here, and no pressure.
I appreciate you guys letting me up here. I'm going to go watch the next class so I can figure out what's going on and try and make a fast line.
Perfect. All right, Mark. Always a pleasure. Good to see you, and best of luck.
Good to see you. Thank you.
All right, down here. Hunter, you're over here in this passenger seat with your dad driving. Did you have so much fun out there just now? Oh, you were driving in this seat. Oh, okay. I got mixed up on that. Out there driving on the short course just now. How was that?
Good. I enjoyed it.
You enjoyed it? Well, I mean, it was fun watching you up here on the screen, not racing, but out there riding around on the course. I mean, and you're racing on Friday, so Dad's going to be racing Friday. Are you excited to watch that?
Yeah.
So how often do you get to get into the driver's seat here and drive around?
I go like twice a week.
Twice a week. So you got a lot of seat time then.
Yeah.
Well, that was super cool to watch you out there. I mean, what an honor. I mean, Ben Napier giving you guys a sight lap and taking you around. How is it with your dad over there? Is he talking to you?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to come over there and talk to you, Dad. Because, Dad, you're in our 4,800 Legends class. You'll be racing Friday like we were just saying. But how awesome is this for your son to get to drive this vehicle?
It's great. I mean, it's not a lot of things he can do, but this is one thing that he can get out and do, and we can have fun together and, you know, grow. He wants to race, so that's hence the race cage. And now we just got to figure out the rest of tech so he can get out there and race with the other kids.
Well, it's super cool to see this out here, you know, father-son going out on that race course. And I want to say good luck to you on Friday when you're racing, but you get to qualify tomorrow. So I know that he's probably your biggest cheerleader, isn't he?
Yeah, he loves coming out and watching and doing everything. So.
All right. Well, Doug, thank you so much for letting us come and chat with you. And Hunter, I hope that we do get to see you out on this race course one of these days, because I mean, you just have a huge smile on your face.
Thank you.
All right, guys and gals, this is Doug and Hunter. They just made their way around. It's super cool to see that he is able to get out there and do some driving, but hopefully we get to see him out on the race course one of these days soon.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Obviously, you know, with her disability, she's limited to stuff, but to see him still out there and make it happen, it's something pretty cool. Well, BJ, always a pleasure. Good to see you, but it sounds like you got to get back to work, right?
Yeah, I've got to go down and get back to work.
All right. Well, always a pleasure. Good seeing you, buddy.
Nice.
And
Thanks
thanks for
very
coming
much
up and chatting, and hopefully you can do it again.
Yeah, it would be good to do it again. That's brilliant. Thanks so much.
All right.
guys.
Take her easy,
Bye.
BJ.
Be taking my notes so I don't get your stuff wrong next time, BJ. All right, Miles, we are moving on into our 1 o'clock hour. It's currently 1:03, so we'll get this going here in just a moment. But I didn't catch the car, but I believe the first one off the line should be the 244 of Anthony Baker. Will be the 57th car that should have gone off the line today. So we'll see here in just a moment if that is the correct number. Throwing some water down on the course to keep the dust down, which is awesome to see.
We've got a pretty stacked field coming up here. I see Josh Barkey, Jason Washburn, Carson Atkins. I'm excited to see him. He stepped away for a little bit, but hopped into a Polaris recently, so that'll be a fast run. And Cody Willenborg and Philip McGilton. I heard Joe Thompson chatting about that new UFO car, and I'm telling you, that's probably the nicest UTV that's going to hit the course this weekend. Just an absolute work of art. Started as a MAV-R, but it's definitely a UFO.
100% on that. But Miles, we're going to have Mr. Ben Napier come join us. Ben Napier, you are probably, I would have to say, you're probably the busiest man on this lake bed.
Oh, thanks, Pam. There's a fair few of us that are busy, so yeah, I won't take credit from the rest of the team. We've got a great team out here.
Yeah, and thanks for helping us out so much, because there's so much behind the scenes that goes on. And, man, you just keep doing it. So thanks for all your help, buddy.
Absolutely. It's great to be here. It's great to see this qualifying. We had a big weekend of desert racing, and it's good to get into the Can-Am Hammers qualifying. It's great.
And you did set the slowest lap out there during qualifying today.
Well, maybe I'll have another go later.
Perfect. Maybe we'll do some hot laps and see who can get the fastest time. What do you think?
We don't really allow that, Miles.
I'm yeah. Okay.
You have to be a registered racer, Miles.
Yes.
I can fix that.
Oh, no, but it's been great. I mean, it's been busy. Like you said, the whole entire team's been busy. But, I mean, honestly, you being the race director, event director, everything that's, you know, everything out here, keeping all of us in line, and we're helping keep you in line as well. It's a whole team effort, and we have a few more days.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the racing to come. We've got a short and sharp qualifying track this year.
Yeah, 2.3 miles.
2.3.
Nothing too terribly tough to keep everything rolling, but it's just like the perfect balance.
There's plenty of places to trick you. It's not an easy qualifying course. It's short and fast, but it's not easy. And I think we're going to see some fast times this week.
Yeah. So far, I'm gonna ask you this. So we've all been doing a guess of what we think the fastest UTV qualifier is going to be today. We're kind of writing them down. What do you think the fastest time for UTVs will be today?
For UTV, what are we sitting at now? About
2:08.
2:08,
I believe. Let me look. Yeah, 2:08.5 from Frankie J.
I think someone's going to go under the 2 minutes, but not by much. I'm going to go 1:59.
All right.
Do I have to be like Ian and do a decimal?
I did, but you don't have to.
1:59.0 if you want.
0.7.
There you go.
1:59.7.
What did I say? 1:55
You
even?
said 1:55 even. There's already a 1:55.3. said
we've got someone across starting the course miles.
Yes, that looks like it is the 244 of Anthony Baker is who that was supposed to be taking off the line. If we can catch his number.
The 1444 of Ignacio Arena with Aaron riding shotgun out of North Hollywood, California with Nacho 4x4 Racing, part of the open class in his Polaris Pro R with 225 horsepower. Maxxis tires, TMR, Birch Mega Mall, Dirty Life wheels, and rugged. He's been racing with us here at King of the Hammers since 2024.
And you're right, Miles. I do see that 1444 on there now, and definitely not a Can-Am, because the Can-Am is what Anthony Baker's in and not out there.
So qualifying is optional. You can opt to not do it. So we do have a couple of gaps in the field today. A couple of these guys going, oh, you know, I might just save the car for the race, but it's dusty out there. I'd want a front spot this week because there's nothing coming that's going to change that dust. That's for sure.
And I'm pretty impressed at how you put them in time slots. How do you do that to make sure that we run smooth? Because we're like right perfectly on time.
We have a great crew. We sort of work out what we're doing with the course and how many competitors we have, and we get behind when we have rollovers and recoveries, but we get caught up. We keep the show going, and yeah, it's a big effort.
Yeah, the Hammer King production crew has done an amazing job. I mean, where else can you watch off-road racing like this?
Well, and you basically give yourself that kind of leeway time too, because if you had more than what we have in our time frame, then whenever we do have an issue on the course of recovery, it hurts that time and pushes it over. So it's good to have that little bit of, what do you call it, a buffer between the times?
Absolutely, and then that lets us do exceptional stuff like what we just did.
Yes.
With our young Hunter there, he had a great time.
Yeah, he had a huge smile on his face when he came up here, and that's super. And Dad's saying he's wanting to race, so hence the cage and everything. So how cool is that? I mean, father-son out there having some fun and playing as we're watching the 1444 make his way down. A little bit slower pace.
Old Nacho's still going, though, so he's going to save the car, push hard, head towards that MBRP straightaway,
There are
and
some
we'll get
big
it done.
destructive rocks on that downhill.
Yes.
You can rip an A-arm off a UTV pretty easily.
Well, and Ben, you used to be out here racing this race. So when you're out on that course, like we were just watching, I mean, you push it when you can, you go fast when you can, and save it when you can't, because like what do we always say, smooth is fast. So you try to make it smooth down the rough stuff for the most part.
Yeah, I always struggle with qualifying. Even Racer Kings, I think I got in the top 20 once or twice over the 10, 15 years I raced.
Is that when we only had 25 cars out there?
Possibly, Miles, possibly. Thanks, mate. I think I'm just going to go.
I'm joking.
He's what do you call that when you're building up esteem?
Yeah.
But yeah, qualifying is really important. Track position, but also looking after the car, making sure it survives. You know, I was never a guy with the budget to have two full sets of everything. So, you know, you got to be careful with the gear. But definitely this year, with how dry it is, I think qualifying position is going to be key for race day.
I totally agree.
Throwing it down and getting a position is definitely worth it.
And it looks like Nacho had a 2:52.7 qualifying time. Next up, the number 98 of Jason Washburn.
Looks like we have some fans down in San Felipe. Kevin Johnson, one of our good buddies, is watching from Raceland, Baja. So thanks for tuning in, buddy. And off the line next is the number 98 of Jason Washburn and Chris Wyatt out of Watrous, Tennessee, with Wide Open Life Racing in the open class and a beautiful wide open design chassis. Polaris Turbo R, RCV, OBR tires, Raceline wheels, and Warn Racing. He raced with us last year at King of the Hammers, but fought the new car blues the entire time he was here, but then raced with us at Ultra 4 USA, and really is getting this car dialed in. Adam Woodley and his team there at Wide Open Design build some amazing machines.
Yeah, looking pretty good out there on course. But yeah, I mean, he had some good races this past year in 2025 and some growing pains with the car, but he's looking really good out on the qualifying course right now.
That section of the course has some really deep ruts, and some of these UTVs with the smaller tires and not much belly clearance be dragging through them. We just ran, over 150 desert competitors out that road for several laps.
Oh, took the wrong turn there.
Wasn't sure where to go.
Coming over rises like that in a race car, you're very
blind.
It's often very, very difficult. So, the guys got a little bit of time pre-running this track, but not a huge amount of time. So they're somewhat feeling it through as they go.
Well, and that's where it comes down to pre-running too. So not sure how many times he actually pre-ran the qualifying course or if he did it all, but that's where it definitely comes down to, being key and having a marker being as soon as you come up to that rise, you need to make sure you go left. And it showed right there that either he was completely blind and just wasn't sure, or he just didn't do very much pre-running on it.
And we are building up today for Power Hour at 3 p.m. for some of the biggest and baddest names in our sport will be throwing down to see if they can bump off old Frankie J with that 208.5.
Well, we have somebody out here in the audience that's standing here watching all the lines that these racers are going. Mr. Dustin Battleaxe Jones right there. You know that he's going to be trying to knock Frankie off that number 1 spot today.
We'll see what happens. He had a good showing at the Desert Challenge. We'll see if he can back that up here at the UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship.
I think we should bring him up here. Come on up here, Mr. Jones.
He's got to go to hair and makeup first, though.
And the stash. Make sure the stash is all clean. As Jason Washburn making his way through the infield to finish up his qualifying run. And Ben, I'm not sure if you saw it, the car that rolled in the berm right before you came up here and was talking to me, and then he flipped himself back over and kept
onto his wheels. I did see that, yes.
Yeah, he only lost about 5 seconds or so.
Exactly.
And kept pushing strong.
But it rattles you. It puts you off. And you got to be careful when that happens and get your head back in a good place and keep going.
Yeah, definitely 100% on that. I mean, it's difficult whenever something like that happens to get your head back in the game, but he looked like he was pretty good, once he got moving and everything was okay with the car.
Well, hopping in here is my good buddy, Dustin Battleaxe Jones. How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm freaking awesome, dude. I'm freaking awesome, dude. We're out here at Hammers. We're getting a pre-run a little bit, getting ready for qualifying in the Power Hour. I don't know what else you could ask for.
It's going to be a good show. It's always fun having you out here, having some fun with us, and keeping up on your social. You do a great job with that. Thank you. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you.
But seeing you race all over, but keep coming back to King of the Hammers.
Dude, you can't help it. It's I tell everybody, it's like dropping a quarter in a slot machine and pulling that handle. Like every time you have a little problem at Hammers or something happens, you feel like I got to go back next year because I could win it this time.
It is an addiction, isn't it? There's
Oh,
a lot
it's
of
unreal.
lives changed by this race.
Unreal.
And just going over the Yukon launch is Mr. Josh Barkey and David riding shotgun out of Huntsville, Ontario, Canada with MBRP Factory Racing. He's in a Polaris Factory Pro R with MBRP, Yokohama, Raceline, OMP, Race Suits, Hostile, DT Power Sports, and Marine, and Milwaukee. He's been racing with us since 2019, and that is the son of Martin Barkey, Mr. MBRP. So we'll see Josh and Martin off and on the rest of the week and putting on the show.
So, Dustin, we're sitting here watching the qualifying. You're out there watching these people that are on course. I mean, are you studying the lines that they're taking to see how rough the course might be getting out there?
Yeah, fortunately, we came out last night. We were able to burn some laps on the qualifying course, which I think is so important. You saw that wide open buggy struggle at the top of the hill because there's a couple of different, especially when you're looking uphill, kind of in the sun.
Your hood kind of hides where you're going.
For sure. So if you don't pick those landmarks, like you said, Pam, that on your pre-run, you won't know where to go because you're looking straight up at the sky. So you got to have a rock, a bush, something that tells you, ooh.
So he took that center line and has to back up. So we were talking to Mark earlier. What's your strategy right here? Are you going left or are you going to try to do the hero card?
He's not going to tell you.
I'm going to tell you guys I'm going left all the way around. I'm taking the long, smooth way around.
You're going up back door, huh?
Dude, the problem with me is I always get in my head, so I always change on the fly.
He's in a difficult position here.
He is definitely.
He's tried to exit the rock face, and now he's in all kinds.
I'll tell you what happens, man, is I've had this happen before in qualifying where you get in a fluster and you're like, I need to back up, but let me just shoot that hill. Let me just keep trying instead of calming down, taking the loop around, qualifying mid-pack. Now he's in a real situation.
Oh, yeah.
The left rear's not turning.
Yeah, no rear-wheel drive on the left.
Man.
Can't see the right rear tire, but tough break for Josh Barkey, trying to save some time, and it cost him dearly.
Man, and for so many people that haven't been out on the rock course, I'm going to tell you right now, qualifying is going to make a world of difference this year.
Oh, especially with the dust. You just fought that a couple days ago.
Oh, dude, and it is rowdy in the dust. And the desert loop is so fast, like you are sketched the whole time you're running. You got to run on that edge. But we just ran a bunch of the rock sections. I love it. Like, this is what King of the Hammers in my mind should be. It's rock section to rock section to rock section. Usually we'll hit some rocks. We'll hit a little desert section. Not this year. You are going rock section to rock section.
And then at the end of your lap, too, you have another, 50 miles of desert after you just beat your car to death?
Dude, that's where things get wild because you're trying to drive so hard, make it in these nasty whoops that the unlimited trucks and cars created.
And you.
And, yeah, and us. And your car is it's bending that paper clip a little more, you know.
Absolutely.
So
and this year, you've got the rock loop. You go into the pits and you're like, okay, now just got to do the desert to get home. But you don't. You've got 6 rock trails after the pit that you have to do before we send you on the desert loop. So you're on your own. You've got to really conserve your gear to make it home. So.
Man, this is going to be really a battle of attrition this year, which I like. I like a good, hard, technical course. You know,
mean, this is hammers. That's what you want.
In my mind, this is hammers. Because the last couple of years, like some of the UTV guys have not even got out to pull a winch. And so,
have you driven every section of the course yet? Do you think you're going to winch?
Oh, I already got my winch points. Like today, we pulled up to some lines because I haven't had great success in the rock race. I usually break an axle or break a differential.
So you're going to play a little safer this year?
I'm going to have to. Like I've ran good all the way until.
Well, everybody does.
Everybody does.
That is the story of racing.
I
was winning until.
Everybody's post-race interview is we were doing good until. And so this year I'm going to try to not let that happen. I've committed to staying calm. I picked the ones that I'm going to winch up. I'm going to winch up Jack. I've broken there 3 years. I'm going to winch up Jack. And then we just came out of outer limits right before we came here. I'm winching up outer limits for sure.
Yep. Do you think Dustin Henderson would agree that you're going to stay calm this year? Where is he?
Right there in the blue shirt. In fairness, he never tells me anything in the car except directions. He's such a good co-driver.
You need that.
I have to have that.
Especially you.
Or yes. Or I'll get in my own head. Like when we get sketched out or we get crossed up, he never makes a peep. He just says there's a hard right coming up and then we got a long straightaway. He doesn't say slow down, back it down, be careful. He never says that.
Well, and that's what makes a good co-driver. You guys have a great relationship inside that car, and it really is key having somebody that you can trust and that and he has to trust you as well, but somebody that you can really trust to get you around that course, especially when you're in the dust, because that's really, key for sure. But the relationship inside of a car, I have always said, and I know other people have too, like that is the most important thing. Because if you don't agree on things or you don't trust his calling out, it's never going to work.
And I want to ask you about, so you raced the Desert Challenge just a few days ago. You ran the Desert Loop clockwise. During the rock race, you're going to be counterclockwise. Do you think that was an advantage to see it, or is it just a completely different course because you're going the other way?
No, we ran about 20 miles of the desert course, and I recognized a lot of things. So to be honest, to be able to race the Desert Challenge before the rock race, oh man, it's such an advantage. Racers out there that have the option to race both, I would say you have to sign up for the desert race and race it as well as the rock race. It's such an advantage to just see the course, If nothing else, the dangers. When you get to these nasty crosswashes, you're like, I know what happens
I
here.
remember this one.
Yeah.
There's a couple of big ones up there, isn't there? Like, it's a very fast course, and it sort of lulls you in a false sense of security. And then these giant ones just come jumping at you up the top of the Marine base. There's some big ones.
Dude, and I love that. That's what pre-running is so crucial, but also the big advantage too is like some of those will spook you, but if you've ran the desert race, if I can just get past this danger, it's wide open after this.
And are you racing the same Can-Am you raced a couple days ago in the rock race?
Man, fortunately, I have a rock-specific car that we built to bring out here. Fortunately and unfortunately, I built a brand new car to race King of the Hammers that will only race King of the Hammers.
Hey, who built that for you?
S3 Power Sports. I had a little shop in Louisiana, baby.
Well, I don't think it's going to look brand new at the finish line.
Definitely not.
Dude, I already laid the pre-runner on the side twice during pre-run, just looking at trails.
Was that in camp?
Yeah, that was before I made it to Chocolate Thunder.
Oh my
and remind me, you got a top 10 at least, I believe, right?
Yeah, I got third in the rock race 2 years ago.
No, I was talking about your desert race a couple days ago.
Oh, I got second at the desert race.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's top 10.
He was up here celebrating.
Yeah, I think we got second in Pro Mod UTV, and then I think maybe sixth overall or something.
It was
like
pretty
that.
close to that, yes.
Yeah. So with that was a great run for us.
And what do you think about those?
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HB Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
Have fun.
I saw a question come through the YouTubes. Power Hour is at 3 p.m. where you'll see Dustin Jones battling it out there and putting on a show for us. What time you shooting for?
Man, I would love to see a sub 2. You know, there's a couple of zingers up there that I saw. Some guys have ran some really quick times. When they're getting down around 205, 208, you can really kind of judge what's going to happen in the Power Hour. I'm not a super fast qualifier, but I know the Millers are. I know Cheney is.
Well,
I know there's the Greaves are. Oh, dude. And so every time you think like, bro, nobody's going to beat like a 205, and then somebody comes and just throws down a heater. And so if I can,
every year,
every year
that happens.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. A perfect example of this is Corbin Leverton. Whenever he ran that heater, he posted his in-car video last night, I think because there were so many naysayers. He took every line, every corner, every straightaway that we all took. People were saying, oh, he turned at the rock pile. He cut across the... No, he did not.
I reviewed his lap. It was legit. He smoked you guys.
Dog us, dude.
It was, how many? It was like
20 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
15 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you didn't give me a time. I'm going to write your time down on all of ours. What do you think the fastest time today in qualifying will be?
I'm going to say somebody's going to put down a 158.
158. All right.
You think?
I got 155.
I have
Do you really?
157.
But it's not you.
Definitely not me.
I have 157.7. Ben has a 159.7.
Yeah.
We've all been writing it down, so they've been keeping track of it. The lowest right now somebody has is a 151.2.
A 151.
That's fast. We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant somebody ran that already.
No,
I was
no,
like,
no, no,
what?
no. 208 still the time to beat.
Okay, that's what I thought. Oh,
I scared him.
Will you guys have another starter on the line?
Yep.
I'm going to get back to work.
All right, Ben,
I'll
always a
leave you to
pleasure
it.
seeing
I'm sure
you.
there's someone who wants his seat. Thanks, guys.
And I'm actually going to step away too. John's going to come in and take my way. I'm going to get down at the start line and do some interviews. So, Miles, it's been a pleasure. Can't wait to see Power Hour.
Oh, it's
Dustin
gonna be
Jones.
fun.
Great talking to you.
Good luck.
Thank
All
you, man.
right, Ben, Pam, appreciate it. Dustin, always a pleasure, my man. Good
you, buddy.
seeing you.
Always
Let
good
you get
talking to
down
you.
and relax
Thank
and
you.
have some fun, buddy.
Yes,
Good
sir.
luck.
Thank you, buddy.
Be safe. So I believe that car looks like Carson Atkins. Yes, that's the 722 of Carson Atkins and Todd Beckett out of Seymour, Tennessee with Dave One Racing in that open class with Polaris SMC Concrete Raceline wheels. He's been racing with us since 2019 and has a couple podiums under the belt. He took a little bit of time off, so it's great to see him. He used to race a Yamaha, so I think he's going to be one to definitely watch, kind of an underdog for sure. So keep an eye out for Carson Atkins, number 722, on stage now. And joining me back in the booth once again is John Crowley and Ian Johnson. And then another special guest, Brian Deegan. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, we snuck Brian in. I wasn't sure if we were going to make it. He said he had to go do some pre-running, but he said, I got a few minutes.
Yeah.
Let's sit down and chat.
Can you guys, mic working? All
We
right,
hear
we're
you,
good.
buddy.
Perfect.
So you're sitting fourth.
Really? I was looking way down the list.
Way here.
Second in class, fourth overall.
Really?
You were second for a while.
That's
and then-
cool. Right on. That's not bad for a weekend warrior, huh?
How you feel about that?
Feeling good. Actually, I was lining up today, and I was like, all right, this is a fast course for qualifying pretty fast. I was like, that kind of suits my style. And when it gets real rocky, I'm a little out of my element. But I had fun. It was honestly, the course was awesome. I got to do it early, which is always a benefit. And, I had a blast. It's great.
I think this is going to be a very fast run. I think we're going to have a new fast time here out of Carson Atkins. It's going to be very close. Is he going to be able to bump out? And he does. Carson Atkins, our new fastest with a 2:05.
Nice.
Great run by Carson Atkins. Good job, buddy.
So, Brian, you were talking about pre-run a little bit. Have you been?
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on four wheels. One wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
There's your niche, huh?
Out of freestyle motocross, and 30 some years old, and it was time to move on. So I had to learn how to race four wheels. I went all in, go-karts, any four-wheel thing I could get my hands on. Race some desert racing.
We've seen you up at Crandon a few times.
Yeah, Crandon, and anyway, I went all in. When I do something, like you just got to do it all the way, right? So I was able to learn four wheels, and the hardest transition was just like really learning that the weight of the vehicle, the slide, stuff like that. But the transition for me has been like moto carries over so much. Moto's
I think you guys can pick lines a lot better.
Reading terrain is huge.
100%. And for me, pavement was the hardest race. racing 4 wheels on pavement.
So you let your daughter do that then?
Yeah. She actually was like, man, she's so good in the dirt. But in the future, I feel like for a female racer to make big money is really NASCAR.
Oh, for sure. Yep. And speaking about going all in, you got your son and your daughter all in and everything you guys do. Love following you guys along. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, thanks. It's full-time job. For me, at some point you have to realize, like, I've been there and done it, and I, still chasing that, in my 30s, 40s, 50s. I was like, it's time for my kids to get their shot, right? So went all in on that, first with Haley, then Hayden and Hudson, and it's been a pretty wild ride. I'd say the last 10 years of my life have been the best. Really.
Yeah, no, I love hearing that. Yeah. Love following along. I've been a big fan of yours for a long time, and then seeing your kids follow your footsteps is pretty cool. So it looks like Dylan Harper just crossed the line.
So have you looked at the course much?
I've looked at the course. We did like some pre-running and trying to figure out kind of where it's going, but it looks very difficult. And so Terry and I are going to go out here in a little bit, do some pre-running, do some more. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a tough rock race, which it always is. I say my goal is to finish this race.
Yeah, keep the car together.
Yeah, keep the car together. I think I'm about a 50-50 ratio at this point.
All right. Well, put some eyes on Jack.
Yep.
Yeah, it's tore up.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just get close and then boot Terry out of the car and let's start winching.
So yeah, and I'm okay with that.
Save the car.
Yeah. Well, I have Terry's winch on the car, so I'm sure he's gonna want to use it.
Yeah,
for
probably.
Media
He'll be doing selfies while he's winching.
fair.
You're like, hurry up!
That's fair. I want some sponsorship for this winch. All right, here's the pictures.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll be using it.
Right
So
on.
Dylan Harper, third in class, 32nd overall with a 2:38, and off the line next is the number 555 of Nicolai out of Italy with AIM Racing in
He's
the
got
open
the flag
class.
going there.
And his Polaris with AIM, Skyworks, and R53 Racing. This is his first race with us here for the Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries.
That's pretty cool, man. Guys coming from all around the world, eh?
We got Italy, Europe, down in Mexico,
Wales, Germany.
Italy's in Europe now.
I was just making sure you caught that. We have a few Canadians here.
Kind of same thing.
Yes, we have the UK, Wales, Germany, Italy, Mexico, Canada. We got a whole big contingent.
Thanks for catching me.
All right, something's going on here.
This isn't good. This isn't good.
Spit some Italian gas.
Oh, maybe not.
Italian gas.
No, I think they were just double checking the GPS, maybe.
I don't think you need GPS for this one.
Yeah, I hope you don't.
There was some conversations going on inside that car, and they seem to keep going.
Yeah.
Well, Brian, do you have anything exciting on the horizon coming up?
Yeah, so no, it's just kind of a boring year coming up.
Oh, I
No.
bet, yeah. You've already started out busy.
Just crocheting at home.
Yeah. So we just came from Houston Supercross a few days ago. That was Saturday night, and Hayden, raced the Supercross, the Triple Crown. He won that and won the last 3 rounds. He's been on a roll, which has been very exciting. So he'll be racing 450 coming up in outdoors. So we'll get working on that in the next few weeks. And then Haley's going back to NASCAR trucks and NASCAR Can-Am West, which is cool. Going back to like Kern and some of these West Coast tracks, which is a lot of history there.
And exciting.
Yeah. Hopefully can get some wins and give us something to talk about. And then, like I said, Hudson's back in school. So doing that, the normal family life with that. And but yeah, the most exciting thing I'd say on racing Thursday, getting in the car Thursday night and driving to Phoenix for Supercross Friday and Saturday.
Busy.
So that's the next thing. And then Hayden goes from there to Seattle, and we'll be doing Supercross for a while. Actually, I had a bad crash on my dirt bike a couple weeks ago. Stuck my arm out when I crashed and ripped my shoulder back.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Tore labrum. It's kind of like the old man's injury, and getting that fixed again in a few weeks. So that's part of the game.
Oof.
Yeah.
All right, looks like Nicola came in with a 240 there, Miles.
All right, okay, perfect. So that's a great run for him.
Even after stopping at the bottom of the hill.
I was going to say, even with a stop to have a conversation, yeah.
It's crazy the strategies that go on with qualifying, because I think a lot of guys want to bomb the gnarly line up the hill, the rock hill, but you also weigh out, all right, is a qualifying somewhere in the middle is much better than qualifying somewhere in the back.
Yeah.
Right? So if you take the big risk, but you have an issue, you're all of a sudden going to get bumped way
And
to
we've
the
had
back.
2 guys that have broke axle or CV or something, and boom, they're back to the back.
To the back, yeah, and that's a different race, especially if it's a little
Yeah.
dusty,
Risk
So,
reward.
yeah. Now, like I said, I found that little line to the left there around the cliff, and I feel like it may not have been as fast, but I knew I could do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm just gonna nail this line.
Sure.
And it's about a 90% chance to the 50-50 of the rock hill.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, I went up the rock cliff yesterday and went up it, ended up, I don't know, hit a bad bounce, and it pitched me sideways at the top.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
I was like, it's hard to explain to people, but it's the most fear you could have going at like 1 mile per hour.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's most exciting going slow.
Going slow. Yeah, I'm like, heart was racing. Yeah.
So out on course right now is Anthony Baker and Cody Godby out of Alpine, California, with Tube Smith Industries in that open class, and a Can-Am, Fox, MRT, ZRP, Racecraft, Performance Motorsports, KC Lights, Prior Tech, PCI, and Seal Savers. He's been racing with us since 2023. So with age comes a cage, huh, Brian?
Yeah.
But you still ride a dirt bike and hurt yourself.
Yeah. Still ride a dirt bike, and it crosses my mind. I'm like, what am I doing? But I still get that excitement.
You still get the adrenaline pumping.
Get the adrenaline rush. And that's, as a middle-aged man, sometimes you just have to test yourself and say, am I still alive? Am I still living life?
And that's what you're doing.
And I get on my dirt bike, and definitely, people are like, why don't you backflip, do 360s anymore? I'm like, well, I have more responsibilities now, right? I got to be there for the kids and the family and the wife. So a little different, different deal now. But
the recovery time is a little bit longer, too.
Yes, it is. Yeah. I enjoy the days I feel good.
Yeah, no doubt. Wake up and you're like, hey, my back doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I feel good today.
All right, Anthony Baker back into town, making his way through the short course.
This is going to be a pretty good run, I think.
He
I think it's
launched
a good
it off
time.
that one hill pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to put our leaders in a hurt, but he might end up top 20. He's going to come across probably that 220 mark, 218, 219 maybe. .8 puts him at 15th position.
That's not bad.
Nope, good spot to be in.
And old Diggin, you're still holding in the top 5 for now. But Power Hour at 3 p.m. is probably going to change that up for you. I hate to say that.
There's a couple fast guys.
Oh, more than a couple.
This is Adam Brown, number 334.
And he had a pretty bad wreck.
I was going to say
Laughlin, so I'm glad to see him back there. He had a broken hip, and glad to see his recovery's coming. I hope he takes a little bit easy and keeps that car together.
I can't imagine having a broken hip, and I was thinking, I'm going to go race hammers.
So Adam Brown and Alan Clark out of Selma, Alabama, with All Geared Up Racing in that open class, and his Pro R with Craftworks Supercharger, MRT, CA Technologies, PPEI Tuning, Metalworks, G-Force, and all things UTV. He's been racing with us for a couple years, and that is a brand new build because when he wrecked in Laughlin, that car was completely toast. So glad to see him back out here racing with us.
Made quick work of that hill climb there, comes across the top. This is where we saw a little bit of action earlier today. But so far, it's been a relatively calm qualifying day.
I was going to say that. We've had only a couple breaks and one rollover. It's fairly mild. So, Brian, I was going to ask you what you're racing this year. I knew it was Can-Am, but I didn't know if you were in a Maverick R. And I just opened my phone up, and the first thing in my Instagram feed is you and a beautiful Can-Am Maverick R.
I think phones can read your thoughts.
Right?
They really can. It's scary.
It's pretty close. So, yeah.
Were you paying them to do that?
So, yeah, the Can-Am Maverick R will be the machine racing this year.
That's a beautiful car. Love the color. I mean, you've got to be black. I know that.
Black,
I saw one with you spray painting your new wheels.
The Chrome Vision wheels. Yeah, a little too shiny for me. So.
Yeah. Well. sure that paint won't last the whole race, but
Easy to fix.
So is this a brand new build?
This is my car from last year.
Okay,
So my
so
goal,
just freshened it up.
Freshened it up. I usually try to race the cars for 2 years.
Yeah.
And then hopefully be building new cars, new race car and pre-runner for next season is the plan.
And you race mainly just King of the Hammers in that, right?
Race King of the Hammers as far as that car, and then I'll do short course and Pro 2. I enjoy that. I still love doing that when I can.
You do 2 or 3 a year usually?
A couple a year is my plan for next season. Hopefully get to do Crandon, Glen Helen, the local one. That's always fun. So yeah, it's hard to beat the feeling of racing a Pro 2.
Oh man, those look so wild.
It's so fun.
And you're just like a ballerina out there, just dancing and making, pitching in those corners. And
You and I have two very different opinions of short course racing, because I say short course trucks is the UFC version of motorsports. I won't call it ballerina. I call it like a punch in the face type of racing.
I'm going to tell you, I'm stealing it from Sal Fish. He came to Crandon a couple years ago and watched it. And he said the short course guys are like ballerinas, and then the Ultra 4 guys are like gladiators. So I was like, I'm going to roll with that.
There you go. Yeah, I think when you're out there, you can just watch the guys when they're got some clear track and they're just finessing the corners and it's on a nice slide. It's hard to beat the Pro 2 feel and look of it with all that power. Just you're always on a slide on the tire, and I feel like it takes a good skill set to be fast in those trucks. And and it gets aggressive. Yeah, first lap's always carnage, and I guess it depends who you're watching.
It was a sport that was invented to keep fiberglass companies in business.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So while we were chatting there, Adam Brown came in with a nice, respectable 9th place.
Yeah, he had a real good finish at the end. Came in at a 2:13. And now on track is Paul Kraut.
The number 491 with Sven Myers riding shotgun out of Pickens, California with Kraut Motorsports. And that Polaris Pro R, MRT, Raceline, SS Off-Road, Aftermarket Assassins, and Shock Therapy. He's been racing with King of the Hammer since 2018. I believe his wife had a birthday just a day or two ago.
All right, looks like he's taking that far left-hand side.
And we do have a military parade at 2 p.m. And then we're going to do a swear-in here on the stage at 2:45, and then a military flyover at 2:55 just before we kick off Power Hour. So lots of exciting stuff yet to go today. So, Brian, you're more than welcome to hang out for a little bit, but if you're itching to go pre-run, you can bail whenever you're ready, all right?
Yeah, for sure. We're actually just working on the car. They're putting in steering stabilizer.
You said we are working on the car?
Yeah.
it's the royal we.
Yeah,
the royal
okay.
we. It's
a
team
we.
sport.
A lot of we going on. So, no, it's good. Yeah, we'll have, I guess, a few more minutes, and they'll have the car ready.
We will have
for
the car
driver.
ready,
And so I'd say that, and then get to race come Thursday. I'm excited about that, and then off to Supercross and back to life. Back to life, wide open. But
what are you going to do the next couple days after today qualifying's done? You keep pre-running, or what's your game plan?
So yeah, I do go pre-running. Go mainly do the rocks. The desert. If I have time, I'll jam out there, and just do as much as I can. So maybe we'll find some lines. You always got to think usually where I start, there's going to be guys ahead, and the traffic jams, and always trying to find alternate lines, ways.
While you're going, somebody's going to be broke here. Where can I go?
Yeah, and that kind of is what bit me last year. We tried to go around the line instead of waiting, and ended up getting winching, and smoking the battery and winching so much.
Wow.
So I learned from that. Now I got 2 batteries, but anyway, this is part of the game, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I would check out Outer Limits, Jack, and Chocolate Thunder.
Okay.
Those are your 3 main spots on race day.
Okay.
That there's going to be bottlenecks.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Alternate lines on all those.
Yep. So we'll check those out, and then you're saying usually go out pre-run during the day, and then I actually got a Starlink, which is nice. So I'm able to do some business at night.
That's a game changer,
Get the work
isn't it?
done. And we've actually launched a community launched my own community, which is something I've been wanting to do for a long time. So that's what I've been doing at night, go on there, and basically go on there and talk with the other members and stuff. It's pretty cool. It's something I've been wanting to do for many years, and it was just I travel the world, meet so many cool people, and finally it was like, how do I get all these people together and share ideas? And a lot of like-minded business guys on there, and women sharing ideas and helping each other build their businesses and other things like that. So that's what I do kind of at night, sit there and jam out on the computer and I don't know, some different chapters of life. So yeah, it's called the General's Army, and that's
I love it. You built Mill Militia way back in the day, and that was
Yeah.
extremely successful. So I assume you got some pretty good pull there.
Yeah. It's you spend a whole life, building a brand or building, a following or with the family, and you're like, okay, how do we put all this together? And there's always chapters to it, and I feel like that was the next chapter really. And like I said, I meet a lot of cool people and in passing or at the races, and I feel like, man, I wonder what that relationship could turn into.
Yeah.
And this is, like I said, well, I'm going to figure out how to get this all together and start turning these relationships into business or other things. So
I love it.
Yeah, it's been great.
Well, on course right now is John Mitchell and William Medina out of Greenville, Texas, with Blue Fire Motorsports and that Can-Am X3. Freedom Ford, CTS Power Sports, Love Graphics, Lone Star Transfer, Anderson Candy Company, Greenville Powder Coating, making his King of the Hammers rookie debut. Well, Brian, it sounds like we about have your car back together so you can go pre-running, but always a pleasure having you up here, my man. Best of luck on Thursday, and don't be a stranger. Come by tomorrow if you got time.
No, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. This event I look forward to every year, and I'm just glad I was able to make it. The dirt bike didn't take me out fully, so hopefully we'll be back. And then next time we need to bring the kids and let them drive too. We'll be excited. So thanks, guys.
I love it. All right, the one and only
Yeah.
Brian Deegan. Thank you, buddy. Looks like we're going to bring up Matt Holt to the stage once again.
So John
Yeah, it's a
Mitchell's
stretch
just come into
X3.
town, and we have a time of 2:41.3.
Looks like that is Jeff Martin and Dave Disda out of Wasco, California, with Martin Family Racing, part of the open class, and then also built Can-Am, Dave's Diffs, Bagan Blaze Racing Services, CA Technologies, Allsup Racing, and Tyack Tires. He's been racing with us here at King of the Hammers for a couple of years. And if you are just joining us, this is the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. But right now, it's qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship on a 2.3-mile track.
Moving.
Yeah, that's Jeff Rowe Martin out there. Looks like he made a really good time up that one hill, coming down the far side. This is where we saw a little bit of action earlier today, but they come down here, they got to take that turn, cross this flat little chunk of desert, and then up into pretty much kind of the only rock section that we have on this qualifying course. And it's not, we haven't seen anybody have any problems with it, but they do have 3 options when they come up this one spot.
Stick in the middle.
Yeah. Little different rock section. I mean,
Clean.
it's interesting
Very
to see,
clean
see
line,
how
John.
guys are
Yep.
picking there. Looks like that 208 still holding?
Yeah,
No, we're at 205.
205, okay. So really not picked up much since this morning. I mean, we've
Whoa!
It's going to be a
Nice
fast
launch.
time, though, John. He came out of the bottom of that under the 1:30. That's sort of been our unofficial sort of like split time look. So Jeff Rowe Martin here is going to come in with a really good time. He can pick up a little bit of time here in the short course. We can definitely see a top 10 here. I don't think we'll see him unseat the leader. He still has a ways to go. But definitely, I think we're looking at a new top 10. Or a member of our top 10, I should say.
Top 5.
Top 5.
John's calling it. He's like top 5.
Yeah, that's definitely a top 5, John. He's going to come in there around probably around 208, 207, 208. 209 flat. Third place. Excellent job for Jeff Rowe Martin, taking a spot on the box. So third place. All right, and then off the line after him. Trying to get a number off this car here, John.
I didn't quite see it.
All right, Cody Willenberg coming out of CW Motorsports out of Effingham, Illinois. Again, Cody definitely battled all this season, was trying to pull out a championship, didn't quite get it done, but Cody was definitely a seasoned competitor here. He has CW Motorsports. They do a ton of motor work for UTVs. So if you need a motor rebuilt for those guys, can definitely take care of you.
Very fast line up here coming through the top of this one section.
Yeah.
They've done quite a bit of pre-running. He actually rolled last year in pre-running and started 88th and battled all the way to 9th place, finishing 9th. So definitely he said, this year we're going to try to be fast, but not roll over. So he said that's kind of the plan coming into qualifying today. Got to talk to him a little bit last night. His crew's over there.
All right, taking that middle line again.
Looks like that middle line's starting to get grooved in a little bit there.
I think that middle line is definitely faster. You do have to commit to it, though. We've seen a couple people.
It's all about momentum.
Yeah, because you do lose a little bit of speed at the top side of it, but obviously he made it up there very clean. He's going to come down through here.
See if he launched. Whoa, yep.
He did, yep. This is a fast time, John. He was out of there at like 124, 125.
Wow, this could be another lead change.
Could very well be. We could be looking at a new fast qualifier right here.
Flying off those jumps, too. Again, his plan was to be quick, but also be consistent, not try to make any silly mistakes.
Wow.
Co-driver
Randy.
Randy
It's going to be tricky, though.
out there cheering him on. See what that time's going to be.
Ooh, yeah, this could be it.
I mean, literally drifting around those corners.
Yeah, I think he's got it.
If he doesn't, he's going to sit right in second place. Let's see what he's got here. Cody Willenberg.
There he goes.
204. There we
Number
go.
one spot.
Nice.
Crew's down there cheering him on.
Wow.
Oh, and this is one we've been waiting for.
Phillip.
Here we go. This is the car that I wanted to see. I've been waiting for this car all day long.
So this is the UFO chassis
Yes.
we were talking about earlier?
Yep. Joe Thompson built UFO Fab. If it looks like a Gomez car, there's a good reason for that.
Yeah, a
lot
little
of similar technology here. So let's see.
So this
what
is a
this car can
Maverick
do.
R engine and transmission, but full custom suspension and chassis.
I seen you had Joe Thompson up in the booth earlier. Did he give any insights of what's going to be like today racing this thing?
He did. He said, we talked about it a lot, but the design of the car, how it felt to drive compared to the big car. The big question I had for him, he answered off camera, but we're not going to share it with anybody, how much the car weighs. And it's
Wow, he's moving.
He is moving. This is a good time. What I
I'm
want to
gonna
see
guess
is
around that 3,200 mark.
You're wrong. All right, so he's going to come in
No,
here.
he said it was light.
Oh,
all right, so
I said 28.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Again, durability. Obviously, the UFO cars are very durable, but when you start trying to scale that down a little bit, it's interesting to see how that'll come into play
He's
as well.
slowing down.
Oh,
must have been switching gears
Oh,
there.
he's going right line.
Oh, far right line. So he may have stuck that thing into low range.
You don't have to stop to put it in low in a Maverick R.
Well, there you go. He decided just to take a look at it to see. Look at that far right line. Look at that car work. Absolute amazing
But
work
he-
of art right there.
He burned a couple seconds
Yeah.
sitting there at the bottom.
Yeah. He absolutely
lost all his momentum.
absolutely did. Absolutely did. But you can see how stable that car is
Yeah.
on those rocks, and that's what we're talking about with
It
Joe.
looked great.
Oh,
Whoa.
look at him launch down there.
Yeah, he's not going to upset. He's not going to take pole for sure. But I'm going to guess at the speed he's going at right now, he's probably going to come in at top 6.
That shock package was interesting too. He's got separate bypass shocks.
He does. Yeah.
Number 47, Philip McGilton out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with 47 Motorsports and Rusty Nail Racing. And that Can-Am UFO with Southern Tire Mart at Pilot, Yokohama, Holly, Simpson, Willwood, and ADS. He's been racing with us since 2016, and he's got multiple podiums with us at Ultra 4 USA.
I really want to see him take that car and put it in 4,400.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, 13.
13.
Wow, I thought he was. So he lost. Obviously, that checkup at the
The
bottom of that rock
checkup was
section.
probably 2 seconds or more.
Yeah, that's what cost him.
Oh, no, I stepped out of the booth for a minute. Cody Willenborg came through and took
He
that
did.
top
Yep.
spot, huh? Nice.
He was flying.
just 1 second. Wow,
Yeah.
1 second faster than Carson Atkins.
And he was. I talked to him last night a little bit. He said, I rolled over in qualifying last year, and so he started 88 off the line. He said, we're not going to do that again this year. He said we ended up. When it started 88, battled to 9th place. So again, he had a huge leap, but unfortunately, did have to start off the line 88th position after rolling over in qualifying.
All right, so we're coming around to the 2 o'clock hour. I got my eye on 2 different guys this hour, Ronnie Anderson and Cole Clark.
Yeah, both of those are going to be extremely fast. Mark McClary's in that one as well.
Yeah, Dustin
and
Robbins
Dustin
is
Robbins,
no
yeah.
slouch.
So
But
just before Power Hour, still going to be pretty good show.
I'm thinking Ronnie and Cole are one of those 2 guys might set a new top speed.
Yeah, I was talking to Ronnie.
You were saying that was going to be the first one in sub 2s, was one of those 2 guys. Still thinking
I
that?
hope I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
We still got a long ways to go to get to the 151 I've been talking about all day.
The 151 feels far away, but
It
I don't know.
does.
I still think it's. I still the 158.3. That's the hot
Yeah,
ticket
that could be it.
We've been surprised before.
Yeah, I was talking to Ronnie Anderson in the pits during RJ Anderson's race, the T1 race, I guess. Yesterday. And yeah, he was excited about the rock race and just calm, cool, and collective. And yeah, he's definitely one to watch.
Yeah, so Cole's got a single seat Polaris Pro R that he's built.
It's custom, and
Yeah,
it is a
it's-
rocket ship. And he can turn that thing up to over 400 horsepower. But he says he's going to dial it down to probably just over 3, just to keep it safe. But
just over 3.
I remember back in high
keep it
school,
together.
I thought I was cool because my Camaro had 200 horsepower.
Well, it's got that stretched wheelbase too. I think it's stretched a little bit.
I think so, yeah. It looks like it at least.
It's hard to tell when you narrow it up. It obviously looks skinnier just as it sits.
So it looks like that Josh Owen possibly.
You got Ronnie Anderson there, 52.
And then Nick Reich right behind him. That's
Yeah, so
750.
Josh Owen, Anderson, and Nick. Next competitors. Again, thanks to the Hammer King production crew behind the scenes, putting all this out, all this information out in front of us. They're doing a great job. We've got so much going on out there. During race week, we will have 4 helicopters, 6 stick cameras, and 12 drones covering the course.
Wow.
It's incredible. Oh, and here comes the military parade down Boone Road. Something you don't get to see every day. Really cool.
I want a tank.
Yeah.
I don't see a tank in there, John. I'm
Dang.
sorry.
Yeah, the stuff you see at Hammers, you don't see anywhere else. It's absolutely amazing. This coverage of the 20th Annual King of the Hammers is presented by Can-Am and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Gates, MBRP, PCI Race Radios, AMSOIL, VP Race Fuels, Vanquish, El Monte RV, Brannick Motorsports, Yokohama, Curry Enterprises, Yukon Gear and Axle, Seymour Paint, Onyx Off-Road, Griffin Radiators, Optima Batteries, Ford Racing, Raceline Wheels, King Shocks, Lasernut, and by Warren Racing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be able to race right here, right now for the Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. And taking off next for the UTV Hammers Championship is Josh Owen.
Yeah, we got some big names here in this 2 o'clock hour. Got a couple guys that John's been waiting to see. And then at 3 o'clock, Power Hour is going to start. We've been waiting all day to see who's going to come in and qualify in that sub 2-minute mark. But right now, we have Cody at Willenberg holding off the pole at 2:04.
Josh Owen's taking up the line there.
So Josh Owen, number 375, with Tyler Harvey riding shotgun out of Westminster, South Carolina, with Masher Motors Racing. In that Can-Am, Mavar, S3 Performance, Raceline, Knott Construction, Pipe Masters, Warren Racing, Maxxis, and CA Technologies. He's been racing with us at Ultra 4 USA since 2020. We'll see what kind of run he's got. Hopefully misses that, goes a little right, turns back left. Smooth run so far for Josh Harvey.
Yeah, certainly seems fast. Josh Owen, actually, there.
Oh, thank you.
I got you. So Josh Owens comes up over the top of that. This is where we saw that one. We've only had one rollover today on this qualifying course. Excellent work by all of our course workers out there to get that car back on its wheels. But very, very tame qualifying so far.
Well, we had that one rollover in the Monster Energy short course, but he self-recovered.
That's right. But you see, by me talking about it, now I've jinxed all of it.
Yeah,
So
no doubt.
now we'll get some action to talk about. He took that far left line over there, John, coming up that sandy wash.
But it looks like that's definitely the more preferred line. We saw McGilton struggle a little bit. It's a very tough line. If you hit it perfect, you can make it. But
I think
man,
well,
is it worth
McGilton's the only one I've seen take the right line.
Far right line. Yeah, he's the first one we've seen over there so
we
far.
had one of them kind of start left or in the middle and then end up over the right.
Yeah, but he ended up sort of like just midway. Phil's the only one that went way over
Committed.
to hug the boulder. Yeah. Question would be, was he doing that just to see how the car would feel on that big of a climb, or did he actually want to do that? You know, like, is that part of the plan? But car looked good going up there. But right now it's all about Josh Owen as he comes back into our short course and back into Hammertown.
Again, shout out to all the drone companies out there helping work. This drone footage has been just absolutely incredible this morning. And again, we talked earlier, it almost makes it look too easy.
Up over that last little jump through this little chicane.
Taking a little slow, blowing a chicane corner there a little bit.
A little wide on that one, but back in and across the arch. He's going to come in probably around that 224, 225 part. So
25th.
Yeah, 25th spot. All right, John, is this one of your guys that we've been waiting for?
Ronnie Anderson.
There we go.
RJ's out in the crowd right in front of us.
Ronnie Anderson and Cole Keats, number 52 out of Riverside, California, with Anderson Brothers Racing. And that Polaris RZR Pro R, NOS Energy, South Point Hotel and Casino, BFG, and Optima Batteries. He's been racing with us at King of the Hammer since 2019. And speaking about RJ, he had a blistering race going on yesterday until King of the Hammers bit him. So we'll see if Ronnie can redeem the Anderson Brothers Racing.
Whoa.
Wow.
And a cinder there over the Yukon Lodge.
Yep.
Well, he's more of a short course guy.
Good speed through that short course section. Out
Just
into
ripping
the
through
desert.
there.
Heading out to the Geolander
Come
Gauntlet.
on. Let's get under two, Ronnie.
I think this could happen. Look at him just flying through the desert. Great run thus far. Does he have what it takes to bump out Cody Willenborg with that 204?
That is a fast move up that one hill climb, then back down the far side here.
Man, he is flying. This is definitely on pace to bump out Cody Willenborg if he can hold this run together.
Yeah, here comes the question, John. What option does he take?
He's taking the middle.
Taking that middle line, we think?
No.
Oh.
Playing it safe, Ronnie.
Oh, gets a little bicycle there.
I'm surprised
Reels
on
it
that.
back in.
Yeah, but look at the wheel speed he's got going
He's
on.
definitely made good time there.
And
This'll
carried a lot
be-
of momentum into it as well.
I'm interested to see how hard he takes this downhill.
Hard.
He's definitely going to.
Yeah.
And look at him. Yeah, he's coming out quick.
That right there is top qualifier, John. It may. I don't know if it's going to
Whoa,
be.
gets a little crossed
Get
up.
it, Ronnie.
I don't know if it's going to be sub 2, but it's going to be right on that.
Oh, come on,
201
Ronnie.
mark.
He's going to sub 2. He's got it.
As he sends her into the Monster Energy short course. Taking the big berm on the outside. Ronnie Anderson is on a mission right now. I think
Last
he's
little
going to
jump.
get it.
Set up well for that jump.
Oh,
Excellent
heck yeah.
job.
He is
Yeah,
Took
he's
that
got it.
chicane well.
Sub 2 right there.
There we go. 150. I think it's going to be under 158.
156.2. New fastest of the time by 8 seconds. Ronnie Anderson.
John called it. He said that would be the driver that got it under 2, and he did it.
John's not wrong
I'll say
today.
that's definitely faster than the 158 I had picked. So this is Nick Reich. This is a rock bouncing guy.
Just looking at the
here.
tires, I can tell.
Yeah, I say he's sponsored by Mickey Thompson. If you can't tell, running a much meatier tire. Nick and Wade Good were battling back and forth all season with our series. Ended up coming in second right behind Wade Good. PRI show, he hooked up with some guys, and they said, hey, do you want to come race Hammers? And he said, I would love to. So he has a team out here, came from all the way from Wisconsin to come do some racing with us. Definitely looking to see. He's going to take that far right line that we saw Philip McGilton take well. He said, I am going to shift down to low and then go right back to high as soon as I finish that rocks. I don't know if that's going to cost him some time or not, but we'll see.
100% it'll cost him time.
Hey,
But you're an
RJ, can you get
X3.
Ronnie to come up here in just a minute? He's not
X3,
listening.
you gotta-
RJ, maybe. We'll try to get Ronnie up here. So that is the number 750 of Nick Reach with Aaron Getty out of Sheldon, Wisconsin with Fun Racing. And that Can-Am with Roadrunner Performance, Mickey Thompson Tires, Amsoil, RCV, and Fuel Factory making his King of the Hammers rookie debut. Finally doing some real racing. That was the Matt, sorry.
These guys, I tell you.
That wasn't a dig on him. That was a bust on Matt. Just like giving him a hard time.
Okay, he was going a little slow there for a second.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing there,
Yeah.
John. It was checking up.
It was too early to shift.
Yep.
Oh, he's not shifting to low. Taking the right line in high. Ouch.
That's a big old tire to get to work up there.
That's not going to work.
Yeah. Dang it.
Dude.
I can hear that belt from here.
Oh, yeah.
Now, is he in low? No. Wow.
That's
There's
the belt's gone.
Yeah.
The magic smoke ain't going back in
He
there.
let the smoke out, but
Oh,
then
he
it got
just-
stickier.
He smoked it. He didn't blow it.
Yeah.
Maybe heated it up a little bit.
He did. It got sticky. That's exactly what happened. It got hot and it got sticky.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not it's
know-
going to make it all the way back to town is the next question.
The tire analogy doesn't really work with belts.
I disagree.
Close.
I think we just saw it work.
Uh,
I think my eyes just saw the tire work. The tire analogy work. That belt got sticky for one second long enough to get up the hill.
Just enough to get him that last 5-10 feet there.
But I don't know. Hopefully, it gets him back to town is the next question.
Yeah.
I think I can even smell it.
Hey, there's Ronnie.
All right, perfect. Ronnie Anderson is in the house. Well, Matt, we're going to kick you out for just a minute if that's all right, buddy.
All right, we'll
Matt
see.
Holt, always a pleasure, buddy. So Ronnie Anderson, the new pole setter with a 156.2. If you could have done another second faster, you would have got my guess.
Yeah, it was a good run. It was clean. I think we're looking at maybe like a 148, 149 from some of the guys with power hours.
Ooh, all right.
Oh, there we go.
You
That's
left some
something.
time out there, huh?
Yeah, I think I was hoping to be a little bit faster than that.
So, Ronnie,
you
we
took the long line around.
Yeah, we assumed you were going to take that middle rock ledge. What happened? Did you just
Yeah.
last minute, or was that a plan from the jump?
No, that was a plan from the go. I paced some of the guys yesterday while practicing, and it really wasn't much slower. And the risk running that line is a lot higher than the line that
100%.
So-
well, and what we noticed is as you came around the top, you had a lot more speed than the guys that are going straight and then having to turn.
Correct. So you kind of gain it back up there on the top section. You lose a little bit, but they have to slow down quite a bit to then get up to the rock. So it kind of evens out once you get up there. So I figured a little bit safer, have a long race on Thursday. So
Heck yeah.
How sketchy was that downhill heading back towards Hammertown?
it's dicey because
Yeah.
there's a lot going on in there. So it's kind of goes every which way as you're coming down. So I mean it's dicey for sure, but it's pretty used in and it's not too bad right now.
And then you put your short course skills to work. We saw you dancing through the Griffin Radiator start finish, and man, you had that thing all slicked up.
You look
Yeah.
good off the jumps.
Thank you. Yeah, the short course is definitely my unbiased favorite.
So heading out on course right now is the number 311 of Dustin Robbins and Bill Hilliard out of Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV. part of the open class, and that Can-Am Mavar with all things UTV, Vision wheels, OBR tires, Super ATV, CT Raceworks, and all geared up UTV. He's got 4 first place, 8 podiums with Ultra 4, so definitely watch out for old Dustin Robbins.
Okay, Ronnie, some question for you. I don't have all your stats memorized. What's your best finish?
4th place.
4th place.
Yep.
What year?
I want to say 2020.
Okay.
2020 or 2021.
And you did pretty good in Sturgis a couple years back, right?
Yep. We won Sturgis that year.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. That was a really fun event. I liked that one a lot.
You coming back this year?
I don't know. We'll have to see. We don't have it on the schedule quite yet.
Okay. It's penciled in, but we'll see, huh? All right.
All right, so he went up that middle line that we were talking about, John. You can see that he did check up, and it cost him a little bit of time.
You scrub off some speed going up it. You got to have wheel speed to go up it, but then you lose your vehicle speed at the top.
And he launches
Nice.
down there.
Very nice launch.
This is going to be a top 10 run for sure.
Yeah, he's on pace to put a herd on the top 10. I don't think he's going to take Ronnie out of the top spot, though. We'll have to see what happens. So, Ronnie, now that you got this spot secured for the next, 10 minutes or 30 minutes, plans for the rest of the week to prepare? Have you pre-ran everything? Is everything all ready to go, or what's the thoughts?
Yeah. So we've pretty much knocked off all the rock trails already. Luckily, fortunate for all my guys and stuff, I'm able to pre-run in the race car for the first 2 or 3 days, and then they tear it down and do a full prep on it before qualifying. So I got out there in the race car, did all the rock trails, and then I'll switch over to a Pro R pre-runner that's basically bone stock.
Number 2, Dustin Robbins with a 2:01. So
fast.
just 5
He turned on the
seconds
heat.
off. Yeah.
Good.
So,
Great
what do you think of the course?
It's fun. A lot of random stuff, kind of where they penciled in after Chocolate Thunder here. We're just kind of bushwhacking through the side of the mountain there,
like
which is
on
interesting.
The little cross grain going out there.
A lot of loose rocks, a lot of stuff. So that could be interesting. I think maybe a lot of lines might open up there.
What do you think of Jack?
It's hard as always.
Yeah.
Hard as always. And it seems like now even the first part before the waterfall and after is even harder than last year.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
What's your strategy?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm going to go run it again here later in the week.
And then
after
it'll
things
change again before race day.
Exactly. So I try not to take the hard trails to heart yet before the last day of pre-running.
Yeah, because they're going to change regardless. So
exactly. Yeah, there's probably 15 people wheeling up there right now. So
all right, I think this is Cole Clark.
It is the number 24 of Cole Clark out of Cortez, Colorado, with 2-4 Racing, part of the open class.
I picked you and Cole for the fast times in this, and then Dustin snuck in.
He's in that Polaris single-seat Turbo R with Polaris and Bill Stein. He's got 8 wins and 19 podiums with Ultra 4. So this is going to be exciting.
I don't think that's a Turbo R. I think that's a Pro R that's been turboed.
You're probably right.
Just if John says something.
Yeah, I'll roll it.
Absolutely.
And that car can be up to 465 horsepower.
And that's your answer right there,
Nuts.
because you're not going to get 400 horse out of Turbo R unless it lasts one race.
I think he can run methanol on that thing too.
Very good
looking
pace
car.
here coming across the bottom. Let's see which line he takes, John. John, you guessed wrong last time. You gonna try and guess again?
He's not going to take Ronnie's line.
Okay.
Nope, middle.
Yep, you are right.
And made it look pretty easy.
Yeah.
This is going to be a
Pretty
great
good
run.
wheel speed there.
Yeah, we'll see what happens on this downhill section.
Ronnie, you getting nervous yet?
no, not yet. We'll see.
Well, see, Ronnie was a little smoother right through here.
He was a little faster coming up
Yeah.
the bottom. I don't think he's got the time to unseat you, Ronnie, because you came out of there in the teens.
Yeah, but
So he's probably got.
he's got turbo
got a
power
lot of
now.
stuff.
He
He's
could
got the
step
jerk
it up.
He's got the little hair dryer on there. Yeah.
He is really scooting as he enters the Monster Energy short course. What can Cole Clark do?
It's going to be close.
He scrubbed some speed off right there. And right there.
Little high on that turn.
Yeah, he just kind of blew the corner a little bit, it looked like.
I think he's got it.
It's going to be super close. What's it going to be?
I don't think he's got you.
He's sub 2.
Yeah.
Cole Clark moves into second position with a 158, so just 2 seconds slower than Ronnie Anderson.
Nice.
So Ronnie, Cole Clark, he's a heavy hitter, so I don't think we're going to get as low as you think. I think that 155-ish marks, I don't know, we'll see.
It's going to be close.
151.
It's going to be close. We'll see. Cole's a really good driver, and he's got a really fast car. So that was definitely a good gauge for how the rest of the boys are going to do.
He's probably got the most horsepower of any car out here. That'd be my guess.
In the UTVs.
Yeah. Oh,
that's just average in EMC.
That's all I talk about. So you should just assume that, Miles.
I assumed that. I knew what you meant, John. Yeah.
Huge UTV guys over here.
So up next with MBRP Factory Racing, it's Martin Barkey and Scott Smith out of Huntsville, Ontario, Canada, with the Factory Polaris Pro R, MBRP, Yokohama, Raceline, OMP Race Suits, Hostile, DT Power Sports and Marine, Milwaukee, and CSC Suspension.
No, it's...
All right, so Martin Barkey making his way through the short course out into the desert section. This is the spot where we've seen a lot of ruts. So we see a couple different lines in here at this point. We've got like a far out line and a close line. We see that every year get burned in a little bit differently.
This is Mr. MBRP. Martin, we saw his son Josh have an issue earlier. Looked like they snapped a drive shaft. They'd never seen that before, so they'll get it dialed back in and back in action. But these are those cars that Brock Hager drives and wins everything in. You can buy these straight from the factory, and it's a legit race car.
All right, let's see what option Martin chooses here. Does he go up the middle or take that far left line? Looks like he's sticking to the left into that sandy wash to make the climb out the top. But as John pointed out, you end up at the top carrying a little bit more speed when you come this way.
Well, if you drive like Ronnie, you do.
Yeah, but not this one. This one was he had to check up at the top, caught a little nuisance rock there.
Martin with a pretty good pace here. Not going to break any records, but a solid run so far. Takes her down, and now he's heading towards the Monster Energy short course on the MBRP straightaway. What was your top speed today? Was it 75-ish, I'd guess?
Yeah, probably somewhere around the 75, 80, right about there. Right before that first little single coming in would probably be our fastest area.
Yeah, nice. And what do you think of the short course this year?
It's fun.
Yeah.
Fun. I like when they add in the big berms, and the chicane's really fun too. Adds a good little driver's make a little time up if you're good at the chicanes.
You came through there just dancing.
If you're a short course guy.
Yeah, I was going to say there was a huge difference on the line. Did you set up for the chicane before the jump?
Yep.
I thought so, because you could see that if you go back and look at his run, that jump, you were on a completely different line of everybody else and landed up just set up perfectly for that chicane. It was really, really nice to watch.
So here's who we had in the booth earlier, I believe, the 717 of Mark McClary and Tyler Nolick riding shotgun out of Reddick, Florida with Turned Up Racing. And that Can-Am with CA Technologies, Wayland Speed, Oracle Lights, Carbon Off-Road, Yokohama, and Raceline. He's been racing with us since 2023, and he's got 9 podiums under his belt with Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers.
So, Ronnie, while we still have you up here, who's going to knock you out of the top seat?
There's a lot of good names coming. First comes to mind is Hager. He's always just a man on a mission. Cheney, another guy that's really, really good.
CJ,
all the short course guys.
Another short course guy?
Yeah, all the short course guys will be really quick.
Miller brothers are still coming up.
Yep.
Phil Blurton.
Yeah, but I consider the Millers short coursey too, coming from Texplex days and all that. So.
Right? Huh. All right, so any of those guys.
Yeah, there's still 10 heavy hitters on there, I think, that could do it.
I wouldn't disagree with you.
But you're still going to start up front regardless. That was a smoking run, so congrats on that and laying it all out there. Did you check your serpentine belt on your alternator?
Yep, all of that's good. Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah, hopefully we've got those issues all out.
That was such a bummer. He was having such a fun race. that was talking about referring yesterday. RJ was racing the T1 and had a serpentine belt issue of some sort, and it was just a bummer. And then Luke was on the charge, lost an engine, but Pulvardi just ran away with it. So congrats to him, but I always love seeing a battle at the end.
For sure, yeah. Christopher was ripping. They were having all the three of them were having a really good battle those first two laps.
Yeah, the split times were fun, kept bouncing back and forth. And it's been some great racing, and it's only going to get better for the 2026 Griffin Radiator King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Battery. This is qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and here in about a half hour, it will be Power Hour, where the biggest and baddest names of the UTV sport will be throwing down to try to bump out Ronnie Anderson.
Yeah, Ronnie's sitting on pole right now with that 156. We're trying to see who's going to come in faster and what that end time will be.
This will be just over 2 minutes, I believe. So it'll still be a very solid run, possibly top 10, maybe 20. Mark McClary and Tyler Nolak. Tyler, his co-driver, is one of the big wigs at CA Technology.
Yeah, and he's running the separate bypass shocks in the rear of that thing. Seeing your dad's is the, like King Shock dude. Well, I shouldn't say King Shock dude. The ultimate shock dude.
Yep.
You know a lot about suspension, obviously.
Yep.
What do you think about having two shocks like that in the rear?
I have mixed feelings about it. It definitely can help. But then again, I don't feel like it's necessarily a UTV anymore.
Yeah.
So mixed feelings about that. I think we should all have a single shock, just like how they come off the showroom floor.
Yeah.
But it definitely can help, especially in longer desert stuff, helping with heat and stuff like that.
But you're adding weight too.
Correct. You are adding. Yeah, bypass shock is definitely really heavy. So it's a give and take, you know.
And Ronnie, you're going to get a front row seat because we're going to show you your run from just a little bit ago. The fastest qualifier, Ronnie Anderson. Let's watch his run and see how fast it really was.
This is pretty cool. Get to watch your own run like 20 minutes later.
So tell us where you bobbled.
All right, I'll let you know.
You got to talk a little more than that.
Yeah, sorry.
He's studying.
Yeah, this was good right there. I got through those first
this is where we knew you were on it.
And these ruts right here are getting pretty dug out, it looks like.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little more rough, a little more dug out. And then the deeper it gets, sometimes it gets easier, sometimes it gets harder. So.
And right here, your hood kind of blocks the hill, so you kind of driving off memory, right?
100%. Yeah, you can't see over this hill at all. So you're all memory all the way up into this part, and even coming down right up till about there, you can't see any of the down.
And right here, I could tell you were really flying.
Yep, and then you got to get on the brakes pretty hard to make this.
And there's not really ruts there; it's just rough, right?
Correct. Yeah. It's
well,
like
it's another road.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of crossing an old road.
And here, you already had the decision to go left.
Yep.
You got a bicycle, if I remember. Yeah, right there, a little bit.
And left is a little bit quicker, I think, right there.
And then here you have to decide how hard you're actually going to push it.
For sure. And I made a mistake right here. I didn't push enough coming down, I don't think. Could have been a little quicker on the down.
So in this, while you watch this, Ronnie, where
right
do you think the time is to be made up from your run? Is it in those hill sections or on that short course section?
I think there's some to be gained on both, probably a little bit in each spot. Definitely on the downs, I could have pushed a little harder, I think, now looking back at it. In the short course, it's a power game too. So if someone has a little bit more power than me, there can be a little bit faster on the short course. So we'll see. There's a lot of good drivers coming, and they all know how to do it all. So
yeah, you're the only guy that's really set up for that chicane.
That chicane
right
setup was perfect.
Yeah,
everyone else does
like,
the jump and then does the
dang.
chicane. Yeah, your setup across that jump to get set up for that chicane put you in the exact right spot. You made that chicane straight, which was perfect.
Yeah, I definitely gained some of my time back that I lost on the hills there, so that was good. It's going to be fun to watch some of
Getting
these
some
guys
tacos up here. Appreciate it, buddy.
What?
Is that? La Bufadora,
Oh
perfect.
my God, you guys are incredible.
Uber Eats here is pretty good.
I wished that for lunch, and here they are.
Second lunch.
Yeah.
Early dinner.
Right. Dinner.
It's been a great time. Thank you, everybody back home, for tuning in to the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. We are qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and Ronnie Anderson just threw down a heater. We'll see if it'll stick. Power Hour kicks off at 3 p.m., and it's going to be one heck of a show. Ian, John, Ronnie, man, this is great.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch for sure.
So, Ronnie, you watched your run. How many seconds do you think you left out there?
Hard to say. I think there's 4 or 5 left probably. If you really grease everything, I think you can get some back.
We're going to get to my time.
No, 1.2 seconds, I think.
There's just, you think there's 1.2?
Yeah, 1:55 even. That was
My time's already out, so I'm done. You already beat my time, so.
I know a lot of the guys too coming to power are doing the that rock climb up and not going up and around. So we'll see. That could be maybe it is a little bit faster.
And while we wait for Power Hour, here are some highlights from earlier through the day. Well, Ronnie, we're going to let you sneak out of here. Thanks for coming and having a chat. We'll see if your time sticks. If you want to come back towards the end of Power Hour, you're more than welcome. But yeah, great run, and you'll have a good start.
Sweet. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thanks, Ronnie Anderson.
Thanks for coming in, man.
And we'll bring another guest in, Cody Willenborg, who was a fast runner, but he's already bumped from first to fourth pretty quick, but it's still a very solid run with that 2:04. Cody, how we doing, buddy?
Good, man. Thanks for having me, guys.
Nice run.
Absolutely. And you got a brand new build, if I remember right.
Yeah, so same Pro R, running a 24 years previous and the 2025 Pro R now. You know, that Pro R platform is just such an amazing car out of the box. We don't have any factory support, so we're just out there, you know, doing it on our own dime. And the Polaris platform, you can do it so easy. There's not much needs to be done to that car, you know. So
I mean, you can go to the dealership and get a loan. Do you still have a loan on?
No, I don't.
Does the bank know you're racing their car? Is the question.
No, but you know, I raced this race the last 2 years on stock control arms. So that tells you how capable those cars are. You know, factory this year running some CA stuff, and I wasn't afraid to throw the car little stuff a little harder, as you guys can see out there.
Oh yeah, you had a great run, and like I said, when I text you, I'm like, oh sweet, you're on top. And by the time you came, well, sorry, you got bumped down. But
you know, it's all good. Power Hour's coming. There's some really good guys. You know, running open class this year. I think there's like at least 5 or 6 people in that class that have won the overall here. So. You know, it's going to be a good race. You know, the open class.
I'm gonna have to check you on that.
The open class has kind of made its way to be the premier class. You know, it was always Pro-Am before, but you know, you got Kyle Chaney running the open class. I think both Miller brothers run open class. Anderson's an open now.
It's a
Clark's
stacked
open,
field.
so.
Mitchie.
Yes, he an open too. Yeah, I mean, there could be
Brock Hager.
Yeah, there's 10 guys saying open that have.
Well,
won
you
this
were talking
race.
about previous winners. So you got Miller. Is Miller?
Yeah.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and I giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Bearings for many years. AMS wheels, AMS tires. They got a brand new tire that I actually helped develop. Been with those guys for like 5 years. We got a tire that I helped develop. This will be the first hammers on that tire, and I can tell you I'm not quite used to driving a tire that sticks that much in the rocks. I was wheeling up a lot of the rock sections pre-running. It was super unique.
No, that's fun. Yeah, it's amazing how far these cars have came. The technology over the last, what is it, 12 years? Well, probably 10 years in UTV. It's
straight shock technology. I'm running G-force suspension this year, and we got that car just out of the box working amazing. We've seen like mid-90s and some really rough stuff pre-running, and the shock technology is just wild. What you can throw these cars at anymore.
It's been 18 years, Miles, because John told me how long he's
been
perfect. Here. 18 years. Yeah,
2026.
Yeah.
I had an 08. Oh, yeah, that's a lot.
Let's do the old jokes again. Come on, get them out of your system.
Yep. So now you've done your qualifying run. What's the plan? Do you do more pre-running to do, or you stock the car, prep the car? What's the plan?
So we got the rocks all done. That's something we come out here to get the rocks done and out of the way. Hopefully we're only out of the car 2 times during the race. I think there's 2 winch points.
That you're pre-planning on?
Yep. I think that we kind of got that.
Will you try to drive them or just straight pull up winch?
Jack will probably 100% winch. It's not worth breaking the car there. And I think you're either going to drive it and break the car or just winch over and be okay. I think there are some guys that have drove it, and I've not been able to drive Jack. So we'll obviously try first, but we're not going to beat the car up trying to get through there. You got a lot of desert after the rocks this year, which is unique for us, and I actually really like that. So I think you're going to see a lot of guys come out of the rocks hurt and fall apart in the desert, on that long, I think it's like 50 some miles back to Maine after the desert. So
yeah, it used to be that 15-mile sprint just back to town, but now it's an actual big old loop.
Whoa, there was a rollover.
But then he lands on his wheels, I'll bet.
It doesn't count if you land on your wheels.
I missed that one.
Count. Yep. That's self-recovery.
Wow.
Years past, you could drive a super hurt car all the way back to Hammertown.
Yeah, absolutely.
One axle shaft or dragging a
But now
wheel.
50 miles after the rocks.
You're not doing it,
No.
And, keeping the belt together after you slip the belt through the rocks and the high-speed stuff. So it's going to be an interesting race. You're going to see some people come out of the rocks up front, and I don't think they're going to make it through that last desert run. So.
And look at the crowd right there we just saw of Hammertown. It is absolutely growing bigger and bigger by the day. It's absolutely amazing, isn't it?
It always is. It's so much fun to show up here on Rock Week because this is when it really starts to kick off. We'll see more and more people come in every single day. Place will fill up. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Weather's perfect, a little bit of wind. Did you watch the desert race to see how bad the dust was?
Yes, I did watch the desert race, and the dust was intense. And I actually at Laughlin at finals, I was in a really
Brown
nasty,
had a tangle.
I was really in a really nasty accident in the dust. Someone rolled in front of me and was dead sideways on the track, and it was such heavy dust. We didn't see him. We hit him about 70 miles an hour. So that's my last, real high-speed desert racing experience of that. And
so you're going to be a little calm probably out the gate.
It's going to be a little jittery. That was a super hard hit. Broke all my teeth in the back of my mouth and slit my knee wide open. And Adam got hurt pretty bad, but he's all right. He's actually out here racing.
Yeah, he qualified just a little bit ago.
We were just commenting on this. Crazy to go race hammers after you break all that.
And I think that tells a lot about what King of the Hammers is. This is something that a lot of us live for all year round. It's what we prepare for. It's what we spend all of our vacation time on, all of our vacation money on. Just come out here and, just meet the people and play in the rocks. And it's just amazing camping with new people and come up and talk to you like you've known them forever and they're brand new friends.
Yeah, birds like a feather. Or I messed that one up. Anyways,
whatever.
Yeah, but yeah, like-minded people doing like-minded things.
That's exactly right.
What you wanted to say was get 2 birds stoned at once.
There you go. I'll try that.
So we're going to try to go run desert through the next couple of days and get some really good notes in the desert. The rocks I'm good with. I'm a rock guy at heart, so the rocks are going to change. Terry Madden made a really good point. You can drive them every day and they're going to be different. So just get in there and drive the lines at the best lines you can and kind of go from there. I think my goal is to race the desert, drive the rocks. So not racing the rocks. If someone comes up on me, I'm going to let them go, and I'm not going to race them in the rocks, and we'll race in the desert.
All right. Strategy.
I think
like it.
That was you win in the desert, you lose in the rocks.
I would believe that is 100% correct. You get impatient, the rocks, someone starts pushing you, you make a mistake, you take a bad line. If you try to take a line around somebody because you're not patient, you can
pop
cost
an
yourself
axle.
the whole entire race. So I think it's super important to stay patient. keep your head on your shoulders, drive your race
100%.
in the rocks and in the desert, man. That's where the time's to be made. So Power Hour is coming.
Yeah, about 25 more minutes we'll kick off Power Hour, but we still have the military's going to come on stage here in a little bit, do a little swear in, and then at 2:55 we have a flyover. I hope that comes through right before we kick off Power Hour. Great shot of the KOH General Store, presented by AccuAir. It's got the laser nut fire pit right dead center. We got the Monster Energy stage. King Shocks.
Is the simulator still in the general store?
The one I beat you in last year?
Well, we were talking about that. We
I
all
heard
need
it.
to- you beat me and Jim.
I was hoping you were going to lie. I was going to call you out.
Yeah, no. I said earlier that you won, so I said to Jim, I said we all need to do it this year. Everyone
in.
needs to go in and do it. So everyone's got to go in, get set up with the simulator, and run the race course. So I think we got to get Jim involved in that too.
There's a simulator in the KOH General Store and in Warren VIP.
Yep.
You know, we talk about like the race car technology. And what about that technology? You know, you're able to pre-run the qualifying course at home with a sim, and that's just absolutely wild. What the industry's doing and where it's going is super impressive.
Yeah, it's absolutely a whole different world when you look into the sim racing and how fast it's grown. It's super cool to see the technology that's being gathered here during the race off the cars, and then it's going to be available to all the sim racers out there later after the race. They can come out. But I think that they were saying that like days after the race, you're going to be able to line up and re-race against 100 virtual cars out there, which will be crazy.
That's just absolutely wild. You know, car technology is amazing, and that technology is amazing. You know what? The super cool thing is it gives everybody at home that maybe don't have the opportunity to come out here to be able to participate. You know, and probably gives them the drive to want to come out here. You know, in years to come. So. There's some new people out here with us this year, and I talked to someone last night. I was like, "This is my first time, and I'll never miss it." You know, and that's kind of how we were. We came out spectating one year, and we've been racing it ever since. So.
That is if I tell people all the time, you should come out at least once, no matter what. If you're at all a car fan or if this is one of your hobbies, I just had some friends come out. They're hot rod guys, and they were in the They came out because they do a lot of stuff with Optima, so they brought a bunch of guys. And one of them texted me last night. And he said, "It's my first year." My only time coming to King of the Hammers because he never would have come before, but his wife works for Optima and he's out here and he texts me and he goes, "I'm at King of the Hammers. I get it." Because whenever you talked to him before that, he'd be like, "Okay, explain King of the Hammers." Like, well, we all go live in the desert for a week and you know, you're just in the dirt. And he's
There's
like, "I don't understand
100,000
it."
people out here.
Yeah, and they just do. But once you get here and you see it, yes, I think that everyone should come at least once in their life, even if this isn't your hobby. If you're at all an automotive enthusiast, come out, check it out, see what it's all about. And then you'll either fall in love with it, or at least you can check it off your bucket list.
That is correct. So my mom's actually out here with me for the first time ever, and I don't know if she'll come back, but we definitely checked off her bucket list as she came out.
There you go. Yep.
So I come from a drag racing background. My family historically drag races, and I'm like the black sheep at off-road races. So there's just something boring about going racing for 5 seconds and going home. You know.
Don't tell drag racers that. They'll get or you could just tell them. You know, I used to say drag racers all the time, especially with their bracket racers. I'd be like, you at least race towards each other. Then at least there's something to be worried about. You guys aren't even really racing each other.
I can say that. I've got a 4-second dragster at home, and it sits in the garage. I actually have a cousin that's coming up on being 16, and I was like, dude, as soon as you turn 16, it's yours to drive. You buy a trailer, haul it in, you can drive it. So it's just not my thing. And, you know, I enjoy going drag racing because just like off-road racing, a very family atmosphere.
Yeah.
But one thing about off-road racing, you can be the best guy or the worst guy, and guess what? You get to race the same amount of time as the best guy does on the racetrack.
So the thing that I tell people all the time, and the biggest difference I explain to people with off-road versus any type of road racing in general is the beauty of off-road racing is we've done it. We came out here in the fall and we uploaded a race course into our car and we just had fun and ran it. You can't just go run Willow Springs or go run Lucas Oil Dragway. It's not going to happen. Yeah, you can rent it, but it's paying a lot of money for that. But you can come out here, upload an old race file into your GPS, and just run it in a UTV or your Jeep if you want to. You can just go in and have fun. You can participate in it any way you want, either race it or just recreate it. That's the best part.
And we went out pre-running yesterday with Bryce Sparks. He actually raced this race last year, and he was just having the time of his life out there pre-running with us. And I think we'll see him back out next year. So
good.
The hook set.
Yeah, the hook is set for sure.
All right, so we're waiting for military swear-in here coming up pretty soon.
I think they went back to get that tank you requested.
Nice.
Let's hope so.
That would make my day.
Well, guys, I'll jump off here. I appreciate you guys having me, and
Thanks for stopping up.
Thanks for all you guys do, man.
All right, thank you.
Good luck on Thursday.
Yep.
Thanks and good luck. Cody Willenborg sitting P4 for now. And Power Hour is getting ready to take off here in about 20 minutes. So it's going to be a lot of fun. This coverage of the 20th Annual King of the Hammers is presented by Can-Am and brought to you by our official sponsors, Toyo Tires, Monster Energy, PRP Seats, Slow Ride Garage, Sylvania Off-Road, Freight Factory, iBox Springs, Gates Belts, MBRP, PCI Race Radios, AMSOIL, VP Race Fuels, Vanquish, and we have a special treat coming up here very soon. We have Captain Joel Waits will be joining the stage, and then we'll have a flyover just before Power Hour. The future of our Army is looking bright right here on the Monster Energy stage. And then Power Hour will kick off here momentarily. See if somebody can bump off Ronnie Anderson.
How many are going to bump
Yeah,
off?
it's going to be interesting.
That's what I'm saying. 151.
It's going to be close. And on stage right now is Captain Joel Waits. Take it away, buddy.
Awesome. Thank you, First Sergeant. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Captain Joel Waits, and I'm coming from Redlands Recruiting Company out of SoCal Recruiting Battalion. So we serve, as a recruiting company, we serve the greater San Bernardino County and Riverside County. So all the future soldiers that you see up here hail from that area. It's a large area. We cover San Bernardino, the city, all the way up to Death Valley National Park, all the way over to Las Vegas, over to Arizona border, and all the way down to Mexico. So these future soldiers hail from that area, and there's about 20 of them today that we're going to be giving a swear-in to. So I just want to give them a round of applause. And then to my left, I think all your lefts, my right, your left, we have Sara Nunez. She is coming from Fort Irwin. She is going to be joining us today. She's going to do another 3 years, Sara Nunez? Another 3 years. So she is re-enlisting for another 3 years. And so in the Army, we give, yep. So we give the same oath for both, right? They re-up that commitment, or they reaffirm that commitment to the Army, to the country. So we're gonna do them both together today. Why this is so special, why this is so important, we wanna bring them out to this great event. Honestly, I know this is the first time that King of Hammers has done something like this, but I mean, this has been a great time so far. I've never been to something like this. I've actually never been to the desert really before. I'm from Ohio. I met somebody else from Ohio. Great times, but this is completely new for me, and all of the things that you guys are doing out here, the racing, the fixing of your vehicles, it's amazing. I love it. So thank you for having us today, and we appreciate you guys' kindness for letting us join you guys on stage today. And last but not least, I wanted to make sure that we give a shout out to everybody that made this happen. So the recruiters within Southern California, I want to say a shout out to you guys. Without your hard work and dedication, this is also not possible. And also Lieutenant McKeon for running all this down for us. You guys are the backbone of our Army. I just get up here and talk and say a lot of words. So thank you guys. All right, sorry, I was stalling for the flyover. So we're gonna, without further ado, I'm gonna swear in the future soldiers, and we're gonna stand here just for a little bit until the planes fly over, all right? All right, everybody, so you're at the position of attention. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, both foreign and domestic, and bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to the regulations and Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations, y'all. And I know we have 5 minutes. Anybody know a joke? We have 5 minutes, but I did want to take a moment to really thank everybody at the King of Hammers for having us out again. You guys don't have to do this. Put it at ease. Yes, you guys all stand at ease. Put your hands behind your back. There you go. You guys don't have to do this, and it's really...
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
All right, well, you guys got your first taste of the Army. Yeah, how did that feel? Great, great, awesome. Well, thank you guys for having us. I appreciate you guys so much. All right, future soldiers, we'll go back to the position of attention. First sergeant's gonna march you guys off, okay? All right? Thank you guys.
All right, one more time for our military, our future enlistees. Last but not least, we want to thank our friends at Optima Battery and Clarios for putting this all together. They support our veterans, they hire veterans. Thank you so much for all that you do, not only for the veterans community, but also for the off-road community and King of the Hammers. One more time. Oh, here it comes, I guess. Here it is.
And there we go. The Flyover takes over Hammertown. How cool is that, John?
I love it.
And another special guest in here is Cameron Steele, a former desert racer, but now a rock donkey.
Officially a rock donkey. I love it.
Oh.
Gotta love it. I don't know if I'm fully made the transition to rock donkey, but this month for sure.
But you're taking it and running with it. I love it.
There's been enough starts now in the rocks that I gotta bite down and say I'm proficient, so to speak, in it. I can't claim to be the desert guy anymore. Only I don't think.
Now we were talking about this earlier, Cameron. Are you still doing your I want to race every day racing out here, or are you in everything again, or what are you doing?
They missed the motos.
So the moto deal, I had a deal.
Oh, that's right. The bike fell through.
Bike fell through. The backup bike fell through, and I just didn't have the bandwidth to try to get it all together because we were so neck deep in getting 5 different classes. We actually brought 6 different classes race cars to the lake bed, 7 technically, but we didn't race our mini truck, our 7 truck.
Okay.
We didn't end up racing that. So we're in the Can-Am UTV Desert Race. We did the spec truck yesterday, and then today start the UTV Rocks. And then, of course, the 4800 with Brian Wood and the 4400 in the Trent fabrication car that we just is new to us.
Is Brian riding shotgun in 4400 as well?
Yes, Brian's
Nice.
going to be with me the whole time this year.
Oh, UTV too. Nice.
Yep. He's been riding with us in the UTV. Cody Stewart rode with me in the desert race. And Cody may ride with Mitchell in the desert in the UTV. And then Brian and I will get in. But Mitchell's going to start in our UTV. And originally, how's another shot of the Flyover?
That's so cool.
It is cool. Having the whole swearing in on the stage is a very cool aspect. I love that. But we originally thought that you had to do qualifying if you're going to start the race. So we had made the plan for Mitchell to qualify. Then we realized that if we're not racing for points, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're just racing for King of the Hammers.
Yeah, but we just went ahead and left it. Mitchell's a very proficient driver. He's got a few championships, a few podiums in Baja in the unlimited class. So he's a super talented kid. And he builds all of our race cars, all of our UTVs. So
Beautiful cars, too.
Beautiful. I think that he is such the nerd when it comes to perfection on the Can-Am builds, and it just shows in everything he does. A lot of passion. So it's going to be fun to watch him qualify. I'm going to be a little nervous, like kind of like a dad, or like, I don't know.
It's like, don't tear up my car.
It's kind of weird. The only time I haven't qualified is when Bailey Cole qualified for the team, because I had another obligation that I could be here for qualifying. And I think I was doing TV somewhere else, or part of this TV. I'm not sure. But anyway, Bailey qualified. Oh, I was racing something else.
Oh, don't doubt that.
I don't know.
Boy,
But
that's a
anyway,
surprise.
So it's been about maybe 6 years since I have not sat in a qualifying seat in one of our
All right.
cars.
Well, it'll be interesting. Yeah, those all-sub cars that Can-Am is looking good. It performs, and we're going to see how Cameron Steele does out there.
It's kind of funny to call it out like that. Everybody I walk by over here is like, "Hey, have a good run." I'm like,
Yeah.
"Ah,
Well,
okay,
you even popped up there. It's
okay."
like, are you just coming up for 5 or 10 minutes? Because your name's on the list.
Yeah. No. So, and the reason why I have my my driving suit on is because we've been out practicing and doing lap 2 stuff, and we always wear all our safety gear.
That
So
makes
we're
sense.
full safety gear, and then I'm going to go out on the qualifying course after Power Hour's over in the 4800 car with Brian Wood.
And here comes Power Hour for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Up first, the 1821 of Caden McCackern.
Followed by the number 1 of Jeremy McGrath.
Well, so in the Max Gordon.
And, my nemesis for the last 30 some odd years, Robbie Gordon's going to make an appearance in the number 7.
Kurt Mackey after that in the 64.
Then number 504, Miller Richmond.
Let's go out of order on this one. Cameron Steele is next.
Oh,
but
you
that's
could. You
me.
should totally announce yourself.
I had to go third person, right? But Mitchell Alsop's driving and qualifying.
Then Dustin, Battle X Jones.
Phil Blurton after that.
Then Curtis Boone.
CJ Greaves.
Mitch Guthrie, obviously a huge hitter. Lots of success recently.
Nick Anderson.
And then Paul Wolf. That's definitely one to watch.
That's one to watch for sure.
Robert Libel.
And everybody's favorite from last year winning the Race of Kings, Kyle Cheney returns.
Cody Miller.
And then who hasn't lost much recently, Brock Hager, who has swept house in Dakar, down in Baja, here at Hammers. Can he do it again?
He's pretty phenomenal.
Man, it's impressive.
Watching him come up as a youngster and what he's developed into and how he progressed in the sport. I love the fact that he came through all these different classes on his way up, and he could be in a T1 truck right now if he wanted to be, but he's chosen to race in the UTV, and he is very proficient in it. I'm excited to see a little bit of warfare here. Phil Blurton has a ton of desert racing wins also, and he just recently won his class at Parker and was second overall here in the Can-Am race. So it's going to be fun to see those two go for it in the rocks, where you'd call both of them quote unquote desert racers.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But last year he proved that he can drive anything. And he won the Class 11 showdown.
Right?
Because you're an OG announcer, for anyone who's been around long enough to remember Cameron used to spend time in the booth with us. So now we're going to let you take a shot at fast qualifying time of the day. Everyone's got their time down. What do you think is going to be the fast qualifying?
Currently, it's Ronnie Anderson with a 156.2.
But we're not telling you what other people guess. Just give us what number
so
you think.
156.2 is your top time right now.
Yeah.
So I think the course degrades a little bit. I don't know what session Ronnie went in. Was he in the last session?
Not too
2
far
o'clock,
ago.
early afternoon.
2
o'clock.
So
He was 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, so I'm still thinking the course is relatively similar. I think that we're going to shave 2.5 seconds off that time in this group.
So
Power Hour.
153.8.
That sounds good.
There we go.
Let's call it 153.16.
Oh, there you go.
153.16.
I see what you did there.
Race
All
number,
right.
you know? But there's a lot of heavy hitters in there. I mean, a lot of guys we've raced against, we've been watching.
That's
for
what I
years.
guessed.
No
Did
way.
you really?
Are you serious?
No, well, no. Dave is saying he wants 151, and that was my guess.
That was your guess. Yeah,
It's a shared guess now.
All right,
Well,
so Dave Cole is technically an announcer because he'll
Yeah.
be out here later. So write his down 150. You're going to give him the same 151 dead? 151 dead. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the rest.
Choice of words, but okay.
Let's talk 151 not
Even.
for that even.
Even.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about you're in a different car this year in the Race of Kings.
I'm super excited. I'm working with Trent Fabrication. Now, I've been racing their cars for years in the Everyman Challenge.
Yep.
With Brian Wood and with Dave Schneider and Derek Trent. And we never had done the 4400. I was working with the Laser Nut team with Cody Wagoner.
And you almost won that race a couple times in that car.
I wasn't gonna make him relive that. That curse that everybody talks about, where we were leading after maybe 3 of those races after lap 2, and then didn't quite make it the rest of the way in.
It happens.
But I'm super excited because I've been racing all independent cars, and but I loved wheeling the Trent Fab car with Brian Wood, and it's all solid axle front and rear. So what we did is we found a Trent Fab car that needed some prep, and Elvis at Baja Dynamics in Reno took the car in and took it all the way to the ground and rebuilt it all the way up with all of our partners, FK Roddins, Baja Designs, all the people. And now we have a fresh race car. Fox is actually building a set of suspension they just finished.
Nice.
And I'm supposed to test it this afternoon.
And Elvis, you mentioned Elvis. That's Woody's co-driver normally, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So actually, Woody, who I'm teammates with in the Everyman Challenge, he's been helping prep the car as well with Brian Wood. So yes.
So have you been out in it? Have you pre-run in it?
I've got about 8 miles in it.
Okay.
We just did Jack North, and it was phenomenal. It ran great. We did a little bit over by over here in the Scrabble tube, Laser Nut Alley and her problem. It was great.
Well, it looks like we are about to kick off Power Hour, and first off the line is the 1821 of Caden McCachran and Austin Eddy riding shotgun out of Las Vegas, Nevada with Razor Factory Racing. He's in a Polaris Razor, TMW Off-Road, Method, BFG, Sparco, SDI.
And this is a brand new car.
And this is not the normal Polaris Razor.
This is a Polaris Razor XPS. It's 72 inches wide and it's NA. What I'm excited about is you got Jeremy McGrath coming up next in a Kawasaki KRX. And Jeremy won the NA class last year. And now we've got some serious competition for him.
In that same class.
In that same class. So
he is going to be a little light on horsepower.
I love this. Well, they're both over 100 horsepower, the NA cars. They both have great suspension, so I like it.
Yeah,
both great drivers.
Hell yeah.
Obviously, Caden, a traditional desert off-road racer, the son of the GOAT. They call him
GOAT,
McCachran, right?
He was here the other day. I had a fun little chat with him.
Yeah, we've got to hang out a little bit already too.
He had to go back home to get his driver's license renewed, and he was hoping he was going to pass it.
Well, another thing that's kind of neat about both these cars, so they're both in Pro Stock NA, and both of them are fairly simple race builds. There's not a lot to them. I saw Jeremy yesterday. He's running stock tie rods.
Here we go.
Stock suspension.
We're qualifying. Power Hour's on.
Power Hour has kicked off as it hits the Yukon launch. Caden McCachran heading out.
Hey, you see him checking up just a little bit to get back to the ground. Those jumps can throw you quite a distance. It's pretty impressive when you come up to him. You're like, oh, that's a pretty steep wall.
It's a kicker, yeah.
Well, and this car isn't having as long a wheelbase as some of the turbo cars, so that's got to be affecting him a little bit.
We had a great showing in the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy just a couple days ago. But now it's the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. UTV qualifying. It is Power Hour. The biggest and baddest names of our sport are going to be throwing down, trying to bump off Ronnie Anderson's time of 156.2.
Solid time. And every time you drop off the side of this hill, it's a little bit hair-raising. But as you're coming down this, you're thinking about that rock face.
Yeah.
How you're going to approach it, whether you want to hit it hard, you want to take it easy. There's so many different ways to look at it. But you come in and you're trying to go as fast as you can. But at the same time, if you come in too fast, you're going to redirect off the rock. So you see him check up. Caden's smart. He's going to bring it down. Now, Caden's going to elect to go to the outside and not use the rock
preferred
face.
line right now. And let's talk about the sun. It's starting to set a little bit, so that really could affect some of these drivers that are heading
What's
towards
kind of
the
interesting is you're in an NA car, and he brought his co-dog. So if I was in an NA car with 114 horsepower, I don't know that I would have a co-dog. I would ditch all the weight I could.
I got some secret intel. Maybe I can't confirm 100%, but my spies in the pit say that Brock Hager is riding shotgun right now.
Oh, getting a little look at the course before he goes
He
out.
does look like a yellow race suit.
All right. Little teamwork.
Well, I mean, Caden's not a huge rock crawler, so not that this is a big rock crawling
not yet. It will be
course.
on Wednesday.
It will be on Wednesday.
Or Thursday.
I think Brock's going to be busy then.
Forgive me as I have not been watching qualifying because I was off practicing. are the fast times have been set on that left line, or are they going up the face for the fast?
The left line.
Ronnie did the left line.
Okay.
There's only been 2 or 3 people that made it smooth up the center. One of them was Cole Clark, I believe Dustin Robbins as well. But the preferred line is definitely that left side.
Now, we should say Ronnie did do that left line, but he did it incredibly fast.
So Caden just pulled off a 24th.
Not too shabby.
All right, so 219.
219.
And by the way, Ian, he does everything incredibly fast.
Well,
He's
yeah, but
so
I mean,
quick
like,
in the race car.
you could even see it when he went in. He set up right. I honestly think his smartest move was, and we talked about it when he was up here, setting up for the chicane at the end. He was the one that he did that little chicane. He made that chicane perfectly straight. I think picked up a ton of time there.
Okay, so we got Jeremy McGrath in a Kawasaki KRX. He won this class last year, Pro Stock NA.
Everybody's favorite. Also, he hosted the whole shot competition.
That was a lot of
here
fun to
during
watch.
the moto weekend. He and Lawrence Lewis, and you see that it is a bit of a kicker there. And you know he's accustomed to some jumps like that.
Yeah,
He's
but the
Supercross
Kawasaki's
champion.
got a little bit longer wheelbase, so it handled those jumps a little bit better.
So heading out right now is Jeremy Showtime McGrath with his nephew Jaron Porter riding shotgun. Number 1 out of Encinitas, California with Jeremy McGrath Motorsports in the stock NA class in that Kawasaki with Maxxis tires, Kawasaki Performance Oils, Baja Designs, Rugged, and Method.
Yeah, and this has stock arms, and as I said too, is stock tie rods.
Leaning into that corner, you see those inside tires come up. That's always a little bit disconcerting as a driver. You know, you feel him climbing, and you just got to stay in it and make sure.
Well,
you
he's
don't
a
have
two-wheel
tip.
guy.
Yeah, he's good with 2 wheels.
Yep. Good time up over the top, coming down this far side of the hill. We saw a little bit of action here earlier today, but nothing really exciting. We'll have 1 rollover so far on that section of course. So let's see which way. I think it's pretty obvious he's going to take that far left line. Don't you think, John?
Yeah.
How many do you think are in this qualifying hour are going to actually take one of the rock lines?
I think Cheney,
at
Wolf,
least 50%.
Mill, yeah, I'd say probably half of them.
I was interested to see Phil. Not only did he take the rock line, he took the far right
line.
rock line,
which is definitely tougher. Shaves off some real estate, but it took him a little bit to get up there.
I'd like to know if he did that just to see how the car felt.
I think he was going for the middle, and then it chose right, and he followed.
I don't know if he did it. To me, it looked like he was lined up to that far right the whole time, because we've seen people take a bounce and do that. Like they start that middle line, they bounced in. There's some ruts that'll grab you. He kind of hugged hard right the whole time. But Jeremy McGrath back into town right now.
We'll see. He's heading into the Monster Energy short course. What time is he gonna get?
So he didn't have a co-dog, right?
It did not look like it, no, John.
Multiple time short course race winner, of course, 1-time Pro 2 champion.
Yeah, I forgot
McGrath,
about those days.
He's got some serious short course chops. We actually raced with each other a little bit back in the day. A lot of fun to be able to get on the track with Jeremy. It's great to have MC out here because he always got such a awesome personality, and everybody absolutely loves chatting him up.
Oh yeah, we were at the Laser Nut.
Trying to straighten that out too.
We were at the Laser Nut Fire Pit the opening weekend during motos, and he was just chatting with everybody. It was great.
So Jeremy puts down a 225.9.
Yeah, it's going to put him up into that mid-20 range.
So a pretty solid run, and for his class, it's going to be pretty good.
Kurt Mackey, number 64, on the line right now.
So Kurt the Rocket Mackey and his nephew Tyler Rimmery riding shotgun out of Omaha, Nebraska with Mackey Racing. He's in the stock turbo class with a Can-Am Maverick R, Mackey Concrete, JW Performance, Double E Shocks, and Concrete Supply. We'll see how he can throw this down. It'll be interesting. Another fast one getting ready to take off.
Yeah, we are in the middle of Power Hour. These are your fastest drivers, or at least we expect to see the fastest drivers on the course over the next hour. Some of the biggest names in the sport, all racing to qualify for the race on Thursday, the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
It's going to be a great show. And just got a text. Sounds like my daughter Ella and wife Bailey are listening. Thanks for checking it out. I miss you. I love you, and I'll see you soon.
So it's a good mix of.
No, you won't. You liar.
A couple more weeks.
It's a good mix of the fastest racers, some
big names,
of the big names, some impending new burgeoning drivers, guys that are coming up or girls that are coming up. It's fun to see the mix up here in the Power Hour. And this turn is getting deep, but it's holding them in and sending them up. You know, it's hard when you go later in the event. You can't really wiggle out of the line.
The rut's burned in if you go out.
So you can only be as fast as the rut is. And then what's really tricky about this, you're coming up a really white face, like this light is super bright and blown out, and your eyes have to adjust as you crest the top and get into the shadow, and you can't see where all the rocks are exactly. So I noticed already drivers checking just a little bit to make sure someone else hasn't kicked a rock in, because the course changes every time someone goes.
Oh,
a rock is
100%.
moved. I mean, anything is possible. I'm actually surprised how clean everybody's getting over this step on the left side. When I first started watching yesterday when we were out there doing practice, it looked like that step was dislodging people and sending them to the side.
It does. It's definitely a spot where you want to get a good amount of wheel speed and get it up over the top. I mean, like you said, it's starting to get dug out. There's some big ledges in there.
Big sand right there. That's quite a size ledge right there at the very bottom. And if you don't hit it exactly right, the rocks can throw you a bit sideways. We've seen it over the years in the big cars, especially if it's harder to, fit your big car in the middle there. But that was great line usage. That whole right side coming down from the top looks like the preferred by everybody. That was the line that we've been talking about using for sure.
I think this is going to be a top 20 run for sure.
Yeah, I think he's not going to put a hurt on our leader. You have to come off that ledge that Cameron was just talking about in the teens if you're going to be a fast qualifier today.
Whoa.
Throwing that Matavar in their little
chicane action.
Yeah, we saw that earlier. Remember, John? That's the one little spot we were watching all day, that inside line on that chicane. He'll grab a tire and get it.
Well, it's tricky because you want to try to straight line it as best you can.
So it looks like 9th place for Kurt Mackey.
That's a good solid time.
Yeah.
With a 2:10.4.
Yeah, that's very good. I didn't
All right,
expect
this
he made
looks
up a lot
like
of
it
time
could
in the short
be
course.
Max Gordon.
I think this is one of the Gordons. Yep. So it's Max or Robbie. We'll see when we get a little bit closer.
I was talking to Robbie. He said his cars are stock and just coming out to run them.
It's pretty impressive.
Nothing's been changed. Come right off the showroom floor like that.
So this is the number 77 of Max Gordon and Cole Kramer out of Lake Havasu, Arizona, with Speed UTV in that stock turbo class. Speed UTV and Bandit. He's been racing with us here at King of the Hammer since 2022.
John, I heard a little giggle at the end of your voice there when you said that. Is that
Well, yeah, he always has a little secret sauce somewhere.
Is that like a stock car? Is that what you're trying to
Yeah.
imply? I understand completely. All right, so Max Gordon is headed out onto the race course.
So who's gonna is the kid or the old man gonna lay down a faster time?
I think they're both going to give it all they got.
I think
definitely-
Max.
No one's laying anything up in this family, but I'm going to say that Max has been holding the steering wheel more in the UTV. I know Robbie does a bunch, but this is kind of Max's go-to, and young aggression. I feel like
He's more aggressive.
He's not scared yet.
I got a rad Max Gordon story about 5 years ago. He was, a little kid. I think he's like 17 now, right? And he went a little wide there as he crested the top of the hill. Maybe he wasn't sure where his tire spot was supposed to be. But look at the speed he's carrying down.
Flying.
Now he's going much faster than everybody we've seen so far in Power Hour. But Max came up to me at the short course track in Acero Beach, had my trophy truck. He's like, "Hey, Cameron, can I drive your trophy truck?" And I'm like, "You can drive my trophy truck, but your dad's got to be here and he's got to be involved or approve it." But he was going for it. He's like,
He's like, let me try
"Hey, I
it.
want
huh?
to drive your truck."
You didn't let
See
him.
that line?
Oh, fast
hits
up there,
that
but there's a
rock.
rock there that's going to grab you for sure. But he came into so it's fast. He's not as fast as Anderson though.
And he's checking his line here now. He sighted it before he started dropping quick. He
Oh,
sped up
launches
towards the
down
bottom.
nice. So Max Gordon heading towards the MBRP straightaway, straight into the Monster Energy short course.
He's
Has he
got a lot
what
of
it
time.
has?
He's got a lot of time to make up to unseat the pole position, but he may end up sitting in third place.
Yeah, top 5 run for sure so far. We'll see if he can make it happen. Max Gordon.
I think he's top 10.
I think
You gonna
top
push
5.
him at a
I think
5?
he's going to be right there in the top 5. It's real close. Yeah.
Nice setup for that.
Sending it.
Yep. That was a very
All
good
right.
setup.
Oh, here's a little bit. It goes a
Little fat
right.
on the chicane
All right.
coming through. Yeah, he's going to be right
top
at that
5.
third place.
spot with a
Hey, who called it?
159.9.
Yeah,
Max
there we go.
Gordon.
Get
Right under that 2-minute mark, 1:59. So he made up a lot of time on the backside of that course.
Yeah, Max, the speed he carried down the hill, he spotted his line and then he was on the throttle. I mean, I thought it very solid all the way around. I didn't see much other than the very top of the butte there. He had a little bit of a redirect off to the right slightly. He had to check and straighten it out. that could have been one of the difference makers for him. But sub 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I know I've said that someone's going to beat Ronnie by 2 seconds was my pick, but I mean, so far no one even looks like they're really close to that.
Well, we haven't got to the
What about this guy
top
right here?
guys yet.
This guy's good. What does he want to get the pole, or does he want to beat his kid, or both?
Well, I think
Probably
it's both.
Yeah.
He's not going to do either.
And off the line now is
On
number
the chip.
7, Robbie Gordon out of Lake Havasu, Arizona, with Speed UTV, part of the stock turbo class. And he sends it over the Yukon launch.
As an off-road racer, my job is to want to beat him and to maybe not always like him. But he's done so much for our sport, and he's been such a great ambassador.
Just like
whether it's
yourself.
at Dakar or the Baja, all the things he's done. When he went to NASCAR and IndyCar, he carried the flag for the off-road racing community. And, you know, no matter what you think of his racing or his ability or what how he's done it, he has been one of the biggest shining stars in our sport, hands down.
And still is.
Yeah.
And to me, watching him right now, he looks like he's carrying a little bit more speed than Max.
I think you're right, John, because we saw Max check up a little bit at the top of that hill, but Robbie did not.
Well, what about, is there a potential, right? So he saw Max nailed it. He's got the third. So now Robbie has nothing to worry about because they have a car in the top 5.
Yeah.
Maybe he goes out and super sends it and tries to see if he can do something a little bit crazy.
Let's see what
Or
he
he
does
just
right
pulls
here.
a Robbie Gordon, does what he wants.
Well, that's every time.
All right, so he went far left-hand side. Let's see how he handles the top of this. He is, if he comes out of there, right now he's on about the same pace as Max.
So Max checked up sighted. Oh yeah, big brake check there by Robbie to make sure he's in the line that he wants. You saw him lock the tires. He's locking them on the way down the hill. Steps off a little slower than Max right there.
Yeah.
That's going to cost him
right front flat tire possibly.
A few seconds for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right,
Yep.
Miles.
Right front flat tire. That's going to slow him down, especially in these big Talladegas.
This big left turn.
It's going to be tough.
All right.
See,
there it is. You
Bite
can
in
tell.
there.
Yep.
He's got to be careful because if that catch is just right, he can flip her over.
He caught it at the top of the hill, I think, that rock, right?
I
at the
think you're
top
right.
when He
Yep. I think
came over that rise, and I think the shadow caught him off guard a little bit.
He hit that same rock that Max hit on his back right.
And for everybody back home, go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same live timing we have right here in the Griffin main stage.
You see that he had to get on the brakes to redirect it right at the finish.
Looks like 11th spot.
Pretty good for a flat
You got
tire.
11th with a flat tire for an eighth of the way.
So 11th and 4th in class with a 211.5. But it's still Ronnie Anderson, top of the box for now with that 156.2. Looks like this is Miller Richmond, if I had to guess. Looks like that's
Kurt Mackey?
I think it's Miller
But
Richmond.
we had Mackey already.
Oh,
He's
you're
sitting
right.
in 10th right now.
Yep.
Right now it's Anderson, Clark, Max Gordon, Robbins, and Willenburg in your top 5. This is Miller Richmond.
Yep,
the
it is.
504.
And Troy Digby riding shotgun out of New Orleans, Louisiana with C. Miller Racing, part of the stock turbo class and that Can-Am Mavic R. Maxxis tires, Raceline wheels, RCVs, CT Raceworks, and Elka. He's been racing with us since 2024 and has 3 podiums with us here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, we saw a great view of the in-car camera as well as the follow camera right there. Hey, there it is right there. There's your follow camera and your in-car camera. This is just a sneak peek of what you could get if you subscribe to the KOH Ultimate Package, because you have access to all of these feeds all throughout race day.
And no commercials. It's only $24.99 a month and gets you all the behind scenes. It's pretty cool.
The amount of content that Hammers puts out is just absolutely stunning, and to be able to have access to special content is.
Yeah, it's hard to digest, but you can kind of make your own show. If you want to watch Cameron Steele, if you want to watch Miller Richmond, you can choose those cameras and just watch that. You don't have to see what we're seeing.
So he checked a little bit there, and coming down the space, he's not on that fiery pace that we've seen from Max and Robbie and a couple others.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're 100% on the nose right there, Cameron. He was coming down that backside. You can sort of see right now the shadows and the sun are starting to come into play out there as well.
Yeah, watching just inside the car, they have clear helmet shields, and so just having to deal with that sun, obviously.
And it just shows you how busy they are with those hands back and forth, saw on the wheel. Pretty cool vantage point.
Is Mitchell going to be going out with a Kodog?
No Kodog for Mitchell.
Yeah,
He's going to go empty right seat.
That-
I did the other day. in
That's
the
what I
desert
would
race.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
sends it off the
launch
step.
it as he heads to the MBRP straightaway. Miller Richmond has a pretty good, solid run.
Now he
Should
looks
be-
really fast here, right? He looks like he's carrying a ton of speed.
I'm going to say 15 to 20 would be my guess.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to put any pressure on the leaders right now. But I think you're right, Miles. Probably come in around that 15 mark.
It's kind of a tenuous road to hoe here. A road to hoe when you get up in that soft stuff. You saw Max really laying it out there. If you some of that a little bit lower isn't quite as loamy, and so maybe you
A little
won't
more
get dragged
traction.
down a little bit. Yeah, I mean it's tricky where to find that exact right spot.
All right, Miller Richmond is going to come across the line. We're going to see where he lands in the stack here.
Well, and the short course did get watered in between the 2 o'clock hour and power hour.
And up next is not Cameron Steele. It's
Well,
Mitchell also.
It is Cameron Steele for his car, but my teammate Mitchell Alsop is driving. Multi-time stock class champion. He's won and been in the top 5 in the Baja races many times. We've been racing together for a couple years. Great young talent. Builds his own race car, his own Alsop RD. Just an amazing young man.
So driving for Cameron Steele is Mitchell Alsop, number 16, out of San Clemente, California, with Desert Assassins, part of the Pro Modified class with that Can-Am Maverick R, Monster Energy, Alsop Racing Development, Yokohama Raceline, and Fox.
Those are all cool companies you mentioned.
Did I get them right?
Yeah.
So are you running live valve shocks on this?
No, we're not running the live valve on this car. It's a new to us car. We just picked this car up 2 weeks ago, and we came out and drove it stock. We created a social piece that you may have seen on the King of Hammers that we collaborated with.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
And he took the car back, ripped it all apart, and here we have a race car. Our goal for this was to have a clean run. It's the first time the car has really been in the dirt. He tested this morning, practice qualifying. And so the goal is to just have a clean, smart run and get it to the finish line without a bunch of trouble. And he's charging down the hill here. I think checking up just a little bit. He's using a little bit of the inside instead of laying it into the outside. What he's doing there, he's trying to protect, make sure he doesn't use the car up. Now, remember, we got to race this car for
Just
a few
in a
hundred
few
miles.
days, yeah.
So he's got to be smart about it. Now, he looks like he might be sighting. He's going to the outside also. Originally, the talk was that he was going to use the left side of the waterfall. But
All right.
he's obviously chosen something a little bit different here.
Have you driven the Mav R much?
Yeah, absolutely. I drove this car out here. This is the XRC, Maverick XRC, and it's absolutely stunning how good it is stock.
Give us a comparison from the old X3 that's still a very solid machine
I
to the
love
new
the
Mav R.
X3. We had great success with it. I think the new XRC, as far as the rocks go, nice line there by Mitchell. As far as the XRC goes, it's just so compliant in the rocks. And they made a transmission change. They did a steering stabilizer change. They made quite a few changes that they've learned from King of the Hammers and incorporated into the race cars that were able to, or the stock cars that were able to drive. I drove it. I was like, this is the best rock car I've ever driven.
And do you like the transmission compared to the old belt style?
I really, oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Well, so this car, the XRC, has a lower transmission than the previous Maverick R.
Yes.
For the rocks.
This is a rock car specifically built. And looks like he's going to come in right in that.
So 11th. That's not bad.
See, would I even have done that?
Probably not.
And he was pretty conservative going up the hill. He definitely took his time to make sure he was seated in the line. Great job by Mitchell Alsop if his family's watching. Super stoked to see him out there
Dustin Jones
battling.
next.
Battle Axe. We have a lot of fun as teammates over there at Can-Am with Dustin Jones.
Oh, yeah.
He's a lot
He
of
likes
fun.
having fun.
Yeah, we've done a couple of things. We did a PR day here at Hammers about a month ago. That was weird. I heard it sounded like his car shut off. But I'm probably just hearing something off in the background. You'll notice too that a lot of people have different numbers. It's kind of open how you use your numbering. We run our traditional 16 on everything, even our spec truck. And so he's using his number of 4978. Dustin off the line.
Dustin Battle Axe Jones with Dustin Henderson from the swamps of Louisiana with S3 Racing in the Pro Modified class and his Can-Am Maverick R, S3 Power Sports, Monster Energy, Fox Factory, KMC, and Maxxis. He's been racing with us here at King of the Hammers since 2020.
So you can see there's a couple different line choices here at the bottom. Before you turn up the hill, you saw Robbie was all the way left. Now he used something different. Do you see how he transitioned
Whoa.
that? Yeah.
Full on cut the corner there.
He won't have as much speed going up the hill. See the wheel spin?
Yeah.
He's having to redirect. He cuts it shorter, and he avoids that big tippy corner.
Yeah, that big right out section that we were looking
I don't
at.
think it gained him too much time.
I don't think it did either, but it's, when you're a racer, you start to look at these little options of what's going to make me faster or not faster. I'm going to jump off the ledge. I'm going to use the waterfall. I'm going to do this, that, and the other thing. See how much compression he had at the bottom?
Oh, yeah, it's really digging in.
Mitchell did not do that because he justified left a little bit. He wanted to use that berm and carry more speed, so he went to the outside right. And then and here we go. We're going.
Oh, he's going up the gut.
That's not what he said he was going to do earlier.
Well, he winked at me, so I knew he was full of it.
No, he pretty much cleaned that. Is that faster? It looked faster to me.
It looks faster out the top because it didn't look like he had to check up that much. But I don't think he's faster overall because when we looked at where Anderson came through there, he was in the teens.
No,
Ronnie
for
was
sure he's
moving
not
at the
faster
top.
than Ronnie. I'm saying is.
Oh, and stuffs the nose hard there.
Yeah, that's a big drop off right there.
That's another thing. Once again, I said it. You got to race this car in a couple days for
Yeah.
a couple 100 miles.
So
Be
Dustin
as
Jones
fast as you want to fix, right?
is entering the Monster Energy short course and has a pretty good run. I don't know if he's going to be able to bump out Allsup or not.
I think he's gonna get Mitchell based on what I'm looking at here. He's had a good run. I love his aggression. I also love the pinpoint of where he puts the tires, and I thought he really cleaned the waterfall. And in rock crawling and racing, hitting the obstacles gets you an extra high five from everybody in the
I
pits.
like it.
Yeah.
One of your Monster Energy
Whoa.
and Can-Am teammates.
Yep. And let's see if he's able to get.
And he bumped you by by 2. So Dustin Jones with a 2:10.376.
Look at this. Look at this in car.
He's watching the live
He's
show.
watching the live
What is
stream.
that?
That looked like Mitch Guthrie.
I love it.
Cameron,
well, thanks for watching, Mitch.
Cameron, I was going to say you need to work on your contract because you were talking about how you got to race this car in a few days. You need one of those Wii teams like Deegan's got. You need to talk to Deegan about how you get a Wii team where we work on the car. So you sit up here and your Wii's are down there.
Well, we're kind
He
of
does. He's got Mitchell and Brian Wood.
Well, that was the thing. They're like, well, you should qualify, Mom. Mitchell, you put your heart and soul into this thing. Get in
Okay.
the car and qualify.
This is Hunter Miller next.
With Chad Hughes riding shotgun out of Greenville.
No, not
Oh,
Chad
there it is
Hughes.
right there. Look, he's showing them. So who is that? Who was that?
I think there's no navigator here, but if I'm not mistaken, Hunter has had Jay riding with him, who
Jeremy.
raced him at in Dakar, who's also one of Mitchell Allsup's crew guys.
Yeah.
They've been teamed up for a lot of time,
Yep.
long time, and we actually saw them in the UTV race. They had a little bit of a tumble out there.
Just
But
a little.
Hunter is so quick. I
He
love
is-
his aggression.
This is fast right here.
He looks as fast as anybody I've seen. Now let's watch and see how he hits the turn. Now he sets it up cleanly. Look at the speed he carries out of there.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a tippy feeling. He just really planted the car and drove it around that corner.
So Hunter Miller out of Greenville, Texas, with Miller Brother Racing, part of the Pro Modified class, and that Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am Maverick R, with CT Raceworks, Maxxis, Elka, Double E, and Liqui Moly.
So what's interesting here is they're racing the same car in the 4400 race, and they're in the open, and he's going to race 37-inch tires. I don't know that those
He's
are.
taking that far left waterfall line, John.
I
There we
don't
go.
know that those are 37s that he's on right now.
I think it's clean. I think he's gaining a couple seconds by doing
I don't
that.
think those are 37s either, John, because when
They
you
have
put
to
the
be
35s.
But that makes sense, though. If
Yeah.
you're going to be fast in a short course-ish thing, you don't need bigger tires.
No, not on this course.
No.
Interesting the way he tackled that downhill a little bit. He came back, he justified left. I think he wanted that launch off that rock on the left side. You see him clear that gap at the bottom. I thought he really put the tires exactly where he wanted them to nail that line.
Oh, he's
got
a great
heater going
driver. He
here.
won this race back in 2020.
2020.
Yeah, based on how he came out of that race course, I don't think he's going to be able to upset Anderson unless he makes up a lot of time in this short course. And he's putting a hurt on these turns right now. Let's see how he handles this chicane.
So Hunter Miller with a great run going down, getting ready to cross the Griffin
Gonna
radiator,
be
start
right
finish.
around fifth place, right?
I think so.
Whoop.
Yeah, that's the tricky spot. You try to
That's
short course.
chicaney.
Yeah. All right, so he's going to be in probably that fourth place. Hunter
Fourth
Miller,
place.
fourth place with a 2 flat 489.
Man, we got some work to do.
I'm just saying a lot of things could change right now, but you got Cameron Steele and Robbie Gordon on the same line. Just saying.
Oh, that'd be fun. Oh, and I recognize this car. That's Scott Lesage.
Great run by Hunter Miller.
Yeah.
Very good
They
run.
put
Yeah.
a huge amount of effort in. They're fun to talk to, fun to hang out with.
Oh, great.
Very
Great.
personable. They're great ambassadors for all the partners that they're with. Absolutely. Love what Hunter and his brother are doing.
Now those kind of look like 37s.
Those look like 37.
Yeah, they definitely do look like a 37. Yes.
So interesting.
Off the line next is Scott Lesage, number 4932, out of Syracuse, Utah, with Sage Alternatives, part of the Pro Modified class, and that custom single-seat Polaris RZR with a Craftworks supercharger, Maxxis tires, Fox, RCV, and Tire Spine. He's got 8 podiums with Ultra 4, and he's been racing with us since 2018.
He's sending it. That's a lot of meat to have when you jump like that.
And you guys are talking about tire size, but the maximum tire size in Pro Mod is 35. So
yeah. He can't race a 37.
Oh, I didn't see that he was Pro Mod. Good catch.
Yeah.
It's that single seat chassis that makes everything else around it, look smaller
It looks
or
narrow,
bigger.
right?
Yeah, it
narrow,
looks
right?
cool. Center of gravity looks great on
You can see both tires.
Yeah.
Huge.
Visibility's amazing. Big
There
plastic.
we go.
That's a turn right there. He was working it.
Stayed in it. If you get out of it, that's when you start to get in trouble, right?
Well,
Yeah.
putting that supercharger to work.
Watching this downhill, carrying some speed, not
He's
as fast.
doing
Now
great.
look at that.
Oh,
Look at that. We
I
talked
like
about
that
not
line.
wanting to wedge. The hard part is you got to make the commitment to go outside and transfer back, so it takes a little bit of a pause to make sure you're going to hit that line.
I like the style.
Every time you want a line, you got to pause to get to it.
All right.
Oh, window net popped open for just a second.
Oh, he clocked the rock there a little bit.
A little bit, I think a little bit aggressive there, and that popped him offset, right? He got into that one ledge, and it kind of popped him sideways. And I will say, as a driver, it's really hard to sight that rock on the top in a 2-seat vehicle if you don't have a passenger. So he has an advantage there. Oh, he goes down the guts of that. It's like a little drainage ravine up there that's been burned in, and he took a little bit of a different line there.
But a smooth run so far for Scott Lesage.
Yeah, he's got good time coming out the bottom. I think we're definitely looking at top 10. I don't know if he's going to be able to slide into that top 5.
No.
He might be able to bump out Cameron Steele.
Why you got to be like that, Miles?
Because we're buddies.
I don't know about that. But yeah, he's got a good time going here. How many seconds is it from here to the finish? Got to be 8 more or less.
Yeah, I was gonna say just shy of 10.
It really all depends how you set up for this chicane right here.
Little
Because
bit
you
of a
want to
bounce.
be that inside line, although you want it, it doesn't set you up well for this section right here. But we see a couple bicycles in there, but he's going to come in probably
right on our time.
And at 10, 209. Yep.
He was right there with us.
So first in
right.
class for the Pro Modified.
We got Phil Blurton next.
Yep, 944.
Yeah.
Nicest guy in the sport.
Yeah.
The
He
most
is.
successful guy in the sport. And just a great, straight up personality. Just a really fun, easy guy to get along with. We spent a lot of time in Baja, a lot of time wheeling. His dad is a former off-road racer, Big Phil. Just a great family all the way around. And Phil builds his own race cars. And
No Limit.
is his company. And he believes and he has a ton of passion, and he's very good at this.
So Phil Blurton, number 944 with Jeff riding shotgun out of Auburn, California with Blurton Racing.
I'm going to say no Jeff.
And No Limit RD built Can-Am Maverick R, Can-Am, BFG, and Monster Energy. But yeah, you're probably right. A lot of these guys aren't running a co-driver, but
He checks a little bit on the jumps. I like it. He gets back to the ground a little quicker instead of sending it deep. Gets up high in the berm. He's carrying the outside. Look at him carrying that inside rear.
That's a lot of speed coming through there. He's moving fast.
Well,
can't be any
very well
faster
done.
than that.
He's
with
not
that tire
running a
off the
front
ground.
sway bar. Most of these guys aren't. That'll pick you up a little bit.
A little bit. He decides to
Look
go
at
up
the
high,
inside line.
Going inside. So will he try to transition more inside? He does. Here he comes to the berm. You see it lift a little bit, but I like the way he engaged the berm and carried the speed. Look how fast he is
He's
on the
moving.
uphill.
He
He's
is
on the
this
gas
is-
now. He
this is
sights right.
fast.
He sights right slightly.
He's been front row a couple times. Oh, there we go.
All right.
Change the battery real
Change
quick.
the battery.
double
bad
impact.
bounce. But it looks like he was able to save it.
So Phil Blurton is on a mission.
Hope he
He's
didn't have a
led this
tire
race
issue.
multiple times, so we'll see if he can pull it together on race day.
This
He's
is
on a heater.
Yeah, he's moving right now. Let's see what he does when he comes up here. Is he going to go up the gut?
He's going
Yep.
the rocks. He's
He's
going
going
up
off the
waterfall.
rocks. Yeah, he's going to take that far left-hand side.
See how smooth he makes it. This will make or break his
Look.
run. I think that's a solid run.
I think it's all around. A little bit of traction braking there.
Oh, no, this is good. This is exactly where Ronnie came out the top. Anderson got the top of that 113, 114.
This
So
will
let's
be
see how he
neck
makes
and
up
neck.
time coming down here.
Jump,
See how he
jump, jump.
jumps.
And on the gas.
Oh, clean
Perfect.
too. This is good.
Get
We
it,
could,
Phil?
depending on what happens for the rest of this could be our new, if not pole, this is at least in that top 3.
100%. I think Phil Blurton might be able to bump out Ronnie Anderson with that 156.2. It's going to be down to the wire.
You know the Anderson family's over there.
Oh,
on a
yeah.
nail biter right now.
They're laughing about it, though, I promise.
Yeah, they're always having a good time. Their dad, Randy, rides with us in Baugh. He's an incredible dirt bike rider. And actually, it's fun to see them, the excitement they bring to the sport. But Phil is an unbelievable personality for our sport. Now, he's not going to be – it looks like he lost some time based on what I'm seeing here. He's going to be more around that 5.6.
Wow, fourth position,
Fourth
first
position.
in class with a 2-minute flat, .052. So well, I thought it was faster. It looked fast.
I think he lost a little bit of speed in the short course there.
All right,
Mitch
Mitchie.
Guthrie,
Do you think
51.
do you think he's still watching the show?
Probably done. All right, so he won in 2018 and 2019.
He's pretty good.
He's pretty fast.
So Mitch Guthrie Jr., number 51 out of Huntington Beach, California with Guthrie Racing. And that Polaris Pro R Gen 2 factory chassis. Red Bull, BFG, KMC, Polaris Razor.
Now, it's
And we'll
interesting
see.
that he did not race desert this time.
Yeah, I was surprised by that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's fresh out of Dakar, so
Sure.
maybe you want a little
And,
break.
and let's also give him some love. Winning stage at Dakar,
Yeah.
pretty amazing.
And he just got married last year, I think, and they're going to have a baby.
Life-changing stuff.
Yeah, just last night it was announced. He bailed out of Hammertown, go home, and have a little gender reveal.
That's awesome. I love it. So Mitch Guthrie off the line, hitting the Yukon launch.
And his co-dog, none other than Mike Kim, Fox.
He'll be co-driving on the race day. I didn't see a co-driver.
No,
in there.
Yeah,
no that's what I'm
co-driver
talking
for
about.
qualifying. Yep. I've been fortunate to have Mike Kim navigate for me. Super solid, unbelievable. I mean, just
Well, what,
really
what I
on
always
point.
say, that's one way to guarantee your shocks are going to be top
Yeah.
level.
He's going to spend a little bit extra time on it.
Heck yeah.
What Mike brings to the sport too, with the passion, the engineering, and the effort. These two together are
Man,
are
moving.
tough. Look at that. He is on the gas.
Yeah.
He's flying over the top. Now let's watch and see if he sights it.
Oh, tips are over.
That's a bad spot.
Ah,
that's the
tough
same
break.
rock we saw earlier. Yeah, tough break for Mitch.
And we
Oh,
saw Phil come over the top.
Damn.
He hit on the other side, I think,
Yeah.
to start. So,
I think Phil. I think what happened, we missed it, but I think he may have clipped the same rock and then ended sideways and then saved it.
And
So
I
it looked
wonder
like
if
he hit.
the sun, coming from the
Oh,
back,
we
is kind
just
of
got a
blocking
thumbs
it
up.
out.
Thumbs up out of the
Thumbs
driver's
up.
seat, but yep.
It's
Oh,
tough.
that's heartbreaking.
over the rise, you're white light on the face of all that white shale rock.
Yeah,
You
it's
drop
tricky.
over the top, and
Uh,
boom, and there he is.
Heartbreak for Mitch right there.
It's
Oh,
such a
that's-
shame. He was
that's
on.
a
He was
bummer.
on a move
He
too.
was on a heater.
Yep.
Mitch, I hate to say it, but that's a no parking zone, buddy.
You
Oh,
can't.
that's
Yeah.
a bummer. That's a heartbreaker right there. I've done it.
Wow.
I've done it in the Can-Am qualifying. Mitchell was with me. I tipped it over. We asked for no help, and we got it back over ourselves, and we did finish the qualifying. We had our winch on the car and all that at the time.
Dang.
So, tough break for
Tough
Mitchie.
break.
So we're going to have the recovery crew come out, I'm guessing,
Yeah.
and help get him out of there.
Yeah, we've had a recovery crew set up there because I think this is the exact same spot where we saw that rollover earlier today.
There's the in-car view.
Oh,
There's
That's a
that in-car.
heartbreaker.
Yep.
dang.
Tough stuff. He was on a heater for sure, but like I was saying yesterday, if our TPS didn't fail, we would have been top 5. But if only.
Yeah, you're always winning until you're not.
Yeah, my one of our friends out of San Clemente, the Taylor family, longtime off-road racing family, they used to have a little dune buggy, and it was called the If Only, because all the stories always started with if.
If
only
only,
didn't
yep.
have this happen. If only this didn't happen. A legendary car. And if only I hadn't been doing a reverse turnaround right in front of their house one day in the 80s, I wouldn't have flipped over my Bronco.
It happens. Yep. So while we wait for the recovery crew to clean up the course, let's talk a little bit more, Cameron, about. So we talked about your 4400. Are you in Everyman Challenge? Where are
Yes.
you in that one?
So in the Everyman Challenge, I'm teamed with Brian Wood again in another Trent fabrication car. This is going to be our 3rd year in the car.
Legends car, 48.
It's a Legends car,
Okay.
4800. And we finished 3rd in EMC last year. We had a heater going, had quite a lead. I made a mistake and hit a rock, and it blew the power steering line off so crazy. what happened, but we used all of our power steering fluid, retained first place, and took off. We actually used all our tranny fluid we had on board. And then what we didn't know is that the way we had routed our vents for the transmission created a suction, and it started dripping the tranny fluid out. He noticed it when we had the steering problem, but he didn't realize it was coming out of the tranny line. And so when we got to Jack, we didn't clear it. I thought, oh, I'm terrible. I'm sucking at this. But we didn't have the drive that we really should have had. So we had to barter with another driver, Woody Rose.
Teammate.
We said, yeah, Brian got him to give us 3 quarts of transmission fluid as long as I helped winch and I did all the navigation guiding up through Jack.
That's a fair bet.
It's
I like
fair
that.
trade.
Yeah, that's a good deal.
So we did that, and then I helped Doc Jeremy Jones come up, and then he got the car done, and Brian actually drove the car up. But yeah, so teamed up with Brian Wood again in the Monster Energy Yokohama number 16. Hopeful for another great run. Whatever the Lord blesses us with, just being out in the Mojave, so beautiful. But we would like to redeem that 3rd place. We felt like we had a great run going. A lot of great challengers here, including both Slossons.
Yep.
Makes it interesting. And I say both, not Randy and Mike, but Randy and Amber.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we're all qualifying at the end of the day tomorrow against each other.
And they got him flipped back over. That's Benji with the Toyota. It looks like that's Brian Trotter helping in the mix.
Hot tip. If you're flipping your car back over, always make sure you put it in park. Before you
We've seen that happen more than once.
Just ask Kyle Cheney about that.
Yeah. So always, if you ever have tip over, just put it in park while you're still sitting on your side. If you're not worried about fuel and stuff, right? Because everybody's always worried about fuel, fire, all that stuff.
Well, Cameron, here's the replay of it right here. You can see he comes over just a little too hot.
That was a great almost save.
Maybe we can get that replay one more time.
Get that again. Get everybody in the truck to.
It almost looked like it looked like. Where's the rock?
It was on the left-hand side.
Left-hand side. Watch the shadow of it.
Yep.
What?
Just came over hot.
Almost saved it.
Just tough break for Guthrie.
He came over hot and was up on that side hill.
I think it's the exact same rock, but the difference is he bellied and flopped, whereas previously it kicked him so far sideways and almost slowed him down. He was able to kick it back around.
Now, unless the rules have changed because he got help, he now won't have a qualifying time.
Yeah. Most of them at this point, they're just pulling off.
Yeah.
It looks like Travis Cook's in the mix as well, getting everybody lined back out.
It's always a dodgy proposition. You see him running down the hill right there. You're always trying to find your best footing, but always when the camera's on is when you slip your
That's when you fall. Yeah.
We've all been there.
Yeah. I've never done that.
I was running through Highway 19 today. They put a bunch of tricky waypoints, rock RCPs over there. And so we went back and reran that today, and it's tricky, the ins and outs over there and the little tiny waterfalls and tight squeezes.
Are they keeping you in the rocks?
They are.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
And so I was running down through the waterfalls with my Onyx app open, citing where the RCPs were, so Brian could drive the course. Brian drove all day pre-running today. It's kind of weird.
Sweet.
People are always like, "Yeah, Cameron," and I'm like, I'm in the passenger seat going,
hey, buddy.
Yeah, because we have the same suit on, right?
Yeah.
Both have the new OMP suits, and he's a great driver. So it's great to have.
And you're driving his car.
I'm driving his car, correct?
You're just like the next Dennis Anderson. Gravedigger races in like 7 different states every night.
At night, yeah, each night.
It's a different Dennis Anderson and a different.
Well, the good news is the car looks straight, doesn't look damaged.
Looks like he's driving out of it, which is good.
That's always a good thing. Nothing worse than going for it and qualifying and boogering up the car, and then your crew's got to put in a couple late nighters.
Then we have to put in some late nights in the weeds, right?
Hey, just so you know, last night they were up till 1 a.m. working on our Can-Am, getting it set up, and I stayed with them the whole time. Granted, I had my sandals on, my surf trunks.
Yep.
And I sat kind of in front of the heater.
That's okay.
And here's the in-car.
There we go, in-car. Yep.
Oh, he was on the bike for a little bit, almost saves it, but just can't hold it together.
Oh.
As long as you're there in spirit, Cameron, that counts.
I was there. I was high-fiving, and I was, I know it costs more if you tell them how to do it.
Yeah, don't do that.
Shop, but I was pointing out a couple things that I liked.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Daniel.
Mitchie's all good.
Yeah, I'm sure he's reliving it in his head, wishing he could have that moment back. But hey, he can go back and watch it like he was before. So.
Yeah. How many? With all the qualifiers, he would start at the back of everybody that attempted qualifying.
Correct. Yeah. If you did not qualify, you'll start behind Mitch Guthrie.
Yeah. So that's got to be at least 100 cars, though, 80 cars.
Well, based on what we've seen, we were saying earlier, I think John was saying 140-ish.
I could have had that mixed up with the EMC.
Okay.
EMC has a bucket load.
So
That's
we have
huge.
98 people on our qualifying list, but obviously everyone didn't qualify today.
So I think it'll be close to that. I really
I
do.
don't know if I'd say.
We got one off the
I think
line.
it would be. I don't think it's going to be 100 cars.
Okay. Who do we got?
I
Is
believe
this
that's CJ, right?
Yep, I think that's CJ Greaves out.
So CJ Greaves and Jake Kamoski out of Wisconsin with Razor Factory and SCI Motorsports in the open class, and that Polaris Razor, SCI Motorsports, Synchrony, Progressive, and Rockford Fosgate.
One of the greatest short course drivers of all time, obviously, CJ. A lot of people are like, oh, he's so young. He's growing up now, but so much talent. I got to see his mom and dad here in Hammertown and just say hi really quickly, but what a legend in our sport Johnny is, and CJ obviously budding that same direction. And you see him, he cheats onto the inside a little bit. He doesn't lean super hard on that outside right, trying to carry speed, trying to keep it smooth. He's been on a bit of a heater. He looks, sometimes the smoothest drivers don't look the fastest, but they can be the quickest. He's going to go outside left. Now when I watch this little bit of the setup going outside right here, I feel like the smooth drivers are already over the top of the waterfall.
No, so right here, if we were to watch it, right, he's got a few seconds.
Speed.
Yeah, he is.
That's the difference.
If he can hold this pace to the end, this could be our fast qualifier
He looks
based on the
so
top. Let's see where he comes out at the bottom here.
And then he gets the short course at the end, which
but-
he's going to be doing good.
Anderson came down that section much faster. So I don't think he's going to be able to push Ronnie out, but I do think he's going to at least be top 5.
He's a hell of a driver. I've got to race against him over the years, got to announce him over the years, got to just be a part of watching him grow up. Just super talent all the way around. Dad is the nicest guy in the world.
And one of the winningest short course racers in the world.
He's a bad hombre.
It's
It's pretty
CJ
cool.
Greaves in the Monster Energy short course. One more turn to go. We'll see what kind of time he gets.
Oh, it's a heater. He just looks
Second place.
Yeah, I was going to say
157.487. So a
very
great run.
fast. Yep.
Right
He
on.
made up a lot of time on the back half of that course.
Now, if it would end just like this, we would be qualified 16. I'm just saying that's a good
Oh, you like that, huh? Oh, this is Nick Anderson, who's actually not racing. He hurt his hand during pre-running, so he's got Anthony Denny running for him.
It's so tenuous. How much do you pre-run? What do you pre-run? And even I've done this before, dropping back door, pre-running, thumbs outside the wheel, still got my hand, still got my wrist. I had to race one year with basically a broken bone back here in the back of my thumb.
So Anthony Denny driving for Nick Anderson, number 3402 out of Canton, Georgia, with Anderson Racing, part of the open class in that Can-Am Mavar, Metal FX, Tire Spine, CT Raceworks, UTV Race Shops, Infinite Off-Road, SC Power Sports, and VP. He's been racing with us for a few years now. He's got a couple wins, a handful of podiums, and he sends it off the Yukon launch.
Yeah, he's carrying a lot of speed over those jumps for sure as he sets himself up for that big turn before he gets one more turn and then heads out into the desert.
It's a great-looking Can-Am Maverick car. We'll see as he heads into the Geolander Gauntlet.
You always have so many cool names for this.
I know. I was noticing his wheels are offset pretty good, so he's got even more width. than normal.
Takes that one a little
Blew the
wide.
corner.
Yeah, blew that corner a little bit.
To me, it looked like he came out of the hole right before it and made it so he couldn't set the tire. So smartly, instead of trying to slam into it and make the turn, I think he just went past it just a hair.
And he takes his time over the hill so he doesn't pull a Guthrie and flip her over right there, but it's still a solid run.
Is that what we're calling it for the rest of the week?
Oh,
That's fine.
geez.
Don't pull a Guthrie.
That's not cool.
Ouch. Ouch. So this is his fill-in driver.
Yeah, this is Anthony Denny. Actually, I think Nick Anderson's right there. You doing all right, buddy?
Yeah, with the club.
All right, went to the far outside line there. We don't have an actual running clock on him, so I can't tell you where he's sitting compared to everybody else.
Oh, it's the top rock just a hair.
Yeah.
Now he slows way down. Now remember, these shadows are getting long into that section. It makes it much harder to justify what is rock and what is shadow and exactly where your line is. So a little bit tougher as it gets later.
And yes, this race will be Thursday for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Right now, it's qualifying during the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Great run. Anthony Denny filling in for Nick Anderson.
Nails that high line, trying to carry the speed around the outside. We'll see how he apexes. This is a great shot to see how he can straighten it out. And jumps all the way to the inside, starts to transfer out. This is a tough one. You know, it's tricky. It's a mind challenge for a driver how to do that the cleanest.
Yeah, it's a tricky little chicane because you have the chicane off the start and the chicane right before that start-finish line.
Did not see a time there.
Oh, and here's one that everybody wants to watch right here.
Now,
It's the number.
is he going to go around the side?
I think he's going up the gut.
Yeah, I think Paul Wolf will come
guarantee it.
right up the middle.
So the 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing, part of the open class in that Can-Am Mavar, Badlands Off-Road Park, Nitto, CA Technologies, and RCV. Probably one of the winningest racers we have with Ultra 4. He's got 30 first-place wins and over 46 podiums.
I love watching Paul. A lot of excitement. Go ahead, John.
But
Sorry.
he hasn't had that much success
At King of the Hammers.
at King of the Hammers
You're
for
right.
the UTV race.
But he's
So
always there.
Is he due?
Yes, I think he's due in UTV and in 4400. I definitely keep
I
an eye
don't
on
think
him.
I would ever count him out as a potential podium guy.
And you know whose co-driver is going to be on race day?
I don't.
Eric Miller.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Dang. I like the way he set that up. He went from the inside line and got that super smooth, kept the tires on the ground on the inside, but railed the turn clean.
I don't think he's going that fast. I think that we were catching up a little bit. He was flying as he comes over that crest. Oh,
He's making good speed coming down that hill, uses that berm to his advantage, comes around across the flat. Now, Miles is speculating that he's going up the rocks.
If he does it, I'll be disappointed.
Yeah.
No, he's not, huh?
There
Oh,
you go,
Chris,
straight
he doesn't
up.
listen to you anyways.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, he goes up the middle.
You're wrong.
And he makes a smooth run. So Paul Wolf with a great run. Does he have what
That's
it
a
takes?
good pace right there. Let's see how fast he attacks this down. But I think, like you said before, Cameron, you come out of that sun into that shade now. That downhill it's hard to see through. But
Whoa,
he's
send it.
flying
Oh,
down there.
man, Paul
This is
Wolf.
going to be a good time for sure with Paul Wolf coming back into Hammertown. He's made it through all the rock sections, back on the desert floor. He's headed back into the Monster Energy short course.
Ronnie Anderson's time to beat is 156.219. This could be it. I don't know.
Oh, he lost a little
he lost
time
some
on that
there.
turn.
Pushed high into that soft stuff, into the loam. Here he comes again, way up high, using it up. Will he have enough? I don't think so. This is going to be more around 5th place, it looks like.
I don't think it's going to be 5th. I think I'm my guess 3rd place. Let's see what we got.
Oh, goes a little wide there, loses some time. So we'll see Paul Wolf in 3rd spot with a 157.7.
Nice
You can't
call,
trust that timer in the bottom left. It's off by about 3 seconds.
Oh, it is? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Sorry.
Yeah, I think when you see it, when they come around, I just think the timer clips a little bit earlier
It's
and it
just
runs a little long.
Something to talk about.
Yeah.
If you
But
want
he-
the
but-
official scoring, go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. I think we only have 3 or 4 more yet to go. Trying to
Yeah,
get
that was a
visual
great
on
run
that
by
one.
Paul. As we said, always looking for it. Interesting to see him take that rock line. It looked like he shed a little bit of speed in there, though, John, to come to the top. Like you said, he's got to the top and had to check up a little bit. But I think he made up for it on that downhill slide.
Oh, 441, that's Robert
Robert
Liebel. And it sounds like we have 6 more cars yet to go. So off the line next is the number 441 of Robert Liebel with Tony Busby out of Quinton, Texas, with Liebel Racing in the open class with the Can-Am Rigid Excavation,
Did you
CT
see-
Raceworks, UTV Race Shop, OBR Tires, and Elka.
He took a Can-Am Maverick Max up back door. a
Oh,
couple
I
days ago.
did hear about that. I missed it. Oh,
Uh-oh.
takes out one of our flags.
Let's check out that Seymour paint
Oh,
flag, the
man.
official paint of King of the Hammers.
He's just looking to lighten the load a little bit.
Have to clean that drone off a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like it probably picked up a little dirt. Look at this. He's moving fast through this section. That's what Cameron's been watching this turn here. Let's see what happens here, Cameron.
A big break. He wanted to come down and carry that speed. He lifts the inside, but carries a lot of speed. Big speed up the hill.
But as we watched earlier with Guthrie, you definitely need to be careful as you go up and over this next little rise.
This is the one right here. It changes from light to dark. He sights it. He checked it up a bit.
Yeah, there's that
Catches
rock
that tire.
again.
Back on the gas towards the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, so we just watched Guthrie watching the live show. How impressive is that to be able to sit in your car and watch what the course is actually showing? Just like that rock on the left. I'm watching it, so if I'm in line,
he's going that far left-hand side. Let's see how when he comes out of the top. If he comes out of that top in that 10 to 12 second range, oh, he got all out of shape. Oh, that right rear tire, I don't think that's happy. I could be wrong, Miles, but it took a big hit on that right rear. No, it may have just been a scar on it. It looked like
we're
it was
all right for now.
Yeah, it did cost him a lot of time,
and
though.
launches off there. Perfect. If there's a happy medium, either go soft or full send, and he sends it as he's heading down the MBRP straightaway.
Yeah, he lost a little bit of time at the top of that launch, clipping that rock. That hurt him for sure. He was on a tear for sure before that.
Sounds like there's 3 more to go after Robert Lee Bull.
They're all pretty good, too.
Yeah, not pretty good, really good. We have Kyle Cheney, Cody Miller, and Brock Hager. Power Hour is going to finish with a bang.
This is going to be right in that 7th position, 6, 7.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Cameron.
Did I say it?
No, don't do it, Miles. Don't do it.
Do what? Cameron started it. He's got a little girl, too.
2 of them. Real little one loves it. 6, 7.
All right,
6, 7.
This
9.
is Kyle Cheney.
Kyle Cheney about to leave the line, number 191.
Our current King of the
Current
Hammer
king.
Race of Kings champion.
Dang, we
And-
could end up out of those first 10 rows, man.
Four-time UTV Hammers champion?
I think more than that. I've
No,
got
no,
my
no.
notes.
No, it's not
No?
more than
Okay.
4. It's either 3 or 4.
4-time.
I knew John would know that.
So the 191 of Kyle Cheney out of Millersport, Ohio, with Kyle Cheney Racing in the open class with that Can-Am Maverick R, Amsoil, Fox, Maxxis, and Amsoil. A 4-time King of the Hammers winner in the UTV, 8 wins with King of the Hammers, and 11 with Ultra 4.
And
the current king.
Current king. Yeah,
Of Race of Kings.
Don't leave off the best one.
I started with that.
I know, but you got it.
Yeah.
And he's got the scepter. That's all
Yep.
that matters.
He
right?
is the current King of the Hammers champion, Kyle Cheney.
There we go. And now but right now he is qualifying for our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship race. It's going to happen on Thursday. And checking up a little bit there, but he's carrying a good amount of speed.
And look at this. He took a spare tire off for qualifying.
Yeah,
some weight.
yeah, we've seen a lot of that. It's kind of been a mix. Some run without the co-driver, some run without the spare.
He's doing both.
Yeah,
Oh, he missed that rock. Perfect.
Good
Dude
time
does-
here. So now let's see. What's John? What do you guess? Is he going around the outside or is he going up the rocks?
I think if
I
I were
think he's
him,
going
I'd
up the
go
rocks.
left.
Go far left-hand side.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what we got. And
Nope.
Goes up
good
the
thing
gut.
you're not his co-driver, John, because you told him to go the wrong way. Look, good speed
Man,
coming up the
very
top of here.
smooth.
That's about
Kyle
as quick
Cheney.
as anybody I've seen in the power hour.
Yeah,
right?
so this is good. So at this point, if he can keep up this pace, he's
checked
checking
up
up.
a little bit
He
there.
had it line up. That shadow
Yeah.
on that rock is tough.
Oh, gets a little
yeah.
sideways there,
Little
but
Western
holds it
coming
again.
down the bottom there. Yeah, that's going to
Full
cost him a little
Western.
bit of time.
But he saves it, and he's back on the throttle heading towards the Monster Energy short course. Kyle Cheney, our current King of the Hammers champion for the Race of Kings, qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship in that Can-Am.
Yeah, and last year, the thing that killed him the most is that he DNF'd the UTV race. It wasn't that he had such a huge win on the Race of Kings, but he was so pissed he
DNF'd the
he
UTVs?
couldn't win UTV race again. So
All right, looks like he's going to be maybe
Number two.
Number 2.
With a 156.9.
I should have stuck to my guns that no one was going to beat Ronnie. But
Yeah,
I went
you
with
should
Alex,
have.
too. I should have stuck to my guns.
Well, I'm still beating John.
well,
That's
you
all
still
that
got
matters.
Brock and Cody.
We still have some good racers coming up.
So Cody was second overall last year and first in Pro Mod.
Kyle would have had it if he hadn't had that checkup coming down that hill
Yeah.
because he was on a tear. So let's see what Cody does.
Hey, Cameron, my daughter Ella said thanks for the 6-7. So off the line next, the 221 of Cody Miller with Shane riding shotgun out of Cache, Texas with Miller Brothers Racing in the Pro Modified class with the Miller Brothers Racing Can-Am Maverick R, Maxxis Tires, Raceline Wheels, Elka, and Liquimolly. He won the Pro Mod class last year. He's got 4 podiums in Ultra 4, and he's been racing with us since 2019. We'll see what he's got. Two more to go.
Should that be doing Racer Kings as well?
Should that be our goal this year, Miles? Should we get a list of words from your daughter that we got to slide into the live stream?
No, that'll get too much.
Too much?
I mean,
right now, watching him take that corner, that's cinema, man.
Oh yeah,
that was cinema.
Golden hour.
It is, but the problem with that is the sun is dropping and those shadows get longer. It's tougher to negotiate some of those sections, especially on the top of the ridge. Look at that.
Carrying a lot of speed.
Oh,
too much speed.
Bicycle bummer for Cody Miller.
And he was coming in fast. And
He was coming hot.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? You come into that corner fast, that berm will get you, and you think that berm's going to hold you, and then it doesn't.
Well, I think part of the problem was it did hold him.
Yeah,
hold him a little too much.
Right, he started, and he couldn't keep it all the way down, and it started rising up, but he knew it was one way or the other it was going to be doomsday. It looked like he got out of it.
For a second, it looked like he was trying to turn into it to maybe do a loop and pull out, but I think, like you said, he was stuck in that berm.
Looks like he's crawling out.
It's such a bummer.
Should be A-okay. There's one of our Ford Performance vehicles going to help rescue Cody Miller.
Dang.
Yeah, he was carrying a lot of speed going in there.
Came out of the windshield.
Tough break for Cody Miller. You know, he's bummer.
He wants a round of applause, everybody.
If you're not going to win, make the highlight reel, right?
My dad always told me if you're going to crash, do it right in front of all the cameras.
Well, he did a perfect job.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, Cameron, you play this TV game long enough. You know, we used to always have production meetings where we'd stand around with all the drivers before, and I would say, I'm not saying if you roll your car, you're going to make it on TV, but if you roll your car, you're going to make it on TV.
Exactly. Right. Not telling you to do it.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, if you do it, I'll guarantee that your sponsors will see you on TV.
My dad back in '78 had a giant endo out here in Barstow in the Mojave Desert, and a 5 end over end in an old school car, which would, tiny roll cages, and the cage actually smashed down, but didn't get him. He is 6'4", and somehow he pulled it off, but as a huge crash, and there happened to be a photographer there for one of the magazines at the time. He got the cover, and crashing, flying backwards. Fast forward to 2010, so 40 some odd years later, Cody and I put an endo in the trophy truck, and I thought for sure we were going to get the cover of the Dirt Sports magazine so I could have the side-by-side covers of my dad and I. Both
doing the same thing.
But they gave the cover to Roger Norman, who smashed the same hole and just launched an insane photo.
So he crashed better than you?
Roger did not crash. He sent it. He cleared the jump.
Oh, dang.
This coverage of the 20th annual King of the Hammers is presented by Can-Am and is brought to you by our official sponsors: Gates, MBRP, PCI Race Radios, AMSOIL, VP Race Fuels, Vanquish, and by El Monte RV, just to name a few. So please support who supports the sport. And then also everybody here on site on the main stage tonight from 5:30 to 6:30 is the Ford Racing question and answer. And then at 6:45, the Ultra 4 Australia movie will premiere here on the Jumbotron. And then at 8 p.m., it's bingo with Dang Brothers Pizza. So lots of exciting news right here in front of the Laser Nut Fire Pit. So come check it out here at the main stage.
Here's a replay.
Here we go. You can see
he got
under
crossed
braking.
up.
Under braking, sent him opposite direction. He was trying to set up. The car got light. It sent him one way. He tried to drive into the corner, and I think just the momentum took him for a little bit of a ride.
That's going to be an interesting day for him, starting from the back of the pack with how dusty it is.
I think he's done it before.
It sounds like we've got a different angle of it coming up right here. You see him coming.
You see
just
it
catches that right. You see him turn in, just
double
not
lift.
enough.
Double lift, right? It came up. He got it down, but in that movement, right, it goes up, down, and then it starts to spring back over on him.
So we still have one more yet to go, and that's none other than Brock Hager.
Talk about icing the kicker. Now he's got to wait, right? The couple cars, the first 5 in front of him, both had crashes. Now he's processing, right? He saw Kyle put down a heater. So as a driver, you're sitting on the start line. He's probably watching the Jumbotron, or he's getting information about what happened. Now, you think Cody put it in park before they tipped it back over?
Let's hope so.
I don't know if it would roll right there. It's kind of side hilled.
We're about to find out.
It's never a good look for your race car.
Yeah, who was that a couple years ago when they were winning the race and they rolled it over, and it was Kyle Cheney, right? It ran over his foot. Do I remember that correctly?
On the back, out of
That
the back
was
of the desert.
2020.
Yeah. Was it Kyle
And
Cheney?
Hunter, yeah, it's a Hunter, and they crashed coming up off the lake bed, going over towards Aftershock, rolled over. They get out, try to put it back over, got it back over. It wasn't in park. Ran over his foot and his leg, and he still got second place.
Yeah, incredible.
Well, one of them ran away down the hill somewhere out here in the desert section, out above the Marine base, right? That was like 4 years ago.
Yeah,
or
something like that. That was wild.
That was a crazy one.
Looks like my other daughter Jade's tuning in. Thanks for checking it out.
Getting some dad points.
Yeah,
there.
trying to.
I got my daughters in the trophy truck, or in the spec truck.
All right,
going
well,
up
you
on the
win.
stage. I went for some dad points.
Perfect. Yeah, you got to do that. Looks like there's Travis Cook and Brian Trotter. And here's our last but not least. This is the 1896 of Brock Hager, and he will have Orrin Anderson riding shotgun with him during the race out of El Centro, California, with Razor Factory Racing and SCI Motorsports, part of the open class in that Factory Polaris Pro R. SCI Motorsports, Synchrony, Progressive, and Rockford Fosgate.
I've been good friends with the team principal over there, Travis Clark,
Yeah.
for a lot of years.
I chatted with him a bunch in the pits the other day.
A lot of people don't know it, but Travis was a navigator, 4-time score champion.
Really?
Yeah, for Timmy No and now I'm going to draw a blank, but Tommy Watson teamed up in the 12 cars over the years. I actually raced against them for a number of years, but yeah, Travis has a long lineage history back in the sport, and he's the big boss over there at SCI.
Pretty cool. And do you think, Brock Hager won last year in the rocks in the desert. This year, desert already. Can he do the rocks? He's running Dakar, the Baja 1000. What hasn't this guy won? He's probably the hottest in the sport.
He's incredible. Tons of talent. He's got the look, and he definitely knows where to put the car at all times, no matter what he's driving. Some of the best success I saw him have was in some of the spec truck racing he did. A lot of great, unbelievable drives watching. I actually talked to him at one point about, or talked to his buddy about him coming to try to drive our truck, but he was for a race, but he was already making the deal, I think, to be a factory pilot.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah, I'd let him steer my truck anytime.
Yeah.
He's a driver.
I'm not sure I'd want to ride with him, but I'd probably let him steer it.
All right. Can I steer it?
Yeah.
Perfect.
We actually were going to keep the spec truck here so we get a couple of people out in it, but we lost the
All right.
sensor. Brock Hager.
Off the line. Here we go.
So Power Hour is coming to an end
Whoa,
here. As
send
he
it.
sends it off the Yukon launch.
Oh,
Brock
he's
Hager.
putting on a good show for us here.
He really wants to knock out Ronnie Anderson's time of 156.2 that has stayed strong for a few hours.
Nice line there. You see him drop the tires off the one side, not as much air time, getting the bite. He's going to go up to the inside. Let's see how he takes this turn. Remember, just saw Cody. See, he gets down in the binders, brings it down smooth, and doesn't carry quite as much speed as some of them around that corner, but so buttery smooth. And again, he could be faster than everybody. It just doesn't look like it because he's so smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a good time over the top. This is where we saw a little bit of action earlier. Yeah, he made good time. Let's see where do you think he's going to go? Outside or up the middle?
I think he's going to go left.
I think he's going outside. Why wouldn't you do what Ronnie did?
Yeah, I
that's
think
the
you're
fastest
absolutely right.
race
I
thus
think
far.
you can watch him set up for it, which he did. Yep, he's taking that outside line coming around.
Oh, a little bit of a stumble there.
Lost a little bit of
little zigzag going on there.
Yeah,
No, this is a good time right here. He's sub 110 at the top of that hill. If he comes down this backside fast, this could be our new pole position car.
And he is flying down there. Let's see if he checks
Checked it.
up.
A little bit
Oh,
check.
perfect. I think that was smooth and fast.
This
Brock
is-
Hager on the MBRP straightaway. What's he going to do?
This is going to be close, Miles. I think he's going to come in here. It'll all boil down to what he does inside this short course. This could push Ronnie Anderson off the box right now.
Let's see what line he uses in the chicane. That's the toughest part. That's the part I'm thinking about most right now.
It
for
is where we saw
qualifying tomorrow. Look at that.
Anderson owned that chicane. He set up for it well ahead of the jump, set up perfectly to basically clip the apex of that corner. But there we go. And that's almost the exact same thing. We just saw Brock do it. All right, Brock's going to come through. He's trying to beat a 156. I
And
think
he
hit
does it.
Yeah,
A new fast
152.
time.
152.
Whoa, Brock Hager, 152.195. This guy is an animal.
Who's got it, John? Who picked the best time?
I got beat.
Can't be under.
Can't be under?
No,
No.
Hey, Price is
Can't be
Right
over.
rules. No, Price is Right rules.
Can't be over.
No, Price is Right rules. Who's closest? Who we got?
We'll see if
Well,
we
I
can get
had
Brock up here on stage real
151.2.
quick.
151.2.
Well, you have 155.3.
Oh, I know. I think
That
it's
sounds like I
158.3.
won. I went to 150.
Cameron has 153.16.
Oh man, it's between you and John because Dave
And
went
Dave.
151, but no, he went 151 flat.
Okay.
151.2. That
All
means
right.
it puts him like 0.9. And what was Cameron?
153.16, I think is what I said.
Yep.
I think John got it by 0.1. There we
Pretty
go.
impressive. Well, you know who really got it?
Well,
Brock
that's true.
Hager.
I mean, we're talking about who got it. Yeah, Brock. Yeah, we got
At the end
nothing.
of the day, I don't have anything.
Yeah, we got our announcer chairs. Is what we got.
Yeah, what do you think about these PRP seats?
Pretty
These
comfy,
things
I
are
gotta
sweet, aren't
say.
they?
Yes, it's good. Little too leany though. I get a little lazy. I almost fall asleep up here.
I got the same seats in my Can-Am Rock car. The PR.
Nice.
There we go. Yeah. All right. So there you go. New race leader right there. Brock Hager, #1 pole position with a 152.195.
And then it was Ronnie Anderson, Kyle Cheney, CJ Greaves, Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, Max Gordon, Phil Blurton, Hunter Miller, and Dustin Robbins, the top 10. What a great showing for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying.
Couple heartbreaks in there.
Yeah, Guthrie,
Cody Miller, Mitch Guthrie. Ouch.
Those are
Just
tough ones.
means they got work to do on Thursday.
That's for sure. So again, I'm going to announce it here. Everybody here on site from 5:30 to 6:30, the Ford Racing question and answer. At 6:45, it's the Ultra 4 Australian movie premiere. And then at 8 p.m., it's bingo with Dang Brothers Pizza. So if you're anywhere, come out here to the Griffin main stage. Come check it out. But Cameron, always a pleasure. John, you did a great
thanks for
job
joining us,
today.
Cameron.
Thank you for having
Ian,
us.
always good seeing you, buddy.
Good luck Thursday.
Thank you.
So from the entire
Come back and see us and let
Absolutely.
us know what you think.
I'll be here qualifying in Power Hour tomorrow in the 4800 Monster Energy Yokohama number 16.
Sounds good. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship from the entire Hammer King production team. I'm Miles Haswitz, Cameron Steele, John Crowley, Ian Johnson. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
I'll see you
Have a good
Thursday.
one.
We're here at KOH 2025, and we're ready to throw some laps down and have some fun. Yeah, El Monte Already came through, as always. It's a good setup. Having these little motorhomes and coaches is nice. You get a place to chill out, relax during the day, and get ready for race day morning, and you can't go wrong with it.
We take the long leg and chase horizons. We open the throttle and crawl. We thread canyons and crest the ridge. We roll together and find solitude. We make memories and enjoy getting lost. We don't just share these lands, we defend them. And most of all, we belong here. Join us.
Did you know that recently over 45 million fire extinguishers have been recalled because they might not work? That's why we made the Rousseau. When you need a fire extinguisher, you need it to work. Find out more at rousseau.com.
Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers. From ready-to-run vehicles to premium kits, Vanquish Products remote control vehicles push the boundaries and capabilities of RC design. With machined upgrades like licensed Curry axles to licensed wheels and tires, your possibilities of creating your dream off-road machine are endless. Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers.
In the pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built Onyx Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts Onyx Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Treat the customer as your friend because he is your friend. And we want him to come back. I've done that all my life, and I pound that into every one of my son's heads, I think. I think it's there.
Since 1959, Curry has built drivetrains for people who drive hard. Built right, built strong, trusted. From the trail to King of the Hammers. Curry Enterprises.
here at KOH 2025, and we're ready to throw some laps down and have some fun. Yeah, El Monte came through, as always. It's a good setup. Having these little motorhomes and coaches is nice. You get a place to chill out, relax during the day, and get ready for race day morning, and you can't go wrong with it.
We take the long way and chase horizons. We open the throttle and crawl. We thread canyons and crest the ridge. We roll together and find solitude. We make memories and enjoy getting lost. We don't just share these lands, we defend them. And most of all, we belong here. Join us.
Did you know that recently over 45 million fire extinguishers have been recalled because they might not work? That's why we made the Rousseau. When you need a fire extinguisher, you need it to work. Find out more at rousseau.com.
Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers. From ready-to-run vehicles to premium kits, Vanquish Products remote control vehicles push the boundaries and capabilities of RC design. With machined upgrades like licensed Curry axles to licensed wheels and tires, your possibilities of creating your dream off-road machine are endless. Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers.
In the pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built OnX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts OnX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Treat the customer as your friend because he is your friend. And we want him to come back. I've done that all my life, and I pound that into every one of my son's heads, I think it's there.
Since 1959, Curry has built drivetrains for people who drive hard. Built right, built strong, trusted From the trail to King of the Hammers, Curry Enterprises.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopters solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes. Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on four wheels, one wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and a giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and a giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.